Chapter 1812. Huff. Huff, the surrounding hurricanes were still as violent as ever. The wind wall formed by the hurricanes still looked indestructible. Even though the gale beasts had been eliminated, this place was still a sealed formation that was integrated with the restriction of Great Emperor Badian. It wouldn't be easy to get out of this place. This was also the reason why Feng Huazi and the rest were still worried. Of course, they didn't know that with the eternal immortal wind, these powerful hurricanes were completely the same as the ferocious gale beasts. The eternal immortal wind could easily break through the hurricane barrier. With the combination of Jiang Chen's great soul derivation technique and great divination art, it was a piece of cake for him to find the flaw of Great Emperor Badian's restriction. Standing there, Jiang Chen operated the great soul derivation technique and great divination art to the extreme. Waves of wind gushed out from his body like sharp blades and finally formed into a dragon-shaped storm that charged towards a certain direction. Rumble, with a loud rumble, the originally indestructible hurricane wall was directly penetrated by Jiang Chen, creating a huge hole. Even the intricate restriction had collapsed. Jiang Chen wasn't blindly choosing the spot to attack. He had found the weak point of the restriction with the combination of the great soul derivation technique and great divination art, allowing him to break it in one strike. What are you waiting for? The hurricane and restriction can recover automatically. We won't be able to get out if we're late. Jiang Chen yelled at the shocked members of Feng Luo sect before turning into a streak of light and walking out of the hurricane array. Only then did Feng Huazi and the rest react. They didn't have the time to be excited. They immediately increased their speed to the extreme and passed through the hurricane array. To them, it was just like a dream. They had completely given up hope, but they didn't expect to be rescued at the last moment. That kind of feeling wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. Outside the hurricane formation, the three geniuses of Feng Luo sect were pacing back and forth nervously. When they saw Jiang Chen and the geniuses of Feng Luo sect walking out of the hurricane formation, their faces revealed a look of ecstasy and hastily went forward to welcome them. "Sect Master, are you all right?" The elder was on the verge of tears. His eyes were brimming with tears when he saw Feng Huazi in one piece. This showed that Feng Huazi's status and character in Feng Luo sect were very popular. "It's fine. It's all thanks to Brother Jiang this time. Otherwise, all of us would have died inside." Feng Huazi couldn't conceal his excitement. He strode towards Jiang Chen with everyone from Feng Luo sect following behind him. "Brother Jiang, Feng Luo sect will never be able to repay your kindness," Feng Huazi said and saluted Jiang Chen. The people behind him also saluted at the same time. In the entire world, perhaps only Jiang Chen could make the dignified Feng Luo sect master personally salute him. If it was during normal times, even if Feng Huazi was willing to salute someone, his subordinates wouldn't be willing to do so. After all, Feng Huazi represented the face and dignity of Feng Luo sect. But now, everyone saluted him willingly. They would never forget what happened in the hurricane array for the rest of their lives. To them, apart from feeling grateful to Jiang Chen, they were more shocked. The hurricane array that so many of them couldn't break was actually broken by Jiang Chen so easily. How many people in the entire world could have such an ability? No one on the scene was a fool. Each of them had very sharp eyes. In their point of view, although Jiang Chen was merely an immortal emperor, his future achievement would be unimaginable and limitless. To put it bluntly, this white-robed youth was absolutely the most heaven-defying genius they had ever seen. No one in the entire younger generation of Feng Luo sect could match Jiang Chen. This had already become a fact, because Shinifei, who had the support of the #1 genius of Feng Luo sect, had died tragically in the hands of Jiang Chen. The gap between the two of them had long been revealed. "Sect Master, you don't have to be so polite. I have never treated you as an outsider. Jiang Chen hastily helped Feng Huazi up. By saying that he had never treated them as an outsider, he had straightaway pulled the relationship between him and Feng Luo sect closer. This made everyone in Feng Luo sect feel incomparably comfortable. Brother Jiang, if there's anything you need in the future, Feng Luo sect won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you. Feng Huazi patted his chest and spoke. The others nodded in agreement. By this time, they had already regarded Jiang Chen as one of their own. Apart from being one of their own, he was also their benefactor. There were many kinds of kindness in this world, but there was one kind that couldn't be repaid, the kindness of saving one's life. Everyone only had one life, live or die. To the experts of Feng Luo sect, Jiang Chen had given them a chance to live. How could they repay such a great kindness? Just like what Feng Huazi had said, they would go through water and tread on fire. Since everyone has gotten rid of the danger, I'll be taking my leave. The ruins of the great monarchs are filled with danger, so please be careful when you leave. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Feng Huazi before vanishing like a specter. Time was of the essence. He had to find the center of this ruin as soon as possible to stop the northern and southern dynasties. He didn't have time to waste on the people of Feng Luo sect. In this ruin, the northern and southern dynasties were the most important and potentially the greatest danger. Sect leader, this time, we owe Brother Jiang a big favor. Looking at the place where Brother Jiang disappeared, an elder could not help but ask. Okay, in the future, if Jiang Chen needs our help, Feng Luo sect will definitely do our best. Alright, don't forget Brother Jiang's reminder. Be extra careful when you travel in this space. Feng Huazi said. Understood, sect master. Everyone answered in unison. After experiencing a life and death situation, they naturally cherished their lives even more. They would certainly be very cautious in their future journey. In the following period of time, Jiang Chen kept shuttling to different places in the ruins, killing plenty of evil spirits and puppets. The Zulong Tower had reached the 48th floor, but Jiang Chen's cultivation base was still at the peak of Intermediate Immortal Emperor, showing no signs of breaking through to the late Immortal Emperor realm. Jiang Chen didn't insist on it. He knew that it wasn't the right time yet. When it was time to advance, he would naturally advance. Next, Jiang Chen prepared to use the great divination art to divine the location of the deepest part of the ruins. The secrets of Great Sovereign Batian, Empress Nine Yin, and the immortal burying coffin had always been on Jiang Chen's mind. Chapter 1813. It had been a long time since the remains of the Great Sovereign had been opened. Countless experts had entered this place. At this time, the place had become very lively. Powerful battle fluctuations could be heard at any time. Apart from the battles between humans, evil spirits and puppets, there were also many battles that broke out for treasures. One had to admit that there were indeed a lot of treasures in the remains of Great Sovereign Batian. There were powerful Venerable-grade immortal weapons and even Emperor-grade immortal meta-stones. Whether it was Venerable-grade immortal weapons or Emperor-grade immortal meta-stones, they were unimaginably attractive to the experts who had entered this place. An Emperor-grade immortal meta-stone was a necessity for peerless venerables. Without the support of an Emperor-grade immortal meta-stone, even if one had the strength to advance to the half-step sovereign realm, he wouldn't be able to do so. Therefore, a large part of the reason why many venerables came here was for the Emperor-grade immortal meta-stone. Emperor-grade immortal meta-stones were too rare. Since the Emperor-grade immortal meta-stone was the remains of Great Sovereign Batian, it was only natural that there would be a lot of Emperor-grade immortal meta-stones scattered around. In addition to immortal weapons and Emperor-grade immortal meta-stones, there were also many rare treasures, such as rare herbs, high-grade demon spirits and powerful secret manuals. How could the things left behind by Great Sovereign Batian be ordinary? The preciousness of these treasures directly led to the intensity of the competition. Many of the things here were very attractive to Jiang Qin, such as the Emperor-grade immortal metastone. Jiang Qin didn't care about those immortal weapons and secret manuals, because he had the Zulong Tower and the Heavenly Saint Sword. Unless it was the natal sovereign weapon of Great Sovereign Batian, Jiang Qin wouldn't be tempted. However, how could the natal sovereign weapon of Great Sovereign Batian be found here? He must have kept it for the northern and southern dynasties. This was what Jiang Qin was most worried about. Jiang Qin similarly didn't care about the cultivation technique. No matter how powerful the cultivation technique was, it couldn't be compared to the dragon transformation skill. Besides, his true dragon combat technique was unparalleled. The only thing that could attract Jiang Qin was the sovereign-grade immortal metastone and those rare spiritual herbs, especially the sovereign-grade immortal metastone. Jiang Qin cultivated the dragon transformation skill. Every time he advanced, the amount of immortal metastone he needed would be incomparably terrifying. He was only an intermediate immortal emperor now. When he advanced to the immortal venerable realm or the higher sovereign realm, the amount of immortal metastone required would be incomparably terrifying. Unfortunately, no matter how great the attraction was, Jiang Qin couldn't put all his attention on it. If there was no northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Qin would certainly not hesitate to collect the treasures everywhere. However, it was different now. He didn't have time to waste on this. If he delayed, he would only create opportunities for the northern and southern dynasties, which would eventually lead him to an irrecoverable state. Jiang Qin had divined using the great divination art. The physical body and natal sovereign weapon of Great Sovereign Batian were still here. These two things were the most precious and treasures in the entire remains. The purpose of the northern and southern dynasties was very simple, these two things. Once they got their hands on them, even one of them would be a great disaster. It was hard to imagine how powerful Nanbei Chao would become after he fused with the body of the great sovereign from his previous life and obtained his natal monarch weapon. At that time, no one would be able to control him. It would be the doomsday for everyone who had entered the ancient ruin. There was no doubt about this. According to the style of the northern and southern dynasties, once they gained power, they would never let anyone go. What Jiang Qin needed to do now was to try his best to stop the northern and southern dynasties. His current battle strength was almost equal to that of the northern and southern dynasties. If the northern and southern dynasties obtained the physical body and natal sovereign weapons of Great Sovereign, the situation would be changed in an instant. Jiang Qin operated the great divination art to the extreme and displayed the Tai Chi diagram. He found a coordinate in the space of the Great Sovereign and found a passage that connected to the depths of the space. Without hesitation, Jiang Qin walked into the passage. The moment Jiang Qin entered the passage, a summoning force immediately locked onto Jiang Qin, causing Jiang Qin to shiver. This summoning force wasn't unfamiliar to him. It came from the immortal burying coffin. When he saw the coffin for the first time in the ancient tomb, he had already sensed the chi of the coffin. Now, this mysterious summoning force came from the coffin. Why is the immortal burying coffin summoning me? Could it be Xiaoyu? Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. The Empress Nine Yin in the immortal burying coffin was most likely Yan Qinyu's predecessor, the daughter of the immortal Slayer King. At this moment, Jiang Qin was almost certain of this. All along, Yan Qinyu's matter had affected Jiang Qin's heart, causing him to be unable to remain calm. Now that the immortal burying coffin was summoning him, it was very likely that Yan Qinyu was the one who was calling him. Xiaoyu needs me. I must go there immediately. Without thinking, Jiang Qin put away the Tai Chi diagram and flew in the direction of the immortal burying coffin summoning. He was like a wandering dragon in the void, appearing and disappearing in a flash. At this moment, in the deepest part of the great sovereign space, there was an independent spatial zone. It was separated from the outside world by a spatial barrier. It was very secretive. No ordinary expert would be able to find this place. This spatial zone was filled with scorching heat. That was an unimaginable heat. Even a late immortal emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. The void was filled with fiery red air currents. Those with low cultivation base would be vaporized immediately upon entering this place. It was just too terrifying. Hong long long. In front of them was a large sea of magma. The fiery red magma filled the sky, forming an ocean. It floated there like a magma mountain, giving off a very oppressive feeling. At this moment, there were 8 people standing outside the magma mountain. Each of them had an extremely strong cultivation base. The lowest cultivation base among them was at the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. The rest were late immortal venerables and peerless venerables. The old man standing at the forefront had the most terrifying cultivation base. The aura of great sovereign radiating from his body was actually the same as Xiao Wangqing, a mighty half-step sovereign realm expert. Each of them had their eyes locked, staring unblinkingly at the magma ocean in front of them. In the magma ocean, a huge ancient coffin and a soaring sword were fighting fiercely. The chi waves produced by the collision of the 2 sovereign weapons caused the magma to churn violently. Chapter 1814. Hong long long. The magma became incomparably violent. Apart from the commotion caused by the collision between the immortal burying coffin and the peerless sword, the magma floating in the sky wasn't calm at all. It was a very ancient magma. The temperature of the magma wasn't that high, but because great sovereign Batian had refined it and used a great technique to control it in this space, the temperature of the magma was extraordinarily high. It was so high that even an immortal venerable wouldn't dare to stay here for a long period of time. Not even a mighty intermediate immortal venerable would dare to enter the magma recklessly. The ancient fiery red altar was engraved with complicated patterns. Those were the talismans of the great emperors. No one knew how long this altar had existed, but it was filled with the aura of vicissitudes. However, the greatest feeling that this altar gave people was definitely not vicissitudes, but nobility, a high and mighty nobility. If the altar was said to be high and mighty, then the throne placed on top of it was simply supreme. It was a throne made of pure gold. Both sides of the throne were carved with dragon heads. On the throne sat a majestic man wearing a golden robe with his eyes closed. His golden hair was messy. Even though his eyes were closed and he was sitting there motionlessly, his domineering chi couldn't be concealed. This was a dead person, or rather, a corpse. This was the truly terrifying part. A mere corpse was able to emit an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. A corpse that sat upright in the terrifyingly hot magma sea for so many years without rotting. This was enough to show how powerful this person was when he was alive. That's right. This majestic golden-haired man was none other than Great Sovereign Batian, or rather, the corpse of Great Sovereign Batian. Next to Great Sovereign Batian was another man who was wearing the same clothes as Great Sovereign Batian. Golden robe, golden hair, and even his face looked somewhat familiar. If Jiang Chen was here, he would definitely be able to tell that this man was none other than the northern and southern dynasties. Even though Jiang Chen had been trying his best to catch up, he was still one step too late. The northern and southern dynasties had already found this place and found the physical body that belonged to him in his previous life. Looking at him now, he was merging with his great emperor's body. The immortal burying coffin, the peerless sword, the throne, the body of a great sovereign, the northern and southern dynasties, the sea of magma, and the ancient altar, these were the central scenes of this space. But this wasn't the final scene, because there was another thing here. A fist-sized crystal hovered a few dozen meters above the altar. The crystal emitted a cold light and was surrounded by countless flames. The cold light emitted from the crystal collided with the flames constantly, producing sizzling sounds. The fact that it didn't melt in such a scorching and cruel environment was enough to show how extraordinary it was. Damn it! This is the real treasure in this space. The immortal burying coffin has also appeared here. The sword that is fighting with the coffin seems to be the natal sovereign weapon of great sovereign Badian, the Monarch sword. That's right. That's the Monarch sword, the legendary Monarch sword. If I can get it. Forget it, I'd better not think about it because it's impossible. Great sovereign Badian had planned everything in advance. Even his body is here. Look at that young man, he should be the reincarnation of great sovereign Badian. That's right. This kid has already found his previous great sovereign's body and is merging with it. Once he succeeds, the new great sovereign Badian will be resurrected. In the distance, the immortal venerables' faces were filled with astonishment. Their eyes were filled with blazing greed, but none of them dared to make a move. Bang! Just then, a dull sound rang out from the void in the distance. A young man dressed in white robes walked over. Everyone looked over. When they saw that the youth was only a peak intermediate immortal emperor, their eyes revealed a trace of disdain. A puny immortal emperor has found this place so quickly. It seems like he's lucky. Lucky? It should be said that he's unlucky. The environment here is just too cruel. An immortal emperor will definitely be turned into ashes in less than half an hour, someone spoke. Then, he no longer looked at the white-robed youth, but shifted his gaze back to the magma ocean. A puny immortal emperor wasn't enough to make them put him in their eyes. The incomer was none other than Jiang Qin. He was summoned by the immortal burying coffin and found this place very quickly. Presently, he didn't have the mood to pay attention to those experts. His eyes were fixed on the magma ocean, but when he saw the northern and southern dynasties, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. I'm still a step too late. This bastard has already begun to merge with the great sovereign's body. I have to find a way to stop him. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. But first, I want to know why the immortal burying coffin has summoned me. Jiang Qin felt very fortunate that the immortal burying coffin had summoned him. Otherwise, even if he had the great divination art, he was afraid that he would be delayed by the time he found this place. Although the environment here was cruel, the scorching magma didn't affect Jiang Qin in the slightest. With the fusion of 4 types of supreme flames in his body, no matter how heaven-defying the temperature was, it was like taking a bath to him. Jiang Qin didn't act recklessly. He wanted to figure out the current situation first, and then make the right response according to the situation. Look, what's that? Only then did someone notice the crystal floating above the altar and asked in surprise. What cold qi? Even the magma ocean can't block the cold qi of the crystal. It's the 9-yin profound heart. That's right. It must be the 9-yin profound heart. My God. It's the legendary 9-yin profound heart left behind by Empress 9-yin. Rumor has it that Empress 9-yin was born with 9-yin meridians. Later on, she condensed the 9-yin profound heart. In the battle between Empress 9-yin and Great Sovereign Badian, both of them died. This must be the 9-yin profound heart. I finally understand why the immortal burying coffin came here. It seems like it came for the 9-yin profound heart, but it was stopped by the Monarch sword. The legendary 9-yin profound heart, the heart of a great sovereign. It's floating here. If I can get it, my cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. Chapter 18:15. Everyone was excited. Even the powerful half-martial monarchs were unable to keep calm in the face of such a scene. The 9-yin profound heart left behind by the famous Empress 9-yin was a supreme treasure of the world. Anyone who obtained it would become a supreme figure. However, no one chose to make a move. After all, they knew very well that the immortal burying coffin was here for the 9-yin profound heart. If it wasn't for the Monarch sword, the coffin would have already left with the 9-yin profound heart. Currently, the northern and southern dynasties were in the process of fusing with the great sovereign's body. They basically wouldn't care about what was happening around them. The only thing that made them afraid of snatching the nine profound heart was the immortal burying coffin. After all, the immortal burying coffin was famous. However, this didn't stop people from becoming greedy. Sometimes, greed was the scariest thing in the world. When greed reached its peak, it would drown people's minds. Once people lost their minds, they would attack recklessly. Jiang Chen had encountered such a situation many times. Back when he was in Golden Horizon, he had encountered such a situation many times. From afar, Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the nine profound heart. He had heard every word of their conversation. Given his eyesight, it was impossible for him to not know that the immortal burying coffin was here for the nine profound heart, because Empress Nine was lying in the coffin. The nine profound heart was left behind after the battle with Great Sovereign Badian. Therefore, they were here to retrieve it. Empress Nine must be Xiao Yu's previous incarnation. The Empress Nine in the immortal burying coffin gave me a very familiar feeling. If I'm not mistaken, it must be Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu has already fused with the great sovereign's body in her previous incarnation. Now, she only needs the nine profound heart to wake up. Jiang Chen seemed to be very excited. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. The secret that had been bothering him for so long had finally been revealed. He also knew where Yan Chenyu was, and this was the most crucial moment. Jiang Chen understood that whether or not Yan Chenyu could wake up and return to the peak of her previous life depended on whether or not she could obtain the nine profound heart. This is the magma ocean left behind by Great Sovereign Badian. It controls everything here, including the nine profound heart. Great Sovereign Badian predicted that Empress Nine would return one day, so he set up an airtight defense here. Furthermore, with the Monarch sword blocking the immortal burying coffin and Empress Nine unable to stand up from the coffin, it's almost impossible to get the nine profound heart under such circumstances. The immortal burying coffin must have summoned me here to help Empress Nine snatch the nine profound heart. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The current situation was very clear. The northern and southern dynasties were rapidly fusing with the great sovereign's body. Once the northern and southern dynasties successfully fused, everything would be over. At that time, before the nine profound heart could be obtained, the entire great sovereign space would usher in doomsday. Yan Chenyu, who had lost the nine profound heart, would never have the chance to wake up again. I must stop the northern and southern dynasties from snatching the nine profound heart. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. Even if there was a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire in front of him, he would still give it a try. There was no turning back now. Hong long long. Raging waves were rising in the sea of magma. Layers of fire waves almost incinerated the entire spatial zone. The immortal burying coffin and the Monarch sword were engaged in an intense battle. The two peerless sovereign weapons seemed to be secretly controlled. The Monarch sword is blocking the immortal burying coffin. Great Sovereign Badian is fusing with the nine profound heart. This is the best opportunity. Damn it. I'll definitely risk my life. If I succeed in obtaining the nine profound heart, I'll escape immediately. My name will surely shake the world in the future. A peak intermediate immortal venerable expert's chi fluctuated. He gritted his teeth and made a major decision. He was ready to strike. As the saying went, seeking wealth amidst danger. Sometimes, one would have to struggle for one's destiny. If one didn't struggle, one would never know how strong one's luck was. Faced with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, no one wouldn't be moved. No one was willing to give up such a great opportunity for no reason. Even if this opportunity was filled with a slim chance of survival, some of them were willing to give it a try. What if they succeeded? Unfortunately, this what if was really too what if. In the end, the peak intermediate immortal venerable expert couldn't resist the temptation of the nine profound heart. He turned into a ray of light and rushed into the magma ocean. His speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already entered the magma ocean. The immortal venerable expert easily crossed the area where the immortal burying coffin and the monarch sword were fighting, and came close to the nine profound heart. Someone had entered the magma ocean, causing the magma to churn even more violently. The expert of the northern and southern dynasties suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw someone flying up the altar and rushing towards the nine profound heart, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a disdainful sneer. Then, he closed his eyes again. The immortal venerable was less than 3 meters away from the nine profound heart. He only needed to take a step forward and he would be able to grab the nine profound heart. At this moment, his forehead was already covered with sweat. He was using all the strength in his body to resist the powerful impact of the terrifying heat wave around him. Before entering the magma ocean, he had never thought that the temperature here would be so terrifying. Even a peak intermediate immortal venerable expert like him was on the verge of collapsing. Let's give it our all. The expert wasn't willing to give up. Since he had already come this far, there was naturally no reason for him to retreat. He had to give it his all, regardless of whether he would succeed or not. Without the slightest hesitation, the immortal venerable suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed at the nine profound heart. Unfortunately, he had neglected the flickering flames around the nine profound heart. These flames were the real terrifying existence. When the expert's palm touched the flames, they immediately turned into a terrifying fire dragon. The surrounding magma began to churn. The hidden seals were also triggered. A whirlpool was formed in the middle of the fire dragon. The immortal venerable expert didn't even have the chance to react before he was sucked into the whirlpool. Arg! By the time the immortal venerable realized that something was wrong, he let out a blood-curdling scream. In an instant, he was devoured by the fire dragon and burned to ashes. Hiss! This step made those experts who were watching from the outside couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Among them, 2 immortal venerables who were preparing to seize the heart were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. They hastily retracted their legs and stared at the whirlpool that had already calmed down. It was as though nothing had happened, but a living immortal venerable had vanished just like that. He had vanished completely. Chapter 18:16. The tragic death of an immortal venerable was like a basin of cold water that was poured on everyone's head, waking them up instantly, especially the other 2 peak intermediate immortal venerables. Their cultivation base was the same as the dead immortal venerable. At this moment, they no longer had the slightest thought of snatching the nine profound heart, because it was equivalent to courting death. Although the treasure was good, one needed to be alive to get it. As the saying went, 9 out of 10 chances of survival was enough to give it a try. But when 9 chances of survival became 10 chances of survival, struggling would become meaningless. Humph. A bunch of overconfident fools. How can anyone touch the nine profound heart? It's a powerful killer move left behind by great sovereign Batian to prevent Empress Nine from getting it. Let alone you all, even I wouldn't dare to snatch the nine profound heart. The grey-robed elder who stood at the forefront harumphed coldly. Despite his cultivation base being at the half-step sovereign realm, he still had to say such words. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to snatch the nine profound heart. None of the surrounding immortal venerables spoke a word. Who would dare to contradict a half-step sovereign? Moreover, this half-step sovereign was from the immortal court. If they offended him, he could kill them with a single slap. Moreover, what the grey-robed elder said made sense. If it was really that easy to obtain the nine profound heart, there wouldn't be a need for others to snatch it. AI. This lord is right. We have been too presumptuous. This place is, after all, left behind by great sovereign Badian. How could it be that simple? A peerless supreme expert sighed. Originally, he was also tempted to make a move, but now, he restrained himself. It was impossible for him not to see that if it was him, he would have died without a doubt from the explosion of the seal just now. From afar, Jiang Chen could clearly see what was happening on the magma altar, but his eyes didn't show any emotion. This situation was within his expectations. Others might not have noticed the look in Nan Beichao's eyes, but Jiang Chen did. That look had already explained everything. Nan Beichao looked at Jiang Chen. Buzz buzz, just at this moment, a buzzing sound rang in Jiang Chen's ears. An invisible will was transmitted into his ears. Jiang Chen's body trembled. He could sense that the will came from the immortal burying coffin. It was the will of Empress Nine Yin. In other words, it was the will of Yan Qinyu. What's more, it's the will of Yan Qinyu. The message was clear. It wanted Jiang Chen to help Empress Nine Yin snatch the enigmatic heart of Nine Yin. Moreover, the northern and southern dynasties were probably about to complete the fusion with the main body. Once the northern and southern dynasties succeeded, they would immediately gain control of the Emperor Sword. When that happened, it would be the end of the world for everyone. Even the immortal burying coffin would be powerless. Given the hatred between Great Sovereign Badian and Empress Nine Yin, as well as the personalities of the northern and southern dynasties, once the northern and southern dynasties succeeded, the enigmatic heart of Nine Yin would be the first thing they would do. At that time, Yan Qinyu would lose the enigmatic heart of Nine Yin completely, and she would fall into a deep slumber in the immortal burying coffin, unable to wake up for 10,000 years. Jiang Chen didn't want to see that happen, and he would never allow it to happen. Even if the immortal burying coffin didn't transmit its will to him, Jiang Chen was still prepared to take action. However, now that the immortal burying coffin had transmitted its will to him, it meant that the enigmatic heart of Nine Yin could be seized without any delay. Jiang Chen still had some confidence in seizing the Nine Yin profound heart. He had 4 types of supreme flames with him, so he wasn't afraid of the temperature of the magma at all. As for the restriction that was deployed around the Nine Yin profound heart, it was unleashed by the attack of super strong flames. The flames didn't pose any threat to Jiang Chen. As for the remaining power of the restriction, Jiang Chen didn't dare to use his body to resist it. After all, it was something left behind by Great Sovereign Badian. Even if it was just the power of the restriction, he couldn't afford to underestimate it. Moreover, it was a restriction left behind by a great sovereign. Even if Jiang Chen had the great divination art and great soul derivation art, it wasn't realistic for him to break it in a short period of time. Therefore, if Jiang Chen wanted to seize the enigmatic heart of Nine Yin, the Zulong Tower would be his biggest trump card. The Zulong Tower with 47 floors was no longer the same as it was at the beginning. The current Zulong Tower was extraordinarily sturdy. What was most important was not the sturdiness of the Zulong Tower itself, but the divine qi carried by the Zulong Tower itself. It was a supreme divine weapon, a true dragon supreme treasure. Even if it wasn't a true dragon supreme treasure now, it still contained the origin of deities. Deities were supreme existences that were superior to immortals. They were truly aloof and inviolable. Great sovereigns were naturally the strongest in the immortal world, but they were still immortals. They didn't exceed the scope of immortals. In front of deities, they were always inferior. The restraint of the origin was enough to resist the great sovereign's coercion left by Great Sovereign Badian. Once the coercion of the great sovereign had no effect on Jiang Chen, it could guarantee Jiang Chen's basic freedom of movement inside. This was very important. Therefore, the great soul derivation technique, the great divination art, the great void technique, and the protection of the Zulong Tower were integrated into Jiang Chen's body. When Jiang Chen perfectly executed these heaven-defying techniques, they gave Jiang Chen infinite possibilities, allowing him to do things that ordinary people couldn't and wouldn't even dare to think about. This was also the reason why the immortal burying coffin would summon Jiang Chen and ask for Jiang Chen's help. It was impossible for Empress Nine to not know the means of great sovereign Batian and how difficult it was to obtain the Nine profound heart. It was even more impossible for her to send Jiang Chen to his death for no reason. Apart from having no other choice, it was also a form of trust towards Jiang Chen. In Yan Qinyu's subconscious mind, her big brother Qinyu was an omnipotent existence who had created countless miracles. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen strode towards the magma ocean. There wasn't much time left. He had to obtain the Nine profound heart before the northern and southern dynasties awakened. Jiang Chen knew that the rise of the northern and southern dynasties was unstoppable. Only by obtaining the Nine profound heart and awakening Yan Qinyu would they be able to fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen's pace was fast and heavy. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the edge of the magma ocean. Seeing the white-clothed youth walking towards the magma ocean, the expert's facial expression changed instantly. "Brat, don't court death. Is this brat an idiot? Or is he brainless? Even an immortal venerable has died. How can an immortal emperor like him want to obtain the Nine profound heart? He's overestimating himself. Young man, don't be blinded by greed. Treasures aren't as important as your life." Someone tried to dissuade Jiang Chen. In their point of view, Jiang Chen was simply overestimating his own capabilities. What he was trying to do was impossible. He was courting death for nothing. Chapter 18-17. Naturally, Jiang Chen was indifferent to their persuasion. He had no other way out now. He had to snatch the Nine profound heart back before the northern and southern dynasties awakened. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't have any reaction, the few experts couldn't help but shake their heads. Their eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. In their point of view, a young man was still a young man after all. His temperament was too unstable. He had clearly learned from the mistakes of others, but he still continued to risk his life. He was no different from a fool. There's no need to pay attention to such a person. There are too many reckless people in this world. The half-step sovereign elder spoke, his eyes full of contempt. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to pay attention to what was happening in the magma ocean, he was afraid that he wouldn't even spare a glance at Jiang Chen. A young man like Jiang Chen wasn't worthy of his attention. As a member of the immortal court, he had seen too many monstrous geniuses. An intermediate immortal emperor youth was nothing in the immortal court. Jiang Chen glanced at the immortal burying coffin that was still fighting with the monarch sword. With a sway of his body, he transformed into his dragon form. This time, he had to go all out. What? The half-step sovereign elder who was indifferent to Jiang Chen exclaimed when he saw Jiang Chen's transformation. His facial expression changed. His eyes widened, staring unblinkingly at the half-human half-dragon figure in front of him. His emotions became incomparably agitated. It's him. It's him. The half-human half-dragon form. He's the one that Heaven's sovereign mentioned. The elder muttered to himself. No one knew what he was talking about, but his emotions were fluctuating rapidly. It was very rare for a mighty half-step sovereign to have such a huge fluctuation in his emotions, unless he encountered something that he was particularly concerned about. You can't go in. With a sway, the elder came to the edge of the magma ocean, trying to stop Jiang Chen, but it was already too late. Jiang Chen had already transformed into a dragon, flying towards the Nine profound heart and went deep into the magma ocean. Damn it, this guy is too reckless. Why did the Sky Emperor give him such a high evaluation? The old man was flustered and exasperated. He had been looking everywhere for a young man who could transform into a dragon. This was also the reason why he appeared in the ruins of Great Sovereign Badian. He didn't expect to meet such a young man, but the result was disappointing. He had long wanted to meet a peerless monstrous genius who was praised by Heaven Emperor, but today, he felt extremely disappointed. He was too impulsive and didn't use his brain at all before acting. But no matter what, now that such a person had appeared, the old man had to pay attention. Someone that the Sky Emperor has taken a liking to shouldn't be bad. I'll see if he can walk out alive. If he can't, then the Sky Emperor has made a mistake. The old man turned and returned to his original spot, watching every move of Jiang Qin without blinking. He didn't know why Jiang Qin would do this, but he felt that Jiang Qin must have his own reasons. For the time being, he chose to believe in Jiang Qin, or rather, the judgment of Heaven Emperor. This kid has really gone in. I dare say that he won't last a minute in there. 1 minute left. It'll be fine if he doesn't go near the Nine Profound Heart, but if he does, he will be burned to death immediately. That's right. I really have no idea where this kid got his courage from. Even a peak intermediate immortal venerable was burned to death, but he still wants to go and die. Everyone sighed. They felt that Jiang Chen's decision couldn't be any more stupid. If he didn't learn from the mistakes of others, it would still be understandable if he wanted to be the first one to eat the crab. But now, a great warrior had just died, and he was going to die right after that. Swoosh! Sensing that someone had entered the magma region again, the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties opened in a flash. When they saw Jiang Qin in the magma region, flames shot out of their eyes. Jiang Qin, how did you find this place so quickly? The northern and southern dynasties spoke loudly. Humph. Northern and southern dynasties, you are starting to feel afraid after seeing me, aren't you? Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. Ha! Afraid? Are you kidding me? Why don't you take a look at where this place is? Everything is under my control. Once I fuse with the body of my previous life, I will be able to dominate everything. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Jiang Qin, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you break into my territory? The northern and southern dynasties burst into laughter. He was still as arrogant as ever, but the moment he saw Jiang Qin, a trace of uneasiness arose from the bottom of his heart. This feeling of uneasiness had already become a habit of his. Even though he knew that this place was under his complete control and that Jiang Qin could no longer affect him, the feeling of uneasiness would still appear, because every time Jiang Qin appeared, it would bring him a bad ending without exception. This was the source of his uneasiness. Who is this man? How can he know the reincarnation of Great Sovereign Badian? And it seems like they are enemies. It seems that things aren't as simple as we thought. There must be a lot of grudges involved. However, this brat is a little reckless for breaking into the magma area. Let's see. Someone who is qualified to be enemies with the reincarnation of Great Sovereign Batian and is valued by the Great Sovereign Batian must not be an ordinary person. The conversation between Jiang Qin and the northern and southern dynasties had changed everyone's view of him. Sometimes, one could judge a person's character by looking at his enemies. An enemy that was valued by an expert must not be too weak. Northern and southern dynasties, you should know that this magma area has no effect on me at all. Jiang Qin said faintly. With a sway of his body, he directly went up to the altar. A layer of flame spread out from his body. When the surrounding magma came into contact with the flame, it automatically drifted away. The violent aura also became gentle, as if it had seen the King of Flames. Jiang Qin, you really shouldn't have come in. This place isn't as simple as you think. I can easily control the seals and kill you. the northern and southern dynasties said. Then try it. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you now. Wait till I get the 9 profound heart. Jiang Chen did not attack the northern and southern dynasties because he was very clear that it would be useless to attack the northern and southern dynasties here. Just like what the northern and southern dynasties said, he dared to merge with the body of the great sovereign here because he wasn't afraid of being disturbed. Everything here was arranged by great sovereign Badian in advance. No one would be able to cause trouble. Chapter 18:18. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any effort. Moreover, his current target was the 9 profound heart. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble by dealing with the northern and southern dynasties. Compared to Yan Qinyu, the northern and southern dynasties weren't that important. Jiang Chen, this is between me and Empress 9. What does it have to do with you? Do you really have to stick your nose into everything? The northern and southern dynasties gnashed their teeth in anger. Judging from their expressions, if it weren't for the fact that they were in the middle of fusing with their real bodies, they would have immediately attacked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't care about the northern and southern dynasties anymore. With a sway of his body, he had already arrived in front of the 9 profound heart. Ha, Jiang Chen, you're too arrogant. So what if you have the flame protecting your body? Do you really think that you can get the 9 profound heart just like that? Retard. Look at how that old man died just now. The defense mechanism outside the 9 profound heart is not something you can handle. Since you're courting death, then go ahead and try. What a pity, I couldn't kill you with my own hands. Of course, there's no difference between dying under the defense mechanism and dying in my hands. The northern and southern dynasties laughed out loud once again. They were very confident in the defense mechanism outside the 9 profound heart. Even if Jiang Chen had the powerful flame protecting his body, he still wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the defense mechanism. Once he was attacked, Jiang Chen would definitely die. This was almost certain. The northern and southern dynasties felt that it was a pity that Jiang Chen was going to die under the defense mechanism. According to their plan, after they had fused with their real bodies, they would capture Jiang Chen and let him suffer all kinds of torture in the human world before he died. They would never let Jiang Chen die so easily. Dying under the attack of the defense mechanism would be too easy for Jiang Chen. Ignoring the words of the northern and southern dynasties, if Jiang Chen dared to make a move, it meant that he had a certain level of confidence. The immortal burying coffin and the Emperor's sword were locked in a stalemate. The Emperor's sword could not spare itself to deal with Jiang Chen. The northern and southern dynasties also had no time to spare. Hence, Jiang Chen could focus on snatching the 9 profound heart. Jiang Chen stood outside the 9 profound heart. He could clearly sense the terrifying restriction surrounding the 9 profound heart, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. His nerves were tense as he circulated the great soul derivation technique and great divination art to the extreme. He had to understand the characteristics of this restriction before he made a move. The restriction set up by a great sovereign was almost flawless. Even if Jiang Chen used the great soul derivation technique and great divination art, he wouldn't be able to find a single flaw in the restriction. This was an omnidirectional attack restriction. As long as someone touched the restriction, it would immediately explode, engulfing the person and killing him. That immortal venerable died because he touched the restriction. It seems like I have to rely on the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The Zulong Tower let out a rumbling sound. The invisible Zulong Tower firmly protected Jiang Chen, forming an impregnable wall. The restriction was set up by Great Sovereign Badian. Once it was touched, a powerful Great Sovereign's aura would erupt. With the defense of the Zulong Tower, no matter how powerful the Great Sovereign's aura was, it wouldn't affect Jiang Chen anymore. No matter how powerful the Great Sovereign's aura was, it was nothing in front of a deity's aura. Look! That kid is going to make a move. He's really bold. But he seems to be able to walk freely in the magma region, as though he isn't affected at all. I never thought that he would be such a miraculous youth. Look! The critical moment is coming. As long as he dares to make a move, the restriction will be triggered. I'm afraid the consequences will be unpredictable. The emotions of those immortal venerables were tense. All of them were eager to know the outcome of the battle. Naturally, the most nervous one was the half-step sovereign elder. Ever since he saw Jiang Qin in his dragon form, he couldn't help but pay close attention to this monstrous genius. Above the altar, the flames on the surface of Jiang Qin's body were making crackling sounds. The flames flickered like agile snakes. No one could see the invisible Zulong Tower except for Jiang Qin. The northern and southern dynasties were staring at Jiang Qin unblinkingly. They had to witness the death of Jiang Qin and the process of Jiang Qin's death with their own eyes. Jiang Qin, you are overestimating yourself. The northern and southern dynasties sneered. Jiang Qin ignored them. Presently, he didn't have the mood to care about the northern and southern dynasties. He had already decided to make a move. Now! Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled. With lightning speed, he struck out with his dragon claw, aiming for the Nine profound heart. The timing he chose was the best. Although the restriction left behind by Great Sovereign Badian was terrifying, it had a very short moment of weakness. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it. Even if they sensed it, they wouldn't be able to grasp it accurately. However, Jiang Qin was able to do it. Chi, however, despite Jiang Qin's speed, the restriction was still triggered. Rumbling sounds reverberated unceasingly. A huge fire dragon appeared in an instant along with a fiery red vortex, drawing Jiang Qin into it. Due to Jiang Qin's precise timing and his incredible speed, he had already grabbed the Nine profound heart when he was drawn into the vortex. An incomparably cold feeling spread all over his body. Jiang Qin grabbed it tightly. This was Yan Qinyu's possession. It was the chance for her to wake up. He would never let it go. Not good. Outside, seeing Jiang Qin being drawn into the vortex, the half-step sovereign elder slapped his thigh in anger. The ending that he feared the most had happened. No matter how confident he was in Heaven Sovereign's judgment, the tragedy had still happened. It's over. This kid is going to die. AI. This young man is too impulsive and self-righteous. Now, he has lost his life. Like I said, it's impossible for a miracle to happen. The restriction left behind by Great Sovereign Badian could even kill an immortal venerable, let alone a puny immortal emperor. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. In their point of view, it was impossible for Jiang Qin to stay alive after being drawn into the vortex. However, would Jiang Qin die so easily? In the vortex, Jiang Qin indeed felt the threat of death. The powerful restriction had almost torn the surrounding void apart, turning this place into a land of death. No living being could survive in this place. Unfortunately, the restriction couldn't destroy the Zulong Tower. Not only that, when the powerful force of the restriction was attacking the ancestral dragon pagoda, the pressure of the great emperor that was carried by the restriction actually stimulated the divinity of the ancestral dragon pagoda, causing the ancestral dragon pagoda to operate automatically. The huge door of the ancestral dragon pagoda opened with a rumbling sound. The huge door was like a black hole, crazily absorbing the magma outside. Ha! Chapter 18-19. This was completely out of Jiang Qin's expectation. Although the Zulong Tower could devour a lot of energy, Jiang Qin had never thought of absorbing the magma left behind by a great sovereign. After all, despite his confidence, he still had some self-awareness. Now, the Zulong Tower opened its mouth like a black hole and began to absorb the magma like a whale sucking in water. Hong Long. The 47th floor of the Zulong Tower erupted with a rumbling sound. The energy contained in this area was just too massive. In just the blink of an eye, the 47th floor was completely condensed and began to rush towards the 48th floor. Ka-cha! After being impacted by the Zulong Tower, the powerful whirlpool shattered with a ka-cha sound. The restriction laid out by Great Sovereign Batian began to crumble after losing the support of the magma. What's that? Jiang Chen, what have you done? Northern and Southern dynasties saw everything that happened. Their eyes turned red as they sensed the magma that was constantly flowing out of this area. Although they couldn't see Jiang Chen's figure, they were sure that this change must have something to do with Jiang Chen. Ha! Northern and Southern dynasties, this magma restriction of yours is just a so-so. Not only can it do nothing to me, but it has also helped me. Jiang Chen's laughter came from the depths of the whirlpool. He didn't look injured at all, as though the destructive force of the whirlpool didn't affect Jiang Chen at all. What? That brat isn't dead. How is this possible? Impossible. He has clearly been devoured by the whirlpool. How could he still be alive? This doesn't make sense. Even a peak intermediate immortal venerable has died tragically in it. How could a puny immortal emperor like him survive? It seems like we have underestimated this man. An enemy that can catch the attention of the reincarnation of Great Sovereign Batian must not be an ordinary one. This man must have the means to restrain the Great Sovereign's restriction. When did such a heaven-defying genius appear in Fengqi immortal domain? None of us old ancestors knew about it. No one wasn't surprised. Although they still couldn't see Jiang Chen's figure, the sonorous voice of Jiang Chen was enough to prove that he was still alive and well. There was no way they wouldn't be surprised. That place was a killer move left behind by a great sovereign. Not long ago, an intermediate immortal venerable had died tragically in it, but now, an immortal emperor had survived. This was simply a miracle, an unacceptable miracle. Good, the Sky Sovereign's eyes are still as sharp as ever. I didn't expect this kid to be so miraculous. He actually didn't die after entering it. The old half-martial emperor's face was filled with excitement. To him, this was also a miracle. Everyone was shocked, but that was just the beginning. They only knew that there was a huge commotion inside, but they didn't know why. Only the Northern and Southern dynasties could accurately sense that the magma was rapidly losing its energy. According to the habit of the Zulong Tower, once it absorbed the magma, it would never stop. It wouldn't take long for all the magma to be absorbed by the Zulong Tower. At that time, no one knew how shocked the people outside would be. Inside the whirlpool, the Zulong Tower had reached its peak. Countless magma began to be absorbed by the Zulong Tower, turning into the purest energy. The 48th level was condensing rapidly. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, if all the magma was absorbed, the Zulong Tower would be condensed to the 50th level, and Jiang Chen himself would also benefit tremendously. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the late immortal emperor realm. Rumbling sounds lingered. The speed at which the Zulong Tower was devouring the magma was just too fast. The energy of the magma was disappearing rapidly. Jiang Chen's wild laughter resounded from the center of the whirlpool. Now, he had no reason to be unhappy. Not only had he successfully obtained the 9 profound heart, but he had also destroyed the ancient domain of Great Sovereign Batian. It could be said that he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Jiang Chen, I advise you to stop what you're doing at once. Otherwise, I will make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead. The Northern and Southern dynasties roared at Jiang Chen with bloodshot eyes, but all he could do now was roar. At this moment, the northern and southern dynasties had reached the most critical moment of fusing with the great sovereign's body on the throne. There must be no mistake. Jiang Chen's action had seriously affected his mind, which was very disadvantageous to the fusion process. Suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead. I wonder who is the one suffering so much. Northern and southern dynasties, you will never be able to stop me from doing what I want to do. You are destined to be unlucky the moment you meet me. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. Jiang Chen's voice turned into layers of sound waves, drifting across the entire region, especially the last two words. The echo lingered for a long time. Jiang Chen, the northern and southern dynasties were so angry that they almost spurted out blood. They finally knew why they felt so uneasy when they saw Jiang Chen. This damned bastard was simply their natural nemesis. Every time they encountered him, they would be unlucky. Even though they had already dominated everything, their plans were still ruined by Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen hadn't appeared, everything would have been under their control. Once they completed the fusion process, they would be able to put away the Nine Profound Heart. At that time, they would kill Empress Nine and seize the immortal burying coffin. Then, they would destroy all the living beings in this space. They would be the only supreme existence under the heavens. However, all of this was disrupted by the sudden arrival of Jiang Chen. Not only was the Nine Profound Heart taken away by Jiang Chen, but the entire region was also facing destruction. It's useless even if you roar. The northern and southern dynasties, everything is out of your control. Jiang Chen continued to provoke the northern and southern dynasties. This incident was completely caused by the Zulong Tower. The supreme divine artifact, Zulong Tower, had exceeded the expectations of the northern and southern dynasties. It was an existence that they couldn't even imagine. Damn it. I have to calm my mind and hurry up to complete the fusion process. As long as I succeed, Jiang Chen will still die. The northern and southern dynasties gritted their teeth. They didn't know what method Jiang Chen used to absorb the energy of the magma, but they knew that it was too late to stop it. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to hurry up and complete the fusion process. As long as they succeeded, they would be able to kill Jiang Chen. In any case, this region was already gone. Rumble. Chapter 1820. The huge magma area was decreasing rapidly. The people outside had also noticed the anomaly. It was impossible for them not to notice such a huge movement. What's going on? The magma seems to be decreasing rapidly. The energy inside is getting lesser and lesser. How is this possible? That's an area set up by Great Sovereign Badian. There are terrifying seals everywhere. What kind of existence can ignore the seals and absorb the energy in the magma? It's that kid. It must have something to do with that kid just now. That kid is just too miraculous. It seems like the reason why he dared to enter alone is because he has a trump card. Now, not only can he survive, he can also absorb the energy of the magma here. This is too terrifying. Where did this monstrous genius come from? Even the immortal court doesn't have such a young man. None of them could remain calm anymore. Compared to the fact that Jiang Chen didn't die on the altar, the current scene was the most horrifying one. It was what truly shocked them, an indescribable shock. Good. What a heaven-defying existence. No wonder Heaven's Sovereign said that only this person can help him. When he comes out of the altar, I will reveal my identity and invite him to the immortal court. The half-step sovereign elder was incomparably excited. It seemed like he hadn't been this excited for a long time. His eyes were sparkling as if he had seen infinite hope. On the altar, the northern and southern dynasties were sitting on the thrones, trying their best to carry out the final fusion with their bodies. Jiang Chen was still madly absorbing the energy of the magma. It wasn't easy for him to encounter such a great opportunity. Jiang Chen would never miss it. Moreover, now that the Zulong Tower had taken the initiative, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to stop even if he wanted to. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't have any intention of stopping. His chi was surging as he advanced to the late Immortal Emperor realm. A large number of immortal meta stones were refined and absorbed by Jiang Chen. He felt fortunate that he had asked for a large number of immortal meta stones from Yu family back in Finley City. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for him to advance to the late Immortal Emperor realm. The amount of immortal meta stones I have consumed to advance to the late Immortal Emperor realm is just too enormous. The remaining immortal meta stones aren't enough for me to advance to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. I must find a way to get more immortal meta stones after I get out of here. Jiang Chen thought. The cultivation of the dragon transformation skill was a bottomless pit and a tremendous consumption process. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was already mentally prepared. Plus, it wasn't difficult for him to collect a large number of immortal meta stones. After advancing to the late Immortal Emperor realm, Jiang Chen would collect a large number of venerable grade immortal meta stones. The higher his cultivation base was, the more immortal meta stones he needed. Ka-cha! As a large number of immortal meta stones continued to be refined and absorbed, the barrier of the late Immortal Emperor realm finally loosened, producing a cracking sound. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 1.4 million. The space of his chi sea had become extremely vast. It was like a boundless ocean, densely packed with the silhouettes of dragons. The roars of dragons rose and fell one after another. Each of the dragon marks was like a true dragon dancing in the air. The whole scene was magnificent to the extreme. 1.4 million was the sign of advancing to the late Immortal Emperor realm. At this moment, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had successfully advanced to the late Immortal Emperor realm, and the 49th floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be condensed. 1.4 million dragon marks definitely wasn't the limit of Jiang Chen. The energy absorbed through the Zulong Tower was the purest energy. It wouldn't be a problem for him to absorb it unlimitedly. At this rate, when all the magma was absorbed by the Zulong Tower, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body would reach at least 1.42 million, and the 50th floor of the Zulong Tower would be completely condensed. Very quickly, more than half of the magma in the area had been reduced. Many of the seals set up by Great Sovereign Batian had collapsed due to the lack of magma. One should know that these seals were made from the magma. Without the magma, the seals would naturally cease to exist. There was no need for powerful attacks. Half of the magma has disappeared. Such a scene is too shocking. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. I wonder what kind of heaven-defying method this kid has used to devour the things left behind by the Great Sovereign. It seems like all the energy in this area is about to be absorbed. The reincarnation of Great Sovereign Batian is in the process of fusing with his physical body. He won't have the time to make a move now. The crowd was getting more and more shocked. They didn't even dare to imagine such a scene. Each of them found it hard to breathe. Their eyes widened in shock. The immortal burying coffin and the Monarch sword were still entangled, but it wasn't the Monarch sword that was blocking the Monarch sword. The Monarch sword had been summoned by the Northern and Southern dynasties to kill Jiang Chen. Naturally, the immortal burying coffin couldn't just stand by and watch. It blocked the Monarch sword, not giving the Monarch sword any chance to get close to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's actions had always been earth-shattering. The portal of the Zulong Tower was getting bigger and bigger. The speed at which it absorbed the magma was also getting faster. Judging from the situation, the final outcome would be that the Northern and Southern dynasties wouldn't leave a single scrap of the Zulong Tower. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's chi sea continued to rise. The 49th floor of the Zulong Tower was completely condensed. The portal of the 50th floor opened immediately. Jiang Chen knew that the secret of the Zulong Tower was divided into 3 stages. The first was the 33rd floor, the second was the 66th floor, and the last was the 99th floor. When the 33rd floor was completely condensed, it gave Jiang Chen a huge surprise. The change of the time law had given Jiang Chen an excellent place for cultivation. Now that the 50th floor of the Zulong Tower had been condensed, Jiang Chen was looking forward to the secret of the 66th floor. Jiang Chen estimated that the benefits of the second stage would be better than the first. Very quickly, all the energy of the magma was absorbed by the ancestral dragon pagoda. At this time, just as Jiang Chen had expected, the condensing of the 50th level of the pagoda had just been completed. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached a terrifying 1.42 million, stabilizing his cultivation base at the late Immortal Emperor realm. Chapter 1821. Jiang Chen had seen the performance of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise them. The Northern and Southern dynasties were indeed outstanding figures. Under such circumstances, they were still able to concentrate on fusing with the body of a great sovereign. As a matter of fact, this was the best choice for the Northern and Southern dynasties, because they could clearly see the development of the situation. They knew that the magma region was definitely going to be destroyed, so they might as well give up on it. The most important thing was to fuse with the body of a great sovereign. Once the fusion was successful, the physical body alone would be extremely terrifying. At that time, a huge mountain would be turned into ashes with a flick of a finger. After all the magma had vanished, Jiang Chen's silhouette reappeared. The portal of the Zulong Tower had already closed. After devouring so much energy, the Zulong Tower seemed very satisfied. It had also become incomparably quiet and obedient in Jiang Chen's body. The people outside couldn't help but sigh when they saw all of this. What a heaven-defying kid. His cultivation base seems to have improved a lot from the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm to the late Immortal Emperor realm. Advancing by 1 level isn't a big deal. The key is that he has even destroyed the restriction of a great sovereign. This is something to be proud of. If it was us, not even the half-step sovereign sir could do it. That's right. One will never know how terrifying a sovereign realm is without touching the sovereign realm. This kid has broken the restriction of a peerless great sovereign with just an Immortal Emperor cultivation base. This alone is enough for him to be proud of. Everyone was full of praises for Jiang Chen. They were all old ancestor-level figures. Some of them came from super-large sects, some came from ancient aristocratic families, and some came from the immortal court. Given their identity, they had seen too many geniuses in their lives, but this was their first time seeing a young man like this. The one who was the most excited was still the half-step sovereign old man. He came here with a certain goal in mind, and that was to help the Heaven Sovereign find a genius who could change the Heaven Sovereign's fate. Now, not only did he find the genius, his performance was incomparably miraculous, and it had exceeded his expectations. On the other side, the Emperor's sword was still engaged in a fierce battle with the Immortal Burying Coffin. The Immortal Burying Coffin emitted an excited aura. A beam of light rushed out of the Immortal Burying Coffin and landed in front of Jiang Chen. The Immortal Burying Coffin had torn an opening. Jiang Chen knew that this was the best opportunity. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen took out the Nine Profound Heart and placed it on the ray of light. In the blink of an eye, the light disappeared, and the Nine Profound Heart entered the Immortal Burying Coffin. What is he doing? Why did you throw away the treasure that you already have? Why did you give it to the Immortal Burying Coffin? That's right. Is this kid stupid? He should know the value of the Nine Profound Heart. He spent so much effort and took such a great risk to obtain it, and now he just gave it to the Immortal Burying Coffin. Why? The crowd couldn't understand. The Nine profound heart was equivalent to a treasure. Some people even wanted to snatch it from Jiang Qin, but they didn't expect that Jiang Qin would give it to the immortal burying coffin. If they were in Jiang Qin's shoes, they would immediately run away after obtaining the Nine profound heart. They wouldn't stay here for even a second, and it was impossible for them to give the treasure to someone else. But immediately, they saw something strange. Because the immortal burying coffin was covered by a layer of frost, they couldn't see the situation inside. Now that the Nine profound heart had entered the immortal burying coffin, the layer of frost had disappeared, and the situation inside could be seen clearly. A beautiful woman was lying quietly in the immortal burying coffin. After the Nine profound heart entered the immortal burying coffin, it automatically entered the body of the Empress, where her heart was located. Look, there's a woman lying in the immortal burying coffin. The Nine profound heart has been absorbed by her. It's the Empress, Empress Nine. That's right, it must be her. I finally understand why the immortal burying coffin suddenly came to the Monarch Mountain. It turns out that Empress Nine is lying in the immortal burying coffin. She came here for the Nine profound heart. The immortal burying coffin is the natal monarch weapon of great sovereign Zongxian. Why is Empress Nine lying in it? It's said that Empress Nine is the daughter of the immortal Execution King, and the immortal Execution King and great sovereign Zongxian are sworn brothers. It's said that he's Empress Nine's godfather. So it's not strange that Empress Nine is lying in the immortal burying coffin. What I'm curious about is why this young man helped Empress Nine. What's his relationship with her? Chaos, it's too chaotic. The battle between the great sovereigns in the past has continued to this day. Now, the reincarnation of great sovereign Badian has found this place, and Empress Nine has appeared again. It seems like these two peerless figures will be resurrected in different ways. Shocking, too shocking. It was as if the greatest secret had been revealed. To the people present, great sovereign Badian and Empress Nine were ancient figures, not to mention the immortal Execution King and great sovereign Zongxian. They were peerless figures from ancient times, figures that only existed in legends, the pinnacle of the immortal world. After the Nine profound heart entered Yan Qinyu's body, Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The immortal burying coffin and the monarch sword were still fighting, firmly protecting Yan Qinyu from harm. Therefore, Jiang Qin didn't need to worry about Yan Qinyu's safety at all. If the immortal burying coffin couldn't protect Yan Qinyu, then no one in this world could. Swish! Jiang Qin suddenly turned around, his sharp eyes looking at the northern and southern dynasties. He wouldn't stand by and watch the northern and southern dynasties merge their bodies. He had to take some measures. Clang! The heavenly saint sword appeared in Jiang Qin's hand. Without saying a word, the heavenly saint sword in his hand turned into a 300 meters long peerless sword and fiercely slashed at the northern and southern dynasties. Even if this strike couldn't kill the northern and southern dynasties, it would affect their minds, making them unable to concentrate on merging with the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Hong Long. Unfortunately, just as Jiang Qin's sword touched the heads of the northern and southern dynasties, a layer of golden light suddenly rushed out from the thrones under the northern and southern dynasties, firmly encircling the northern and southern dynasties. When Jiang Qin's sword slashed at the layer of golden light, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Dang dang dang. Chapter 1822. The northern and southern dynasties slowly opened their eyes and looked at Jiang Qin with ridicule. Jiang Qin, your action is ridiculous. If you can break this layer of defense of mine, wouldn't the illustrious reputation of great sovereign Badian be in vain? After that, the northern and southern dynasties closed their eyes again and fell into a state of cultivation. Jiang Qin gently wiped off the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, then kept the Heavenly Saint sword and his dragon form. Although he wanted to cause damage to the northern and southern dynasties, even if he could only affect their minds, Jiang Qin knew that he wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the northern and southern dynasties even if he exerted all his strength. Just like what the northern and southern dynasties had said, that layer of defense was just too terrifying. If he could break it so easily, he wouldn't be great sovereign Batian. At the same time, Jiang Qin was shocked by the strength of a great sovereign. Given his late immortal emperor cultivation base, he could even kill an intermediate immortal venerable if he transformed into his dragon form. He could even put up a fight against an ordinary late immortal venerable. Jiang Qin didn't hesitate to attack. However, such a powerful force couldn't even break the layer of defense laid out by the great sovereign. This showed how terrifying the great sovereign was. No wonder he was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the heavens and earth. If one didn't touch that realm, one would never understand how terrifying it was. Once the northern and southern dynasties merge successfully, the consequences will be unimaginable. It will be the end of the world for everyone in this spatial zone. Now, I can only pray that Xiao Yu can wake up with the help of the Nine Profound Heart as soon as possible. Currently, only Xiao Yu can fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Qin muttered to himself. He was afraid that no one was a match for the northern and southern dynasties except for Yan Qinyu, not even the half-step sovereign outside. The cultivation base of the northern and southern dynasties had already reached the immortal venerable realm. If they merged with the body of a great sovereign, Jiang Qin estimated that the cultivation base of the northern and southern dynasties would at least reach the peerless venerable realm, which was infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm. Additionally, the reincarnation of the great sovereign of the northern and southern dynasties had comprehended the great sovereign law. Even if they weren't a half-step sovereign, they could still kill a half-step sovereign. Apart from that, the northern and southern dynasties would be in possession of the most terrifying monarch sword, a peerless sovereign weapon. Who could resist it? Even Xiao Wangqing would only face death. Jiang Qin left the area. What he could do now was to wait, hoping that Yan Qinyu would wake up before Nan Beiqiao. At least, she couldn't wake up before Nan Beiqiao. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. Swoosh! Just then, a late immortal venerable elder came to Jiang Qin's side with a ferocious smile and said to Jiang Qin, "Kid, hand over the treasure that you used to absorb the magma and I can spare your life." Jiang Qin darted a cold glance at the elder. There was no lack of people like this who would take advantage of the situation. Jiang Qin knew that the performance of the Zulong Tower had already attracted the attention of these experts. So it was normal for them to be greedy. In the immortal world, the weak were prey to the strong. "Old man, you'd better think about what you're doing." Jiang Qin spoke Lang. He was in a very bad mood. If it was in the past, Jiang Qin would have to run away if he encountered a late immortal venerable, but now, he didn't put the opponent in his eyes at all. Moreover, this elder had just advanced to the late immortal venerable realm. His cultivation base wasn't stable yet. Jiang Qin could fight him with all his strength. He didn't even need to use the Great Void technique to escape. Humph! What an arrogant kid. You're able to enter the great sovereign's area without dying and absorb the energy of the magma inside. It must be because of the rare treasure in your hand. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. As long as you hand it over, I'll spare you. The elder harumphed coldly. With his powerful cultivation base, he was confident that he could defeat Jiang Qin. Furthermore, he was planning to snatch the Nine Profound Heart from Jiang Qin when he came out, but he didn't expect that Jiang Qin would give the Nine Profound Heart to the immortal burying coffin, causing his plan to fail. However, he was very tempted by the treasure in Jiang Qin's hand that could absorb the energy of the magma. He hadn't found any decent treasure in the remains of a great sovereign. Now that he had finally found one, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Paw! All of a sudden, a loud slap landed on the elder's face. The slap sent the late immortal venerable elder flying dozens of meters away. His teeth and blood spurted out from his mouth. Bastard, the old man was flustered and exasperated. Unfortunately, before he could finish cursing, he had already seen the person who had attacked. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak. A gray-robed elder appeared in front of Jiang Qin. It was this gray-robed elder who slapped Jiang Qin. He was the only half-step sovereign on the scene. How dare you snatch my treasure in front of me? The elder Lang Lang spoke, unleashing the chi of a half-step sovereign. The terrifying pressure made the elder kneel on the ground with a puff. Please spare my life, my lord. Please spare my life. The elder was terrified. No matter how greedy he was still afraid of death. Offending a half-step sovereign was no different from courting death. Scram! The gray-robed elder bellowed. The terrifying sound wave sent the immortal venerable flying hundreds of meters away, causing him to spurt out blood. Thank you for sparing my life, my lord. Thank you for sparing my life. The immortal venerable elder scrambled to his feet and flew away. He finally understood a fact. In front of a half-step sovereign, he wouldn't even get a chance to rob. Who wouldn't covet the treasures in Jiang Qin's hands? In his point of view, the reason why the half-step sovereign attacked him was to rob the treasures in Jiang Qin's hands. That was equivalent to him fighting a half-step sovereign for the treasures in Jiang Qin's hands. Humph. Still want to leave? Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. He would never give his enemies any chance. This immortal venerable intended to rob him and even wanted his life. Jiang Qin would never be polite to such an enemy. Swoosh! Jiang Qin's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he transformed into his dragon form and used the Great Void technique to catch up with the fleeing elder. Then, he thrust out the Heavenly Saint sword and pierced through the elder's head. You, the immortal venerable stared at Jiang Qin with widened eyes, feeling the life force in his body fading away. Even in his dreams, he wouldn't have thought that he would die in the hands of an immortal emperor in the remains of a great sovereign. Pu Chi. Chapter 1823. Hua, however, such a scene set off another wave of shock. Everyone gaped at the scene, including the half-step sovereign elder. His eyes were full of disbelief as he looked at the indifferent face of Jiang Qin. My God! This young man is too terrifying. How is it possible for a late immortal emperor to kill a late immortal venerable with a single strike? What a terrifying bastard! Even though that expert was severely injured by the half-step sovereign, he was still a late immortal venerable expert. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It's impossible for him to be killed by an immortal emperor. Also, did you all see that? That expert didn't even have the chance to resist when he died. That Jiang Qin's speed is just too fast. Incredible. I can see the murderous energy that he unleashed instantly. Even a peak intermediate immortal venerable expert isn't a match for him. That bastard was severely injured by the half-step sovereign, which is why he died tragically in Jiang Qin's hands. He's indeed a monstrous genius who could destroy a great sovereign's restriction. His strength can't be measured by common sense. Heaven Sovereign's eyesight sure is sharp. Even the peerless geniuses of the immortal court can't be compared to him. Plus, this man is decisive and merciless. I have already spared that immortal venerable's life, but he still killed him. In the immortal world, only such a ferocious man can truly rise. No one could keep their calm anymore. The half-step sovereign elder's eyes were filled with surprise when he looked at Jiang Qin. If his attitude towards Jiang Qin wasn't very good in the beginning, everything had changed now. He even began to believe what Heaven's Sovereign had told him. Given the current situation that Heaven's Sovereign was facing, he was afraid that only a man like Jiang Qin could truly help Heaven's Sovereign. After killing the elder, Jiang Qin returned to his original spot, clasped his fists at the half-step sovereign and said, "Thank you for your help." Jiang Qin had always been a person who understood right from wrong. Since this person had taken the initiative to help him, it was only right for him to express his gratitude. More importantly, Jiang Qin didn't sense any malice from this quasi-emperor, and there wasn't any greed in his eyes. Jiang Qin's perception was very sharp. If this half-emperor was helping him out of other intentions, Jiang Qin would definitely be able to sense it. Jiang Qin could also sense that this half-emperor had no ill intentions towards him. "Your name is Jiang Qin, right?" the gray-robed elder asked with a smile. "Exactly." Jiang Qin nodded. Jiang Qin was not surprised that the elder knew his name. Previously, when he spoke to the northern and southern dynasties, the elder had called out his name more than once, so it was normal for others to know his name. "I'm Han Feng from the immortal court of the Fengqi immortal domain. May I have a word with you, little brother?" Han Feng's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he became extremely cautious. "Oh." Jiang Qin was stunned and couldn't help but frown. He carefully observed this elder and was sure that this was his first time seeing Han Feng. He only knew one half-step sovereign in the immortal world, and that was Jiang Qin. Not to mention that Han Feng was from the immortal court of Fengqi immortal domain. Jiang Qin didn't think that he had any connection with the immortal court of Fengqi immortal domain. Seeing that Jiang Qin didn't object to it, Han Feng waved his hand and struck out a ray of light, forming a layer of protective barrier that surrounded him and Jiang Qin. This barrier was equivalent to a small-scale restriction set up by a half-step sovereign expert, completely isolating them from the outside world. It was impossible for outsiders to see what was happening inside. "Elder Han, I don't think we know each other, right?" asked Jiang Qin. He still couldn't sense the slightest malice from the other party. This was the reason why Jiang Qin was still willing to stand here. Besides, Jiang Qin also wanted to see what the other party was going to do. He could tell that the other party was looking for him for some secret. "Little brother, I won't hide it from you. I was entrusted by Heaven's Sovereign to look for a person who can transform into a dragon. I didn't expect to meet one here today. Furthermore, I'm amazed by your performance." "Heaven's Sovereign's eyesight is indeed very sharp," said Han Feng. He had to get straight to the point with Jiang Qin. He could see that Jiang Qin was a very astute figure. It was best to get straight to the point in front of such a person. First of all, he had to make the other party remove his vigilance against him. "Who's Heaven's Sovereign?" "I don't think I know him," asked Jiang Qin. He was very puzzled. Since the other party addressed him as Heaven's Sovereign, it was enough to show how terrifying this Heaven's Sovereign was. At the very least, he must be a true great sovereign. Otherwise, how could he command a half-step sovereign expert? Heaven's Sovereign is the sovereign lord of our immortal court. He has just returned to the immortal court not long ago. By the way, Heaven's Sovereign said that you will understand when you see this thing," said Han Feng, taking out an item from his hand. A huge ruler glittering with radiance appeared in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's facial expression changed dramatically the moment he saw the ruler. "Myriad Stars Ruler." Jiang Qin almost exclaimed. He couldn't be more familiar with this ruler. It was Nangong Wentian's combat weapon, the Myriad Stars Ruler. Previously, when he returned to Saint Origin World to kill Jun Tianqiu, he learned that his father and Nangong Wentian had ascended to the immortal world. Nangong Wentian had ascended even earlier than him. Jiang Chen had found his father, Jiang Zhenhai, and planned to inquire about Nangong Wentian's whereabouts. He didn't expect to see the Myriad Stars ruler here. Han Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Jiang Chen really knew about the Myriad Stars ruler. Why is the Myriad Stars ruler in your hands? What's the relationship between Anan and Heaven Sovereign? Asked Jiang Chen hastily. He was very excited. Nangong Wentian was the only one he didn't know of among his life and death brothers. Now that he had news of Nangong Wentian, he couldn't help but feel excited. Brother Jiang, Nangong Wentian is our Heaven Sovereign, said Han Feng. What? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. He staggered and almost fainted. Nangong Wentian is Heaven Sovereign. Isn't this too fucking ridiculous? However, Jiang Chen nodded silently. Back when Nangong Wentian cultivated the 10,000 everlasting elephants, Jiang Chen had already sensed the extraordinariness of this cultivation technique. It allowed Nangong Wentian to cultivate the power of the desolate ancient elephant, but he didn't expect Nangong Wentian to have such an extraordinary origin. He was actually the reincarnation of Heaven Sovereign. Chapter 1824. That's right. In the past, Heaven Sovereign had fused with the divine spirit of the desolate ancient elephant in order to break through to a higher realm, but he failed in the end and had no choice but to reincarnate. Although he has returned, the immortal court is no longer the same as before. Although Heaven Sovereign is still the sovereign lord on the surface, he is actually in a very dangerous situation. There are some things that I believe you should understand. There are naturally people in the immortal court who don't want Heaven Sovereign to return. Heaven Sovereign said that in this world, only you can help him. Heaven Sovereign can't leave the immortal court now. Once he leaves the immortal court, I'm afraid that his life will be in danger. Han Feng said. Although there were many things that he didn't say clearly, Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. Given his intelligence, he had already understood everything. As the saying goes, when people leave, the tea cools down. Things remain the same, but people have changed. The former Heaven Sovereign was no longer the famous Sovereign Lord. As the supreme ruler of an immortal domain, the Sovereign Lord had supreme authority. Who wouldn't want such authority? Now that Heaven Sovereign had suddenly returned after such a long time, there would naturally be people who weren't happy about it. Jiang Chen knew that Nangong Wentian must have fallen into a very difficult and dangerous situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent people to look for Jiang Chen. The fact that Nangong Wentian specifically looked for Jiang Chen showed his trust in Jiang Chen. Similarly, to Nangong Wentian, the only person he could trust in the immortal world and had the ability to help him was Jiang Chen. Nan and I are life and death brothers. It doesn't matter if he is Nangong Wentian or the current Heaven Sovereign. This is something that can't be changed. When my brother is in trouble, Jiang Chen naturally can't just stand by and watch. However, given my current strength, I don't think I can be of much help. May I know what Elder Han wants me to do? Jiang Chen asked. After seeing the Myriad Star ruler, his grudge against Han Feng was completely gone. Now that Nangong Wentian needed him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. In this world, there was nothing that could scare Jiang Chen, not even the high and mighty immortal court. If I take you to the immortal court directly, it will definitely attract the attention of others. The current immortal court is different from the past. Almost all the major powers are under the control of Star Sovereign, but Heaven Sovereign still has a say in the matter. After I return, I will ask Heaven Sovereign to issue an order. A month later, the Immortal Court will hold a selection competition for the young generation of Fengqi Immortal Domain. Given your strength, it won't be a problem for you to enter the Immortal Court through the competition. When you become a disciple of the Immortal Court, you won't arouse Brother Xing's suspicion. When you arrive at the Immortal Court, you can meet Heaven Sovereign. Han Feng said. It seemed that he and the Sky Emperor had already thought of everything. 1 month. All right, I will definitely go to the competition on time. Jiang Qin nodded. If it wasn't for Nangong Wendian, he wouldn't even bother to participate in the selection competition, but the situation was different now. He had to go to the Immortal Court to help Nangong Wendian. 1 month was just the right time for him to visit Fengqi Immortal Domain. Then it's a deal. Heaven's Sovereign and I will be waiting for you in the Immortal Court. Han Feng kept the myriad star ruler and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. He heaved a sigh of relief as he had finally completed the task given to him by Heaven's Sovereign. Hong Long. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard from the outside. Han Feng hastily removed the protective barrier. Jiang Chen saw an extremely strong wave of qi rushing out from Nan Bei Chao's body. His body was glowing with boundless light. That was the light of an emperor, high and mighty. No one dared to offend him or blaspheme him. Not good. The northern and southern dynasties have completed the integration of the bodies of the great sovereigns. Jiang Chen had a bad feeling. He didn't expect that the northern and southern dynasties would integrate so quickly. At this moment, the throne that Nanbei Chao was sitting on had vanished. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His qi kept rising. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of late immortal venerable realm. He was only a step away from the half-step sovereign realm, and it seemed like he could step into that realm at any time. More importantly, the northern and southern dynasties had completed the initial integration with the bodies of the great sovereigns. Their progress in the future would be very fast. There wouldn't be any bottleneck in their cultivation. Today, they were at the peak of immortal venerable realm. Tomorrow, they would advance to the half-step sovereign realm. The rise of the northern and southern dynasties was unstoppable. Ha! Monarch sword. The northern and southern dynasties laughed wildly. With a stretch of his hand, the monarch sword that was fighting with the immortal burying coffin flew into the hands of the northern and southern dynasties as though it was being summoned. The monarch sword danced in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties joyfully. In this world, only the northern and southern dynasties had the ability to control the monarch sword. What a powerful wave of qi! Great Sovereign Batian has come back to life. This is too terrifying. Will he kill us? With the monarch sword in hand, we can annihilate everything. Who can stop us? Everyone's face darkened. The northern and southern dynasties were just too powerful. Although they were only at the peak of immortal venerable realm, even Han Feng couldn't resist the powerful qi that they exuded. Ha! Under the heavens, who can stop me, Nanbei Chao? Jiang Qin, today is the day you die. And you lowly ants, how dare you step into my forbidden area? That's a humiliation to me. All of you will die today, none of you will be able to live. The northern and southern dynasties had gone berserk. They had been waiting for this day for too long. Now that their wish had finally been fulfilled, they were determined to start a massacre to establish their prestige as the monarch emperor. Not good. This bastard is a killing maniac. He's going to kill all of us. The return of great Sovereign Batian is unstoppable. Let's go now, or we'll all die here. Everyone began to panic. How would they dare to stay any longer? Each and every one of them pushed their speed to the limit, fearing that they would slow down. Han Feng wanted to leave too, but was stopped by Jiang Qin. He knew the northern and southern dynasties too well. Now that the northern and southern dynasties had gained the upper hand, they would certainly turn into killing maniacs. Anyone who tried to leave first would die first. Although Han Feng was a half-step sovereign, he would still be killed by the monarch sword. Ha! You have profaned my prestige. Do you still want to leave? Sure enough, Nanbei Chao made his move when he saw those people trying to escape. The monarch's sword in his hand turned into the noblest sword in the heaven and earth. Nanbei Chao casually slashed out cold and sharp sword light. Each of the sword light was a deadly weapon. Its speed was extremely fast, catching up to everyone in a flash. Arg! Chapter 1825. Han Feng's face turned somewhat unsightly. The reincarnation of Great Sovereign Batian was just too terrifying. He could kill so many immortal venerables with a wave of his hand. He could see that given the strength of the northern and southern dynasties, even if he attacked them personally, he would be killed instantly by them. Even if he didn't use the monarch sword, he would still die tragically in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. However, when Han Feng saw the calm face of Jiang Qin beside him, he couldn't help but raise his thumb to Jiang Qin inwardly. He was a dignified half-step sovereign, but his temperament wasn't even comparable to that of a young immortal emperor. The fact that Jiang Qin could still maintain his composure under such a situation showed that Jiang Qin was destined to be a powerful figure. After killing those immortal venerables, the northern and southern dynasties shifted their gaze to Jiang Qin once more. The corner of his mouth was wearing a grim smile. His killing intent soared to the sky. His powerful aura locked onto Jiang Qin and Han Feng. Jiang Qin, I've said it before. You're no match for me. You'll die in my hands sooner or later. Now that I've gained enough power, you're just an ant in front of me. I can crush you to death with just a finger. What else do you have to say? Jiang Qin said coldly. The arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties was boundless. At this moment, he truly didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes. In his point of view, Jiang Qin had already become a turtle in a jar. There was no way that Jiang Qin could escape from his hands unless there was a miracle. Is that so? You should have thought that there would be an accident every time. Jiang Qin's face was still as indifferent as ever. Hearing this, the faces of the northern and southern dynasties that were laughing wildly suddenly became ferocious. Jiang Qin's words were like a knife stabbing into his heart, because Jiang Qin's words were not wrong. Whether it was in the mortal world or the immortal world, every time he was certain to defeat Jiang Qin, a miracle would happen in the end and change the outcome. Originally, he had the upper hand, but in the end, he became the unlucky one. Therefore, even though the northern and southern dynasties were certain that they had Jiang Qin in their grasp, the uneasiness in their hearts still surfaced. Jiang Qin, I want to see what kind of miracle will happen today. The northern and southern dynasties clenched their teeth. Their killing intent grew thicker and thicker. They had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Brother Jiang, I'll hold him off first. You should leave quickly. The celestial sovereign still needs your help. Even if I have to risk this old life of mine today, I'll ensure your safety. With a sway of his body, Han Feng appeared in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin nodded to himself. He had a good impression of Han Feng. No matter what, Han Feng was very loyal to Nangong Wendian. In order to help Nangong Wendian, Han Feng was willing to sacrifice his life. Old man, since you're courting death, I'll kill you first. The northern and southern dynasties said and slashed at Han Feng with the monarch sword. Rumble. At this moment, the immortal burying coffin moved. The huge ancient coffin blocked in front of Han Feng. When the indestructible monarch sword slashed at the immortal burying coffin, it produced a clanging sound and a lot of sparks. However, no matter how powerful the monarch sword was, it could not leave any mark on the immortal burying coffin. Great Sovereign Batian was powerful, but he was still inferior to the ancient Great Sovereign Zongxian. In a sense, the reputation of the monarch sword was a level lower than that of the immortal burying coffin. Damn the immortal burying coffin and Empress Nine. I'll kill Jiang Qin and that old man first, then I'll deal with you. The northern and southern dynasties said angrily. He used his will to block the immortal burying coffin with the monarch sword, then attacked with his own body. The terrifying hand of heaven shrouded Han Feng and Jiang Qin in an instant. He wanted to kill them with a single strike. So powerful. Han Feng's countenance was incomparably unsightly. He could sense how terrifying the hand of the heavens was. Right now, all his aura had been locked onto by the hand of the heavens. This was a power akin to a towering mountain. With Han Feng's character, even if he unleashed his full strength, the only path left for him was death. Bang! At the most critical moment, the immortal burying coffin stirred again. The heavy coffin lid was lifted, and a beautiful woman in snow-white clothes walked out. After she came out, she waved her hand and struck out. The palm was as huge as the hand of heaven. It was as translucent as jade and looked like an ice sculpture. The entire void was about to be frozen by the icy qi emitted from the huge palm. Hong Long. The hand of heaven and the hand of ice collided fiercely, tearing the entire internal space apart. Terrifying airwaves spread out as if the end of the world had arrived. Xiao Yu. Jiang Qin cried out in surprise when he saw Yan Qinyu again. He couldn't conceal the excitement in his heart. It was the first time they met each other since they parted ways in Saint Origin World. Yan Qinyu turned to look at Jiang Qin. Her cold face revealed a trace of a smile when she saw Jiang Qin. She stuck her tongue out at Jiang Qin and said, "Brother Qin." Jiang Qin almost burst into tears when he heard the word "Brother Qin." To be honest, he had been worrying whether it would be Yan Qinyu or Empress Nine Yin who would wake up. But now, it seemed that all his worries were unnecessary. Empress Nine Yin was dead after all, and Yan Qinyu was just a reincarnated body. Just like the northern and southern dynasties, after he merged with the body of great sovereign Badian, the essence of his body was still that of the northern and southern dynasties. It was just that he had some memories of his past life. The ones who were truly in control were the northern and southern dynasties. It was the same for Yan Qinyu and Empress Nine Yin. Yan Qinyu was the new empress while Empress Nine Yin had become the past. In other words, Yan Qinyu was the new Empress Nine Yin. She had the cold personality of Empress Nine Yin, but her deep affection for Jiang Qin would never change. It was this affection that made Yan Qinyu the master of the body. Han Feng was dumbfounded. The awakened Empress Nine Yin was actually Jiang Qin's lover. At this moment, he finally understood why Jiang Qin would risk his life to enter the altar to help Empress Nine Yin snatch the Nine Yin profound heart. The woman in snow-white clothes in front of him was too beautiful. Her beauty was somewhat dazzling. Even with Han Feng's composure, he didn't dare to look straight at her peerless face. Even Jiang Qin had to admit that Yan Qinyu was truly beautiful, especially now that she had merged with the body of her past life. Her body carried the majesty of a supreme great sovereign. Every move she made was like an empress. No one would dare to have the slightest blasphemous thought towards her. The current Yan Qinyu's cultivation base was equivalent to the northern and southern dynasties, peak immortal venerable realm. Judging from the qi radiating from her body, she wasn't any weaker than the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties had the monarch sword in hand, and Yan Qinyu had the immortal burying coffin. Chapter 1826. Sometimes, everything was arranged by fate. Empress Nine Yin and great sovereign Badian were enemies in their previous life. In the end, both sides perished together. In this life, Yan Qinyu and the northern and southern dynasties were the same. Since the beginning of Saint Origin World, the northern and southern dynasties were the enemies of Jiang Qin. Yan Qinyu wasn't surprised at all. Right now, Nanbei Chao and Yan Qinyu were staring at each other. Both of them believed that this was the arrangement of fate. The grudges and enmity between the past and the present life were destined to have a battle of life and death. It seemed like the battle of the Monarch Mountain was about to happen again. Everything had its own destiny. This was the destiny of Empress Nine and Great Sovereign Batian. However, there were certain variables in all destinies. To these two great sovereigns, Jiang Qin was the biggest variable. Perhaps in the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties, killing Jiang Qin was more important than killing Empress Nine. He wasn't afraid of the newly awakened empress, but he was afraid of the continuously growing Jiang Qin. The two old enemies of the previous life and this life were now standing here, making it impossible for the northern and southern dynasties to take a step back. If he didn't kill Jiang Qin, his heart would never be at ease. Empress Nine, we'll settle the score between us later. Step aside now. I'll kill Jiang Qin first, then I'll settle the score with you. The northern and southern dynasties said to Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu's face was cold. She didn't care about the northern and southern dynasties at all. Instead, she turned to Jiang Qin and said with a smile, "Big brother Qin, you guys step back first." To Yan Qinyu, this was a moment of happiness. All along, she was most afraid of becoming Jiang Qin's burden. All along, it was Jiang Qin who stood up for her. All along, she could only live a happy life in Jiang Qin's arms. However, that kind of happiness couldn't be compared to the happiness she was feeling now. Finally, Yan Qinyu was able to do something for Jiang Qin. Today, it was her turn to protect her big brother Qin Qin. This day, she had been dreaming about it even in her dreams. Okay, be careful. Jiang Qin nodded his head and retreated with Han Feng. How could he not understand Yan Qinyu's feelings? He also understood her happiness. Moreover, being able to personally witness Yan Qinyu's rise, Jiang Qin's heart was indescribably happy. That kind of feeling was something that others could not understand. Along the way, he and Yan Qinyu had gone through many trials and tribulations. That kind of emotional foundation was not something that others could imagine. Brother Jiang, I admire you. Han Feng wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and gave a thumbs up to Jiang Qin. The fact that Empress Nine was so infatuated with him was enough for any man in the heavens and earth to prostrate themselves before him. Of course, a man who could make Empress Nine fall in love with him must have his own charisma. Han Feng now admired and felt grateful towards Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, he was afraid that he would have already died under the swords of the northern and southern dynasties. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin who stopped him, he would have fled for his life like those immortal venerables. The consequences were imaginable. Empress Nine, since you are meddling in other people's business, let's have a great battle. I wasn't able to kill you in the past. Today, let's settle our old grudge. The northern and southern dynasties sheathed their monarch swords. Their bodies emitted the supreme monarch qi. He and Yan Qinyu were enemies in both their previous and current lives. Now that they had awakened at the same time, it could be considered as the arrangement of fate. Therefore, a battle was inevitable. Yan Qinyu also sheathed the immortal burying coffin. She and the northern and southern dynasties knew very well that even if both sides used their monarch weapons, they wouldn't be able to win. Therefore, they might as well sheath their monarch weapons and have a real battle. Hong Long. The northern and southern dynasties took the initiative to attack. They stretched out their huge palms, unleashing a terrifying hand of heaven that seemed to tear the sky apart. Carrying boundless power and lethality, they grabbed at Yan Qinyu. Ice seal. Yan Qinyu snorted lightly. She raised her jade-like hand and shot out an icy light. As soon as the icy light appeared, it turned into a world of ice and collided with Nanbei Chao's hand of heaven. Along with a cracking sound, the seemingly invincible palm was frozen and stopped in midair. Even the destructive energy was frozen along with it. A powerful 9-yin body was no joke. Moreover, after Yen Qinyu obtained the heart of 9-yin, she had also cultivated the heart of Ice God. With the fusion of the two bodies, Yen Qinyu had more potential than the previous Empress 9-yin. Apart from being the reincarnation of Empress 9-yin, she was also the inheritor of the Ice God. In other words, the reborn Yen Qinyu was destined to surpass the previous Empress 9-yin in the future. So powerful. Han Feng sighed. Although he was a half-step sovereign, he understood that he wasn't on the same level as the two in front of him. Both of them had powerful foundations and had fused with the bodies of great sovereigns. They weren't people that a second-rate half-step sovereign like him could compare to. I am the Emperor. The northern and southern dynasties moved again. Yang Yu's body began to transform. He unleashed the Emperor Heaven art to the extreme. At this moment, his body grew 10 zhang tall, making him look like a god of war. His golden robe was fluttering, and his body was covered in a dazzling golden light. He had turned into a true emperor. This kind of emperor was truly high and mighty. He was the emperor of the heavens and earth. An ordinary emperor couldn't be compared to him. Compared to the current northern and southern dynasties, Yang Yu's emperor's qi was like that of a beggar's. Wisdom King's fist. A loud bang was heard. After Nanbei Chao transformed into his monarch body, he struck out a powerful Wisdom King fist. The huge fist seemed to be able to pierce through the entire world, almost breaking the entire space. That golden fist was like a huge mountain. It had locked all of Yen Qinyu's qi activity and arrived in front of her in a blink of an eye. Rome wasn't built in a day. Profound Yin palm. Facing the powerful Wisdom King's fist, Yen Qinyu showed no signs of fear. She turned into the Ice Goddess. The cold qi emitted from her body almost froze the entire space. Suddenly, she struck out with her palm. An ice-cold palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A cold vortex could be seen in the center of her palm. It was even bigger than the Wisdom King's fist. Rumble. The Wisdom King fist and the Dark Yin palm collided with each other. This time, the heaven and earth shook. Fortunately, this deep layer of space was created by Great Emperor Badian. Otherwise, this strike would have smashed the space into pieces. It wouldn't have been a problem. Even so, the space trembled violently. Cracking sounds could be heard in the surroundings. Cracks appeared on the spatial barrier. If this continued, the entire space would be destroyed sooner or later. Chapter 1827. The space was completely agitated. There was a feeling that the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking. The void was torn into pieces. The might of the collision between the Wisdom King fist and the Dark Yin palm was not something an ordinary person could imagine. Han Feng's face turned extremely unsightly. Looking at the visual impact of the collapse of the sky and the collapse of the earth, for the first time, he felt that a half-step emperor was nothing. As a matter of fact, a half-step sovereign living in the immortal court wouldn't have a high status. What's going on? Why do I feel that the entire spatial zone is shaking? It's like a powerful impact has happened in the deep layer of the spatial zone. That's right. It seems like there are supreme experts fighting. Should we go and have a look? It's better not to. Such a commotion isn't something we can imagine. We'd better continue to search for treasures. What if we get caught in the crossfire? Who can we blame? The collision in the deep layer of the spatial zone had attracted the attention of those outside. Countless people's facial expression changed, trying to guess what was happening inside. Many experts began to fly towards the deep layer of the spatial zone, but most of them didn't act rashly. In the remains of a great sovereign, staying alive was always the most important thing. It would be best if they could get some treasures. Even if they couldn't afford to lose their lives here. The battle between supreme experts couldn't be too close to each other. A slight carelessness would cause one to be caught in the crossfire. If one's strength was slightly weaker, the chi waves emitted by the opponent might take one's life. Wouldn't that be a great loss? In the deep layer of the spatial zone, the northern and southern dynasties were still fighting fiercely with Yan Qinyu. One had the innate nine-yin physique, supported by the heart of ice god, and the other had the monarch heaven art to the extreme. The power of the monarch heaven art was unimaginable. Even Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh. The current northern and southern dynasties were really powerful. Even though he had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, he would still die if he fought the northern and southern dynasties. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to make a single move. Even if he used the Great Void technique, he still wouldn't be able to escape. The only thing he could rely on was the Zulong Tower. Moreover, the northern and southern dynasties had the Eye of Illusion, which could see through everything. Just like when he was in Golden Horizon, even if he hid in the Zulong Tower, he still wouldn't be able to escape from the senses of the northern and southern dynasties. The final outcome would only be a tragedy. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The growing strength of the northern and southern dynasties had made him somewhat worried and pressured. He was almost sure that it was impossible for Yan Qinyu to eliminate the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen must improve his strength as soon as possible to shorten the gap between him and the northern and dynasty. The divine body of a great emperor can crush everything. The northern and southern dynasties seemed to be enraged. Their bodies grew taller once again, as if they had turned into an ancient giant. This was their most powerful killer move. The Eye of Illusion flickered constantly. This time, they didn't use any powerful moves. Instead, they directly charged towards Yan Qinyu with their huge bodies. They were like a huge golden mountain, rampaging forward. The power of this collision was unimaginable to ordinary people. Wherever the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties passed, the void would instantly explode. That was the impact of the powerful energy. Ice God's body, Nine-Yin River. Yan Qinyu no longer held back. She displayed her most powerful killer move. Her body began to transform, turning into a huge ice sculpture, the ice sculpture of a fairy. The fairy moved. 9 ice rivers rushed out from her body, carrying an endless cold aura. That was the powerful Nine-Yin River, which was stimulated by the Nine-Yin profound heart. It was incomparably terrifying. The body of a great emperor and the body of a Nine-Yin collided fiercely. This was the most powerful killer move, the most powerful attack of both of them. After this one attack, the winner would definitely be decided. The result of this battle would also be revealed in this collision. Rumble, the collision of the bodies of the great emperors was like the collision of two planets. Ice fragments flew everywhere, golden light filled the air, and destructive aura filled the air. The void began to collapse, and the space began to crack. Go! Jiang Chen and Han Feng's facial expression changed dramatically. However, both of them reacted very quickly. They immediately turned into two phantoms and disappeared. After they left, the place where they were previously at immediately collapsed, turning into a world of chaos. Rumble, the sound of the explosion continued. The space had completely collapsed. With the northern and southern dynasties and Yan Qinyu as the center, the destructive energy spread out, hitting the entire space at an unimaginable speed. Arg! Just as a few immortal venerables touched the deep layer of the space collapsed all of a sudden. Powerful energy rushed towards them. Despite their fast reaction speed, they were still hit by the energy. Each of them let out a blood-curdling scream. Some of them had weak cultivation base, and died on the spot. Even the late immortal venerable old ancestor was severely injured. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth, which was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. "Run!" someone yelled. They had no idea what was happening in front of them, but the dangerous qi was very clear to them. Without the slightest hesitation, they began to run for their lives. Sometimes, there was a price to pay for watching a show. Many of them were attracted by the tremors just now, but they didn't expect that doomsday would come. Wah! Not just them, everyone in the remains was shaken. Even those with weaker strength who were far away from the remains were affected by the tremors, causing them to spurt out blood. It was an injury that came from the depth of their soul. There was no way to avoid it. What happened? Could there be a battle between great sovereigns? The impact was too powerful. The destructive power was too great. What exactly happened inside? Not good. The spatial zone is collapsing. This remains is going to be destroyed soon. We have to leave now. Go. 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 It's too late. For a moment, everyone was panicking, and the entire space was in chaos. Countless people were panicking, because the final collision between Yan Qinyu and Nan Bei Chao had shattered the deep layer of space that supported the entire inheritance, causing it to collapse bit by bit. This was extremely dangerous. The collapse of the great sovereign spatial zone would bring about a destructive doomsday. At this time, no one had the mood to search for treasures or study what was happening inside. Even the immortal venerables who were too close to the deep layer of the spatial zone had died, let alone them. Whoosh! Countless silhouettes began to flee through the spatial passageways, fearing that they would be a step slower. At this moment, nothing was more important than staying alive. Chapter 1828. Countless figures fled in all directions. Yan Qinyu and the northern and southern dynasties were completely immersed in the chaotic battlefield. No one could see what was happening inside. Jiang Chen and Han Feng kept flashing through the cracks of the space, looking towards the center of the battlefield. For them, the collapse of the space didn't affect them too much. Han Feng was a half-step emperor expert who had almost comprehended the supreme great emperor's law. His control of the power of space was extremely exquisite. It was normal for him to walk through the cracks of the space. Even if the space collapsed, he could still get out. As for Jiang Chen, it was even more different. The Great Void technique had given him the ability to walk through the turbulent space. Brother Jiang Chen, who do you think will win? Han Feng asked with a worried look on his face. He naturally hoped that Yan Qinyu would win. After all, he and Yan Qinyu were now on the same side. With their strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to determine who will win. Jiang Qin shook his head. Great Emperor Badian and Empress Nine Yin were equally powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up in mutual destruction. Now, the northern and southern dynasties had awakened at almost the same time as Yan Qinyu. Their cultivation was also equal, and their means were extremely terrifying. Therefore, according to Jiang Chen's estimation, it would be extremely difficult for the two of them to determine a winner under such circumstances. In the center of the battlefield, the violent aura was still raging. Yan Qinyu and Nan Bei Chao had already returned to their original appearances. However, their conditions weren't very good. Their aura was chaotic, and there were some cracks on their bodies. Both of them were coughing out blood from their mouths. It was easy to tell that this collision didn't determine the winner or loser. Instead, both of them were injured. Empress Nine Yin, I'll remember what happened today. The next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Jiang Chen, consider yourself lucky today. The northern and southern dynasties left these words and disappeared in a flash. Yan Qinyu did not chase after the northern and southern dynasties. She knew that it would be useless even if she caught up to them. With her current strength, it was almost impossible for her to kill the northern and southern dynasties. Moreover, she was severely injured just like the northern and southern dynasties. She needed some time to recover. "Xiao Yu, are you all right?" Jiang Qin flew over and asked with great concern. Seeing that Yan Qinyu was injured, Jiang Chen's heart ached. "It's not a big deal, but my physical body is seriously injured. I've only fused with the body of a great sovereign, but I need some time to recover," said Yan Qinyu. This kind of injury was not small, but it was not enough to cause any serious damage to Yan Qinyu. The northern and southern dynasties are now in a stalemate. For eastern Xuanyu, it might be a disaster. Jiang Chen looked at the direction where the northern and southern dynasties disappeared. The ones who benefited the most from this trip to the Monarch Mountain were undoubtedly the northern and southern dynasties. Of course, Yan Qinyu was also one of them. The northern and southern dynasties suffered the same injuries as me. He won't come out now. He'll definitely find a secret place to recover his body. He won't come out anytime soon. So, we don't have to worry about him for now," said Yan Qinyu. No one knew the situation of the northern and southern dynasties better than her. "Empress, the space here is about to collapse. Let's leave as soon as possible," said Han Feng. The three of them left the great sovereign space in a flash. The famous Monarch Mountain in the central region had completely collapsed on this day. The mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely destroyed and turned into ruins. The towering mountain peak was about to collapse. The Monarch Mountain was destined to become a part of history. It would cease to exist from now on. Jiang Chen, Yan Qinyu, and Yan Qinyu came to a place where no one was around. Yan Qinyu and Jiang Qin looked into each other's eyes, their gazes filled with love. Han Feng took the initiative and walked to the side, giving this young couple who hadn't seen each other for a long time some privacy. "Big brother Qin, we can finally be together." Yan Qinyu laid on Jiang Chen's chest. Being able to lean on this man's chest was the happiest thing that had happened in her life. "That's right. When the matters in the immortal world are settled, we'll get married," Jiang Chen said with a smile. These days, Jiang Chen had been inquiring about Yan Qinyu's whereabouts. Ever since they parted ways with the immortal burying coffin in the ancient tomb, Jiang Chen had a knot in his heart. Now that the dark clouds had been dispelled, the stone in his heart was finally lifted. Without a doubt, Yan Qinyu was one of the most important people in his life. Back when they were in Red City, they had already established their feelings for each other. Now that they had come this far, he couldn't help but sigh at the ups and downs they had gone through. However, the road ahead wasn't over yet. The road ahead was still full of obstacles. Jiang Chen told Yan Qinyu everything that had happened in the immortal world. Most of it was about his group of people, including Wu Ningzhu, Han Yan, Tyrant, Long Shisan, Jiang Zhenhai and Nangong Wendian. Yan Qinyu was shocked to hear that Nangong Wendian was actually the reincarnation of a sovereign lord. "Brother Jiang Qin, the matters here have come to an end. I'll be returning to the immortal court to report to Heaven Sovereign. Don't forget our agreement. You must come to the immortal court selection competition in a month's time," Han Feng said to Jiang Qin. "Don't worry, old Han. I'll definitely help on An. I'll be returning to ethereal immortal domain in a month's time," Jiang Qin said. Even if Han Feng didn't mention Nangong Wendian's matter, Jiang Qin wouldn't stay out of it. This matter was related to his life and death brother. Jiang Qin would never shirk his duty. "All right, I'll be waiting for you in the immortal court." After saying that, Han Feng left in a flash. He believed that given Jiang Chen's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to stand out in the selection competition. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength and miraculousness. Not to mention the major powers of Fengqi immortal domain, even among the geniuses of the immortal court, only a few of them could be a match for him. After Han Feng left, Jiang Qin flew towards Feng Luo sect with Yan Qinyu. Jiang Zhenhai was still in Feng Luo sect. Now that Yan Qinyu had been found, he had to go and see his father first. "Brother Qin, what's your plan after meeting Dad?" asked Yan Qinyu. "I'm going back. I've been out for quite a long time. Before I left the mess in ethereal immortal domain to Monkey. I don't know what's going on now. I have to go back and have a look." Chapter 1829. Jiang Chen had come to Fengqi immortal domain in search of Jiang Zhenhai, but he didn't expect that he would be delayed for such a long time. He also didn't expect that so many things had happened. Currently, Jiang Chen was most worried about the situation in ethereal immortal domain. However, this trip to Fengqi immortal domain could be said to be fruitful. Not only did he rescue Jiang Zhenhai, he had also reunited with Yan Qinyu and obtained the news of Nangong Wendian. Most importantly, his cultivation base had advanced by 2 levels and the condensing of the 50th floor of the Zulong Tower. All these benefits and luck were beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu flew all the way towards the direction of Feng Luo sect. Jiang Chen had already told Yan Qinyu about the relationship between him and Feng Luo sect. To him, Feng Luo sect was like Great Qian Empire in ethereal immortal domain. Everyone in Feng Luo sect was on his side. He had done a great favor for Feng Luo sect and saved Feng Huazi's life in the Monarch Mountain. To put it bluntly, the door of Feng Luo sect would always be open for him. After the collapse of the Monarch Mountain, Feng Huazi and the people of Feng Luo sect had already returned to Fengqi immortal domain. Everything that happened in the Monarch Mountain had stirred up the entire Fengqi immortal domain. Many people were talking about it, but no one knew why the spatial zone collapsed at the last moment, what caused the collapse of the Monarch Mountain and where the terrifying destructive energy came from. Seeing Jiang Chen's return, Feng Huazi immediately came forward to greet him. He knew that Jiang Chen's father was here and that Jiang Chen would certainly come back. In order to thank Jiang Chen for saving their lives, Feng Huazi and the higher-ups didn't rest at all and came out to greet Jiang Chen personally. "Brother Jiang Chen, are you all right?" Feng Huazi asked with concern. Immediately, he sensed the powerful qi radiating from Jiang Chen's body and found that Jiang Chen's cultivation base had advanced from early immortal emperor to late immortal emperor. Such a terrifying speed of advancement was truly astonishing, but it also showed that Jiang Chen had obtained tremendous benefits in the Monarch Mountain. "I'm fine." Jiang Chen smiled. "Brother Jiang, this is..." Feng Huazi looked at Yan Qinyu and felt that this girl was extremely beautiful. However, she was emitting a cold and inviolable qi, like a lotus in the snow. Even though he was the patriarch, he couldn't help but feel a trace of reverence in his heart. Feng Huazi couldn't help but be shocked. At his level, his senses were very sharp. His instinct told him that this girl wasn't simple. Moreover, her cultivation seemed to be higher than his. "This is my wife, Yan Qinyu." Jiang Qin chuckled. He liked to introduce his woman like this. "Ha, nice to meet you, Miss Yan." Feng Huazi laughed and secretly gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. A man's life would not be in vain if he could have such a woman as his companion. Yan Qinyu nodded in response. She didn't say anything else. "Sect Master, I'm going to see my father now. After that, I'll leave, but my father will stay here for the time being. I hope Sect Master can take good care of him." Jiang Chen spoke. He had decided to let his father stay in Feng Luo sect. Ethereal immortal domain was too chaotic now. He would be surrounded by enemies on all sides if he returned. Comparatively, the tranquil Feng Luo sect was the safest place. No matter how chaotic ethereal immortal domain was, they wouldn't be able to invade Feng Luo sect. Moreover, Jiang Qin had an appointment with Han Feng in a month. He would have to return sooner or later. At that time, he might have to use the identity of a disciple of Feng Luo sect to participate in the selection of the immortal court. Don't worry, brother Jiang. Just do what you need to do. Your father will definitely be a distinguished guest if he stays here, Feng Huazi assured. Feng Huazi promised. He couldn't wait for Jiang Zhenhai to stay here. Even a fool could see how great Jiang Chen's potential was. It would be a great thing for the entire Feng Luo sect if he could befriend Jiang Qin. He had been looking for an excuse to befriend Jiang Qin. If he could serve Jiang Chen's father well, they would be on the same side in the future. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Qin was willing to let his father stay here indicated that Jiang Qin didn't treat him as an outsider. In that case, Feng Huazi naturally couldn't let Jiang Qin down. In that case, many thanks. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at Feng Huazi and flew towards Jiang Zhenhai with Yan Qinyu. The place where Jiang Zhenhai was staying was the cultivation place of the Great Elder, Shen Ao, which was absolutely the most superior place in the entire Feng Luo sect. Jiang Zhenhai didn't stay idle. He had been in seclusion during the time when Jiang Qin was away. Through the events that had happened these days, Jiang Zhenhai had seen the immensity of the immortal world. He knew that strength was the most important thing here. He didn't want to be a burden to his son, so he focused all his attention on cultivation and strived for continuous progress. Jiang Zhenhai was sitting cross-legged on a boulder in the courtyard. Dense immortal qi was constantly pouring into his body. Upon sensing someone approaching, Jiang Zhenhai immediately stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes. Although his cultivation base wasn't high, his senses weren't weak. At least, he could sense someone approaching him. When he opened his eyes, Jiang Zhenhai immediately saw Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu. He was so surprised that he immediately stood up from his seat. Jiang Zhenhai almost burst into tears when he saw Yan Qinyu. They were family. They had always been worried about each other. Now that they could reunite here and see his son and daughter-in-law at the same time, Jiang Zhenhai had no reason to be unhappy. Greetings, father. Yan Qinyu bowed deeply to Jiang Zhenhai. As the reincarnation of the Empress, there weren't many people in this world who could receive such a bow from her, and Jiang Zhenhai was one of them. Good. Ha! That's great. Jiang Zhenhai didn't know what to say, so he just kept saying yes. Father, Xiao Yu and I are going back to ethereal immortal domain for a while. Stay here and cultivate. I'll be back in a month. It's safe for you to stay here. Jiang Qin said. He didn't want to waste a month's time. Moreover, the distance between Fengqi immortal domain and ethereal immortal domain was incomparably far. It would take some time for him to return. Hearing that Jiang Qin was going to leave, Jiang Zhenhai's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom, but he still nodded and agreed. Qin, you guys go ahead. I'll be fine here. Chapter 1830. Jiang Qin was well aware of the reason why Jiang Qin asked him to stay. He knew that it was for his own safety. Moreover, even if he followed Jiang Qin, he would only be a burden given his current strength. Jiang Qin would also have to take care of him, which was not what Jiang Qin wanted. After bidding farewell to Jiang Zhenhai, Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu embarked on their journey to the ethereal immortal domain. Their speed was extremely fast, at least much faster than when Jiang Qin arrived. Very quickly, they flew out of the boundary of the Fengqi immortal domain. The law of space flowed ceaselessly in the void, but it didn't hinder them in the slightest. Rumble. All of a sudden, the void in front of Jiang Qin exploded. A towering giant hand emerged. It was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it locked the surrounding void of 1,000 miles. The giant hand locked onto Jiang Chen's chi and lunged at him. Boom! 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 It was a simple strike, but it carried unparalleled murderous intent. It wasn't hard to imagine that the attacker wanted to kill Jiang Qin with a single strike. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. As for who wanted to kill him, he didn't even bother to guess, because there were too many people in the immortal world who wanted to kill him. Humph! Yan Qinyu harumphed coldly. With a wave of her hand, an icy ray shot out, shattering the gigantic hand. Although Yan Qinyu had suffered serious injuries, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even in her current state, she could still fight against an ordinary half-step sovereign. If she used the immortal burying coffin, she could easily kill a half-step sovereign. Not to mention that the person who attacked her in the dark had a cultivation base below a half-step sovereign, even though his killing intent soared to the sky. Moreover, Yan Qinyu's injuries were constantly recovering. With the fusion of the Nine profound heart and the heart of the ice god, her recovery speed was much faster than that of the northern and southern dynasties. Who is it? Come out! Jiang Qin shouted at the void. Jiang Qin, I've finally found you. Let's see where you can run this time. An incomparably deep voice rang out. Then, a middle-aged man with a majestic figure walked out. Waves of air rolled around the surface of his body, and the aura that he casually exuded showed his strength. When Jiang Qin saw this middle-aged man, his face immediately turned cold. This man wasn't unfamiliar to him at all. Venerable Xianfeng, Wang Xianfeng, a powerful peerless venerable who had half a foot into the half-step sovereign realm. Previously, he was on the same level as Xiao Wangqing. Of course, that was in the past. The current Xiao Wangqing had already left Wang Xianfeng in the dust. Wang Xianfeng. Jiang Qin called out the other party's name calmly. That's right, it's me, Jiang Qin. You've really made it hard for me to find you. Wang Xianfeng said Leng Leng. He didn't hide his killing intent towards Jiang Qin at all. He had always regretted that he couldn't kill Jiang Qin because of Xiao Wangqing. Your immortal court is really shameless. Aren't you afraid of Senior Zhao's revenge? Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. Revenge? Hee, if I kill you here today, who knows how you died? Who knows who killed you? Besides, don't you think you have taken Xiao Wangqing too seriously? In front of the immortal court, Xiao Wangqing is just an ant. Jiang Qin has offended the immortal court and desecrated the dignity of the immortal court. That's why he has to die. It's your fortune to die in my hands. Wang Xianfeng spoke aloud. Back then, Li Wangye and Xiao Wangqing had reached an agreement that the experts of the older generation couldn't deal with Jiang Qin. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin was still alive and growing stronger, while the geniuses of the immortal court had been killed. In order to prevent Jiang Qin from growing any further, Li Wangye had decided to kill Jiang Qin secretly. That was why he had sent Wang Xianfeng to eliminate Jiang Qin as soon as he found Jiang Qin's trace. Unfortunately, it was too late for Li Wangye to find Jiang Qin. Moreover, the timing wasn't good. Coming out to kill Jiang Qin now was no different than courting death. If Li Wangye knew that the person standing beside Jiang Qin was Empress Nine, he was afraid that he wouldn't even dare to let out a fart. Wang Xianfeng, ignorance is very scary. It's a pity that you didn't bring your brain with you. Jiang Qin shook his head. Since Wang Xianfeng was here, Jiang Qin would not show any mercy. He would never give his enemies any chance, especially those who wanted to kill him. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Xianfeng. It's not good for a young man to be too arrogant. Although you have improved a lot during this period of time, you are still just an ant in front of me. Wang Xianfeng spoke in a condescending tone. What he said wasn't wrong. Although Jiang Chen had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm and had the strength to fight an ordinary late immortal venerable, there was still a huge gap between him and a peerless venerable like Wang Xianfeng. If they really fought, Jiang Chen would certainly not be a match for Wang Xianfeng. He could only run for his life, but it was different now. He didn't need to run or attack at all. Is that so? In my opinion, you are the ant, Yan Qinyu spoke. Yan Qinyu said. She wouldn't allow anyone to insult Jiang Qin. With just a few words, Yan Qinyu had sentenced Wang Xianfeng to death. Who are you? Only now did Wang Xianfeng notice the girl next to Jiang Qin. This was because Yan Qinyu had unleashed her aura. That aura made Wang Xianfeng's soul tremble. This caused his expression to become serious. He recalled the icy beam that destroyed his giant palm just now. That icy beam seemed to have been unleashed by this girl. I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Yan Qinyu said. She pointed her finger at Wang Xianfeng like a sword. An ice arrow was shot out with extreme speed. Even Wang Xianfeng only had time to react. Not good. Wang Xianfeng knew that he might have encountered a true expert today. He didn't have the time to think and dared not to be careless. He exerted all his strength to resist the attack. Hong Long. Wang Xianfeng's powerful defense was completely vulnerable in front of the ice arrow. It was penetrated in an instant. Wang Xianfeng was sent flying more than 30 meters away, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. How can she be so strong? Who are those people? She has the qi of a great sovereign on her. I can feel an indescribable pressure. Wang Xianfeng was shocked. He had never expected such a situation. He had already figured out all the details about Jiang Qin. Apart from Xiao Wangqing, there was no other expert beside Jiang Qin. But now, there was suddenly a mysterious girl who was even stronger than Xiao Wangqing. Chapter 1831. Wang Xianfeng was definitely a smart man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached this level of cultivation. Therefore, when he realized that something was wrong, he immediately chose to run away. In this world, nothing was more important than staying alive at a critical moment. Unfortunately, would Yan Qinyu spare his life? The answer was yes. Xiao Yu, don't let him run away. This man is a big trouble. Seeing that Wang Xianfeng was about to run away, Jiang Chen hurriedly said. Without Jiang Chen's reminder, Yan Qinyu had already moved. Yan Qinyu's thoughts were very simple. Anyone who wanted to kill Jiang Qin deserved to die, and they would die eventually. Yan Qinyu moved. Her body flashed, and she was like an arrow leaving the bow. In a blink of an eye, she caught up with Wang Xianfeng who was trying to run away. The horrifying cold air was like a cold ocean, covering the sky and the earth, directly forming a field of ice, covering Wang Xianfeng. Hiss! Wang Xianfeng gasped. He felt the fear that came from the bottom of his heart. That was the fear of death. At his level of cultivation, he would not be afraid of cold, but facing Yan Qinyu's cold air, he felt like his soul was going to be frozen. Puchi! Before Wang Xianfeng could resist, countless ice blades had already pierced through his body. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Wang Xianfeng, a peerless venerable, died tragically in this desolate and uninhabited void. Wang Xianfeng died. Facing Yan Qinyu, who was at the same level as him, the gap between them was huge. Even though Yan Qinyu was injured, it was still very easy for her to kill Wang Xianfeng. In front of Yan Qinyu, Wang Xianfeng couldn't even fight back, he could only wait for death. Only God knew how regretful Wang Xianfeng was before he died. He came here with full confidence to kill Jiang Qin, but he didn't expect that he would lose his life in the end. This was probably something that he couldn't even dream of. Wang Xianfeng could never imagine that this time, it would be his doomsday. If he knew that there was such a terrifying person following Jiang Qin, even if he was given 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare to come here alone to kill Jiang Qin. However, how could he blame others for this? If he didn't have murderous intentions, he wouldn't have ended up dead. This was fate. After killing Wang Xianfeng, Jiang Qin didn't feel excited at all. To him, Wang Xianfeng was nothing. Wang Xuanfeng's death was the beginning of the enmity between him and the immortal court. He wouldn't have a good time in the future. Chen Gij, looks like you've offended a lot of people. Yan Chenyu said mischievously. When have I ever had a lack of enemies? It seems like the immortal court really wants me dead. Although Senior Shao has some deterrence, if the immortal court is determined to kill me, I'm afraid that Shao Wangqing alone won't be enough. Wang Xianfeng is just one of the many people who want to kill me. I'm afraid that Radiant's Immortal Domain and Miluo Immortal Domain have also sent their experts to kill me, but they haven't met them yet. Now that Wang Xianfeng is dead, the Immortal Court will certainly not let this matter go. I'm going to have a hard time in the future. Jiang Qin shook his head and sighed. Although he hadn't been to the Immortal Court, he had some understanding of their style of doing things. As the supreme ruler of an immortal domain, nothing was more important to them than their dignity. Furthermore, the Immortal Court considered itself to be high and mighty and inviolable. Anyone who dared to go against the Immortal Court was destined to have a bad end. That's not a big deal. We have encountered many powerful enemies. In the end, we still trampled all of them under our feet. Brother Chen is a man of great fortune. Those who go against you won't have a good ending. The Immortal Court is no exception, said Jiang Qin. Yan Qinyu said. After fusing with the body of a great sovereign, Yan Qinyu became domineering. As Empress Nine, there was nothing in the heavens and earth that could make her feel afraid. If Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhang Xian were still here, the Immortal Court wouldn't stand a chance against them. Immortal Execution King could crush them with one finger. You're right. The stronger the enemy, the more it will stimulate my fighting spirit. If the enemy is too weak, what's the point of fighting? The three immortal courts had better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll make them pay the price. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated, and his domineering aura soared into the sky. In his mind, there was no such thing as fear. The stronger the enemy was, the more he would want to step on them. Every successful man had climbed to the top by stepping on piles of bones. Killing Wang Xianfeng was just a small interlude. Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu continued on their way. The ethereal immortal domain was more chaotic than Jiang Qin had imagined. During the period of time when Jiang Qin was away, a lot of major events had happened. Of course, the most important one was the son-in-law selection ceremony of Exquisite Paradise. On that day, Long Shersan had killed more than a dozen peerless geniuses of the Immortal Court in a row, making him famous and the leader of the young generation. However, Long Shersan's behavior had completely offended the Immortal Court. Given the Immortal Court's style of doing things, they would never let Long Shersan go. The Immortal Court was high and mighty. Normally, they wouldn't show up in the Immortal Domain, but recently, experts of the Immortal Court could be seen from time to time, causing the atmosphere of the entire Immortal Domain to become incomparably tense. Long Shersan had arrogantly declared that he would kill every genius of the Immortal Court that came. Long Shersan's arrogant declaration had undoubtedly infuriated the Immortal Court. Rumor had it that a Supreme Heaven genius was about to make a move. His cultivation base had already reached the mighty late immortal venerable realm. Such a genius was unimaginably powerful. Even peerless venerables weren't a match for him. Only a half-step sovereign could suppress him. It was also said that such an expert had already emerged and would challenge Longshan at any time. Apart from the matter of Longshan, there were other things happening in East Xuanyu. Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty had joined forces. It seemed that they were preparing to wage war against Great Qian Empire. Once the war broke out, the entire East Xuanyu would be alarmed. By then, the entire East Xuanyu would no longer be peaceful. Recently, more than one war had broken out at the border of the three empires. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. If this continued, the large-scale war between the three empires wouldn't be far away. Exquisite Paradise. The entire Exquisite Paradise was filled with a festive atmosphere. Despite the tense atmosphere in ethereal immortal domain, Exquisite Paradise was still behaving in such a cheerful manner. It was obvious that something joyous was about to happen. That's right. After the selection of son-in-law, Longshan would become the son-in-law of Exquisite Paradise, becoming a celebrity. Tomorrow would be the wedding day of Longshan and Lan Lingji. No matter what happened outside, Exquisite Paradise still had to hold a grand and magnificent wedding. Chapter 1832. In the center of Exquisite Paradise, there was an incomparably exquisite courtyard. At this moment, the place was filled with cheers and laughter. At the center of the courtyard was a round table made entirely of green jade. It looked extremely luxurious and beautiful. Longshan was clad in a bright red robe, looking incomparably festive. So was Lan Lingji beside him. The couple had already put on the bride's and groom's outfits. None of the people sitting around them were strangers. Han Yan, Tyrant, Yang Bufan, Yang Lang, Mo Wuqing, and Grandmaster Hao Ran were all acquaintances of Longshan and Jiang Qin. Because of Longshan's wedding, all of them had gathered here. The only one missing from this table was Jiang Qin. Han Yan and Tyrant were invited by Longshan. They knew that this was the most important day in Longshan's life. Therefore, they had to come even if they had to travel thousands of miles. Such a day only came once in a lifetime. As brothers, they would never miss it. Monkey, you look rather pretentious in this robe. Tyrant teased. Tyrant, why are your words so unpleasant? No wonder you can't find a wife. This robe is supposed to be worn tomorrow, but the few of you insisted on wearing it today, as though it's your wedding today. As Longshan spoke, he kept caressing his robe. Judging from his fondness for it, it didn't seem like he was forced to wear it. Monkey, you must be really lucky to find such a beautiful wife. You have just emerged from the rock not long ago, but your luck is already so infuriating. Han Yan didn't forget to provoke Longshan. Of course. Who asked Master Monkey to be so handsome and unrestrained? If the few of you had 1/10 of my charm, you would have had a group of wives and concubines by now. Dragon Shan said with a chuckle. This kind of person simply couldn't be praised. Once he was praised, he would immediately become arrogant. When he became narcissistic, he was absolutely invincible. Big Yellow wasn't here, so Dragon Shan was the narcissistic one. Ayaya, it hurts, let go. As soon as Longshan finished speaking, a jade-like hand landed on his ear. What did you say? Numerous wives and concubines. It seems that this is your true thoughts. The one who made the move was naturally Lan Lingji. I wouldn't dare. I was just bragging. Hurry up and let go. Leave me some face. Longshan begged for mercy again and again. It seemed that there was a price to pay for bragging. A burst of laughter was heard. The lawless Long San had finally found his nemesis. As soon as Lan Lingji made her move, he had to submit to her. Lan Lingji giggled. Long San wore a helpless face. It seemed like he had to pay a price for boasting. Things were different now. It's a pity that little Qinzi and De Huang aren't here. Otherwise, it would be really lively. Yang Bufan said. All along, Jiang Chen had been the backbone of these people. Now that Long San was getting married but Jiang Chen wasn't here, they still felt a little regretful despite the cheers and laughter. After all, such a wedding wasn't only a happy occasion for Long San, but also for all of them. If that bastard doesn't come back tomorrow, I'll see how I'm going to settle the score with him the next time I see him. How dare he not show up on such an important day? Long San couldn't help but speak. His eyes couldn't help looking into the distance. He hoped that Jiang Chen would show up more than anyone else. Tomorrow was the most important day of his life. If his most important brother wasn't present on such an important day, it wouldn't be a perfect day. Jiang Chen may have something important to do, said Lan Lingji. She knew how important Jiang Chen was to Long San, but this was all she could do to comfort Long San. I have a premonition that little Qinzi will definitely show up tomorrow. Monkey, don't worry. We've been in contact with little Qinzi for a long time. When has he ever dropped the ball at such an important moment? Tyrant spoke. All of them could understand Long San's feelings. It's all right. Even if he doesn't show up, he can always make up for it the next time we meet. Long San smiled. By the way, Monkey, you've been having a lot of trouble with the Immortal Court recently. I heard that a powerful peerless genius of the Immortal Court is going to deal with you. Yang Lang said. That's right. There's a genius called Qi Jin. It's said that his cultivation base has already reached the terrifying late immortal venerable realm. A figure like him is almost invincible below the half-step immortal sovereign realm. Although you're very powerful now, your cultivation base is only at the peak of half-step immortal venerable realm. I'm afraid that you won't have any chance of winning against Qi Jin. Yang Bufan said worriedly. After all, Long San had said that he was going to kill all the geniuses of the Immortal Court. Now that Qi Jin had appeared, there was no reason for Long San not to accept the challenge. Given Long San's current condition, he had almost no chance of winning against Qi Jin. It doesn't matter. Let's not talk about this for now. Tomorrow is my wedding day. We'll talk about it after tomorrow. Long San's face was still as confident as ever, as though no matter how powerful the opponent was, it wouldn't faze him. As far as I know, Qi Jin has been here since yesterday, but he hasn't challenged you. If I'm not mistaken, he's most likely going to make a scene at your wedding tomorrow. Yang Bufan said. Humph. I'll make anyone who dares to ruin my wedding pay a hefty price. Long San harumphed coldly. He didn't care who it was. Tomorrow was the most important day of his wedding. Long San wouldn't let the other party off easily if they dared to ruin his wedding. Just as everyone was drinking and chatting merrily, a man walked into the hall in a panic. He was none other than Shan Chong of Genius Prefecture. Shan Chong was at the same level as Yang Lang. They had entered the Golden Horizon together. He was supposed to stay in seclusion in Genius Prefecture, but now, he had come here. Shan Chong, what happened? Yang Bufan asked. From Shan Chong's flustered expression, it wasn't hard to tell that something must have happened in Genius Prefecture, and it wasn't a small matter. Otherwise, Shan Chong wouldn't be so flustered. King Fan, something has happened in Genius Prefecture. Shan Chong said. A peerless monstrous genius has emerged in the forbidden land of Genius Prefecture. The entire prefecture has fallen into a great shock. Now that the emperor and old ancestor have appeared, they can't suppress it. Not good. It's the heaven-devouring devil ape. Chapter 1833. Yang Bufan recalled Jiang Chen's words. The cultivation base of the heaven-devouring devil ape was at least at the level of a peerless venerable. Since the devil ape could break free from Yang Juanlong's imprisonment, it indicated that he was no longer a peerless venerable, but a mighty half-step sovereign. At the thought of this, cold sweat trickled down Yang Bufan's forehead. That was a mighty half-step sovereign. Even if the entire Great Qian Empire was mobilized, they wouldn't be able to resist it, unless Xiao Wangqing appeared. But how could he pin all his hopes on Xiao Wangqing? The emergence of the heaven-devouring devil ape was like the arrival of doomsday to the entire Great Qian Empire. It was an extremely brutal and bloodthirsty creature. Once it broke out of the prison, the entire empire would be flooded with rivers of blood. Plus, the heaven-devouring devil ape hated Yang Junlong very much. Once it broke out of the prison, it would surely turn all its hatred into killing intent. It wouldn't stop until it killed everyone in Great Qian Empire. What's going on? Long Shisan sensed the seriousness of the situation and asked. Great Qian Empire is facing a real danger. In the past, old ancestor had imprisoned a heaven-devouring devil ape in the depths of Genius Prefecture. Now, it's very likely that the ape has already reached the half-step sovereign realm and is about to break out of the prison. I'm afraid that even if my father, the old emperor, and the supreme elders join hands, they won't be able to suppress it. Yang Bufan said in a solemn tone. At this point, there was no need to hide it anymore. Besides, there was nothing to hide about this matter. He just didn't pay attention to it before. Come, let's go and have a look. Long Shisan said. Monkey, don't go there. The heaven-devouring devil ape can't be dealt with. It's useless even if you go there. I'll go back now and tell the truth to my father and the others. Ask them to disperse the people of Genius Prefecture immediately. Yang Bufan said. Now that Great Qian Empire had reached the most critical juncture, nothing was more important than saving their lives. The matter of the heaven-devouring devil ape was almost a secret to Great Qian Empire. Almost no one knew about it. Therefore, what Yang Bufan needed to do now was to tell Yang Yu about it, so that he could prepare a countermeasure before the devil ape came out. No, the foundation of Great Qian Empire can't be destroyed in the hands of a devil ape. Don't forget that I'm the only one who can deal with the heaven-devouring devil ape. There are two noble bloodlines in the ancient ape race, one is the Battle Saint Ape and the other is the heaven-devouring devil ape. The Battle Saint Ape is the greatest nemesis of the heaven-devouring devil ape. The bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape can greatly suppress the heaven-devouring devil ape. I happen to have the complete bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape. It's not easy to encounter a heaven-devouring devil ape. This is a great opportunity that I can't miss. Long Shisan said. His fiery golden eyes kept glinting. His decision to go to Genius Prefecture wasn't because of the Brotherhood, but absolutely not because of recklessness. He felt that this might be a great opportunity for him. Qi Jin might attack him tomorrow, but the heaven-devouring devil ape had appeared today. Wasn't this an opportunity? Monkey is right. The Battle Saint Ape is indeed the greatest nemesis of the heaven-devouring devil ape. Given our current situation, I'm afraid that Monkey is the only one who can deal with the heaven-devouring devil ape. Let's go and have a look. Great Qian Empire is in trouble now. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Tyrant said. That's right. Tyrant has the powerful God Trembling Monument which can play a crucial role. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. Han Yen stood up as well. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Yang Bufan clasped his fists at them, then took the lead and flew towards the direction of Great Qian Empire. Long San, Han Yan, Tyrant and the others followed suit. This matter was related to the life and death of Great Qian Empire. To them, it was an obligation that they couldn't shirk. Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. At this moment, Genius Prefecture had fallen into an unprecedented turmoil. The forbidden land that no one could approach during normal days was now billowing with smoke. From time to time, there would be powerful tremors that shook the entire land of Genius Prefecture. An invisible pressure pervaded above everyone's head, making them feel incomparably uncomfortable. Black mist constantly spewed out from that part of the void, and the spatial crack grew larger and larger, as though it could explode at any time, causing the entire void to explode. In the void, the old emperor, the two supreme elders, and the powerful experts that usually didn't show up had appeared. There were a total of 3 late immortal venerables, 6 intermediate immortal venerables, and dozens of early immortal venerables. This was the true strength of Great Qian Empire. When the empire was in trouble, all of them stood up without hesitation. Under the leadership of the old emperor, all the immortal venerables exerted all their strength, striking out countless divine light towards the void, trying to push back the living being inside. What kind of powerful existence is inside? It's just too terrifying. Even the immortal venerables of the empire can't suppress it. I have no idea. This place has been a forbidden area for a long time. All those who have entered this place have died. Only Jiang Qin has walked out alive. Perhaps Jiang Qin knows what's inside this place. We can't find any trace of Jiang Qin now. Even if Jiang Qin has returned, I'm afraid that he won't be of any help. Even the old emperor and the others couldn't suppress it. What's the use of Jiang Qin? I have a strong feeling of uneasiness in my heart. This might be the most dangerous time for Genius Prefecture. Countless disciples were hovering outside. Under the order of the old emperor, no one was allowed to get too close to the place. It was too dangerous. This wasn't a joke. The old emperor should know what kind of powerful existence was inside. That was why his face was filled with worry. Old emperor, what exactly is hidden inside? Why is it so terrifying? An elder asked. There's no harm in telling you all. There's a heaven-devouring devil ape sealed inside. It was imprisoned by our ancestor, young Junlong. Unexpectedly, not only did this devil ape not die, but its cultivation base has also improved tremendously. Now that it's about to break out of the seal, I'm afraid that its cultivation base has already reached a level that even you and I can't reach. The old emperor didn't continue to conceal it and told them about the situation of the heaven-devouring devil ape. In the entire Great Qian Empire, he was the only one who knew the secret of the devil ape. All along, he had never taken it seriously because he believed in Yang Junlong's means. He was certain that the devil ape wouldn't be able to break out of the seal. After so many years, he had even forgotten about this hidden calamity of the empire. Never had he thought that the devil ape would suddenly break out of the seal. Chapter 1834. After listening to the old emperor's words, everyone's face changed dramatically. As powerful immortal venerables, which one of them wasn't knowledgeable? The heaven-devouring devil ape was a rare beast that only existed in the legends. Now that it had appeared in Great Qian Empire, they couldn't remain calm anymore. The legendary heaven-devouring devil ape is one of the most bloodthirsty species in the world. It is said that this devil ape has a divine ability that can devour everything. There is an ancient legend that in ancient times, there was a peak heaven-devouring devil ape that could even devour the sky. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is enough to show the terror of the heaven-devouring devil ape. Even old ancestor Yang Junlong could only imprison it instead of killing it. This is enough to show the terror of the heaven-devouring devil ape. If the heaven-devouring devil ape breaks the seal, none of us will survive. It's said that only the bloodline of a battle saint ape can restrain and suppress the heaven-devouring devil ape. Unfortunately, where are we going to find a battle saint ape? The scene was in complete chaos. The higher-ups of Great Qian Empire began to feel somewhat disheartened, especially when they saw that the seal was about to break. Despite so many of them joining forces, it seemed like they wouldn't be able to cause the slightest bit of influence or hindrance. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded from the seal. The roar sounded as though it came from hell. It was full of endless evil, sending chills down everyone's spine. Many of the disciples of Great Qian Empire felt their souls trembling, as though they had fallen into hell on earth. Everyone was shocked. The heaven-devouring devil ape's roar from inside the seal was enough to make their qi and blood surge. It was incomparably uncomfortable, and this was because of the obstruction of the seal. If it wasn't for the seal, the heaven-devouring devil ape's roar would have killed countless people. Hong Long. All of a sudden, a destructive force that was 10 times stronger than before spread out from the seal. Under the impact of this force, the seal was instantly broken. The joint attack of dozens of immortal venerables was useless. A huge hole was blasted in the void, black smoke billowing out. Arg! Many of the immortal venerables of Great Qian Empire let out miserable shrieks. They had all suffered a tremendous backlash. One by one, they were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Some of them even began to spurt out blood arrows in midair. The difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. The heaven-devouring devil ape was very likely to have already advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. Even the old emperor could be killed in a breath, let alone the others. The thick black smoke continued to roll and directly turned into demonic qi that soared into the sky. Under countless horrified gazes, a figure slowly emerged. It was an incomparably majestic demonic ape. Its body was 10 feet tall, and its body was covered with black hair. Each black hair was like a sharp steel needle, and it could pierce through the void with a casual movement. The demonic ape was born. Its black eyes were like camel bells, and there was a black demonic aura lingering around it. This was an unparalleled great demon, and its body emitted a bloodthirsty aura of slaughter. There was no need to think about it to know that it was a terrifying killing machine that could destroy the world. My God! Is that the heaven-devouring devil ape? It's too terrifying. The aura of a half-step sovereign isn't something we can resist. Great Qian Empire is really in danger now. A powerful heaven-devouring devil ape. It's a ferocious creature that only exists in the legends. Once it's released, it will absolutely wreak havoc. Great Qian Empire was in complete chaos. Despite the alliance of dozens of immortal venerables, they still couldn't stop the heaven-devouring devil ape from breaking out of the seal. To the entire empire, this was an unimaginable doomsday. Ha! Young Junlong, I'm finally out of the prison that imprisoned me in the past. Today, I'm going to start a massacre. I'm going to kill everyone here to relieve myself of the pain of being imprisoned for so many years. The heaven-devouring devil ape roared with laughter. The disciples of Great Qian Empire couldn't bear the impact of such a powerful sound wave. Many of them began to spurt out blood. Old Emperor, what should we do now? Emperor Yang Yu asked. Run. Everyone, run for your lives at once. We can't stay here any longer. The heaven-devouring devil ape has already become a mighty half-step sovereign. He's going to attack all of us. The old emperor's face turned pale. He made the right choice at once, but he knew that it was already too late to escape now. Whoosh! At this time, silhouettes flew over from afar. They were none other than Long San and the others who had arrived at the critical moment. They were incomparably shocked and they saw the excited and frenzied heaven-devouring devil ape. This was their first time seeing the heaven-devouring devil ape. Just from its appearance, they could tell how ferocious it was. "What are you guys doing back? Hurry up and leave." Yang Yu's bloodshot eyes widened when he saw Yang Bufan and the others returning at this time. He roared at them, almost dying from anger. Great Qian Empire was facing its doomsday. At this time, preserving one's life was the most important thing. Yang Bufan was the bloodline of Yang family. It would be best if he could get out of danger. Besides, Yang Bufan had already gone to exquisite paradise, so he should be safe. But unexpectedly, these bastards came back at this time. Weren't they courting death? Ha! A few more kids have come to seek death. Seeing the arrival of Yang Bufan and the others, heaven-devouring devil ape stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. In any case, in his opinion, Great Qian Empire was about to be finished and had already become his food. He liked to see the despairing expression of people. The scene of people slowly dying in despair fascinated him. Now, there was no need to mention how carefree he was. "Father, it seems like you all know that this heaven-devouring devil ape has already reached the half-step sovereign realm. No one in the entire Great Qian Empire is his match." Yang Bufan came to the side of Yang Yu and the old emperor and said, "I knew you would come back." Yang Yu scolded Yang Bufan. This was the son he was most proud of. Originally, he could have avoided this calamity, but now, this son had delivered himself to his door. This made him want to slap Yang Bufan back to where he came from. Roar! Chapter 1835. The sudden appearance of the battle Saint Ape immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the heaven-devouring devil ape. It's Long Shersan. Long Shersan is a battle Saint Ape. He possesses the complete bloodline of a battle Saint Ape. Only his bloodline can restrain the heaven-devouring devil ape. This is great. Our empire is saved. Don't celebrate too early. Although Shersan has the advantage of bloodline, his cultivation base is still too weak, especially when compared to the heaven-devouring devil ape. The gap between him and the devil ape is too big. However, we're truly grateful that he helped us face the terrifying heaven-devouring devil ape. The appearance of Long Shersan had calmed the emotions of many people of Great Qian Empire. They more or less saw some hope, but due to the huge gap between Long Shersan and the heaven-devouring devil ape's cultivation base, the outcome would be worrying. Yang Yu, the old emperor and those immortal venerables were staring at the sky. They knew how powerful Long Shersan was. He was a miracle that could survive after being killed by Old Ancestor Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Recently, he had become a celebrity in ethereal immortal domain. Everyone in Great Qian Empire was grateful that he could appear here today. Regardless of whether Long Shersan could fight the heaven-devouring devil ape or not, he was the last and only hope of Great Qian Empire. In the sky, the heaven-devouring devil ape's facial expression finally changed when he saw the Saint Ape standing opposite him. Battle Saint Ape. There's actually a battle Saint Ape in this heavens and earth. The heaven-devouring devil ape's tone was incomparably gloomy. Although he had the body of a half-step sovereign, his soul began to feel uneasy in front of the battle Saint Ape. It was the suppression of the bloodline. The hierarchy of the Saint Ape clan was strict. The battle Saint Ape was the supreme bloodline of the Ape clan. It ruled the entire Ape clan and was the absolute bloodline of the emperor. All the other ape clans had to respect and submit to it, including the heaven-devouring devil ape. For a long time, the bloodline of the battle Saint Ape had restrained the bloodline of the heaven-devouring devil ape. However, since ancient times, the sacred battle ape and the heaven-devouring devil ape had almost disappeared. The heaven-devouring devil ape felt that it was the only one in the world and nothing could suppress it. However, it did not expect another sacred battle ape to appear. Devil ape, you've encountered the supreme bloodline of the ape race. Are you still not going to kneel? Long Sher-san said. He was incomparably proud. He was the noblest existence in the ape clan. Even in the face of the powerful devil ape, Long Sher-san still couldn't feel the slightest bit of fear. The heaven-devouring devil ape's face turned incomparably unsightly. It was absolutely impossible for him to kneel. You'd better stay out of my business. I advise you to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite even if you're a battle saint ape. The devil ape gritted his teeth and spoke. He had been feeling depressed after being sealed by Yang Junlong for so many years. Now that he was finally able to get out, he must go on a killing spree and take revenge. No one would be able to stop him. If the battle saint ape in front of him had the same cultivation base as him, he was afraid that he would have already fled, but the opponent's cultivation base was merely at the peak of half-step immortal venerable realm, which was worlds apart from him. At most, the battle saint ape could suppress him in terms of bloodline. It was absolutely impossible for a half-step immortal venerable saint ape to make him retreat. This scene was witnessed by everyone in Great Qian Empire. Everyone's expression was filled with nervousness. The only thing that comforted them was that the devil ape seemed to have an innate fear of the battle saint ape. Otherwise, given the devil ape's character, they were afraid that he would have already killed Long Sher-san with a single slap. Unfortunately, the devil ape didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Just as everyone had expected, Long Sher-san only had the advantage of bloodline in the face of the devil ape. The gap in cultivation base wasn't small. I, Long Sher-san, am determined to interfere in today's matter. Long Sher-san's chi fluctuated. The battle force in his body began to fuse. The battle saint technique was the most effective way to deal with the devil ape. Ha! Kid, you're too arrogant. I might be afraid of you if your cultivation base is the same as mine, but unfortunately, the gap between us is too huge. Since you don't know the meaning of death, I'll kill you today. Once I kill the last battle saint ape in the heavens and earth, no one will be able to restrain me in the future. The devil ape laughed wildly. He was a bloodthirsty bastard. There was almost no room for negotiation when it came to the destruction of Great Qian Empire. Bang! Then, the devil ape made his move. He raised his huge black palm that was filled with terrifying black demonic chi and slammed it towards Dragon Sher-san. Battle Saint technique, bloodline suppression. Long Sher-san roared. Even in the face of a powerful half-step sovereign, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He displayed the powerful battle saint technique. Under the burning of the saint ape's bloodline, the power of the devil ape began to weaken. When the black devil wave came in contact with the saint ape's bloodline, it was as if it had encountered its natural enemy and began to shrink. Damn it! The devil ape cursed. This situation made him want to vomit blood. There was nothing in this world that could restrain him like the battle saint ape's bloodline. Under the suppression of the battle saint ape's bloodline, he couldn't even exert 1/10 of his strength. This was a real bloodline suppression, which was much more terrifying than Jiang Chen's flame suppression. Bang! Even so, the huge palm still pressed down and sent Sher-san flying dozens of feet away. As a powerful half-step emperor, even if Sher-san only had 1/10 of his battle strength, it was still not something that Sher-san could contend against. The bloodline suppression is too great, but the gap between our cultivation is also huge. Han Yen sighed. Boy, I don't want to kill you. Get out of here and don't hinder me, said the devil ape viciously. Although he wanted to kill Sher-san, the process of fighting with the battle saint ape was incomparably painful for him. Not only could his bloodline not exert any advantage, but it would also shrink back, which made him feel extremely aggrieved and depressed. That's right, Sher-san. 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 Moreover, the devil ape seemed to have some understanding of the battle saint technique. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill the battle saint ape even with his half-step sovereign body. As long as I'm here today, don't even think about hurting a single person of the great Qian Empire. Long Sher-san was incomparably domineering because he knew very well that he couldn't back down at this moment. Chapter 1836. Long Sher-san couldn't retreat. Although he didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with the devil ape, he was very clear that if he retreated, the entire great Qian Empire would be finished. Therefore, he had to persevere and do his best to stop the devil ape. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Long Sher-san couldn't predict the outcome of today's battle. He might not be able to resist the devil ape and be injured by it in the end, which would lead to the destruction of great Qian Empire. But no matter what the outcome was, he had to work hard. What Long Sher-san had to do was to have a clear conscience. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. The devil ape almost went berserk. He felt that he had given a chance to Long Sher-san, but Long Sher-san didn't know how to cherish it. It was one thing that he didn't want to fight with the battle saint ape, but it was another thing whether he could kill the battle saint ape or not. Since Long Sher-san insisted on blocking his way, there was nothing else to say. It seemed that if he wanted to destroy great Qian Empire, he had to kill Long Sher-san first. Rumble. The devil ape attacked once again. His violent palm pressed towards Dragon Sher-san with boundless destructive energy. Dragon Sher-san's expression changed slightly. His opponent was too powerful. A half-step sovereign wasn't someone he could fight. If it wasn't for the suppression of his bloodline, he would have to run for his life. Otherwise, he would be dead. Dragon Sher-san didn't have the strength to fight against the devil ape. If it wasn't for his bloodline suppressing the devil ape's power, he would have to run for his life. Fighting symbol art. Long Sher-san also went crazy. He was a battle maniac. The stronger the opponent, the more it could stimulate his fighting spirit. He exerted the battle saint technique to the extreme. The powerful fighting symbol art flickered in the void and collided with the devil ape. Rumble. The sky was smashed. In the end, Long Sher-san wasn't a match for the devil ape and was sent flying away again. Barf. This time, Sher-san suffered a greater impact than before. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his aura began to become chaotic. If it wasn't for the strength of his body and the advantage of his bloodline, he would have died more than 100 times from that attack. Be careful, brother Sher-san. Lan Lingji spoke worriedly. Tomorrow was their wedding day. What would Lan Lingji do if something happened to Sher-san today? Not good. Dragon Sher-san isn't a match for the devil ape. His bloodline might be able to suppress the devil ape, but the gap between their cultivation bases is too big. That's right. If Sher-san can't stop the devil ape, then our great Qian Empire will be finished. No one can save us. This devil ape hates Patriarch Yang Junlong to the bone. Now that it has broken out of the prison and can't find the Patriarch, it is venting all its resentment on us. The faces of the people of Great Qian Empire turned pale. Long Sher-san was their only hope. If Long Sher-san couldn't make it, no one would be able to save their empire. But now, it seemed that Long Sher-san's condition wasn't very good. After all, the devil ape was just too powerful. I told you to leave, but you didn't. I won't give you a second chance. So what if you're a battle saint ape? You'll die in my hands eventually. After I kill you, there will no longer be a battle saint ape in this world. I'll be the supreme ape of the ape race. The devil ape's murderous intent was unparalleled. After repelling Long San, it pounced at Long San again. It seemed that it didn't intend to give Long San any chance. Amitba. At this moment, a voice that sounded like a great bell resounded. Tyrant made his move. Like a young Buddha, he flew up to the sky and stood side by side with Long San. Given his strength, it was no different from courting death to stand against the devil ape. However, Tyrant also had his trump card, the God-trembling monument. Above Tyrant's head was a huge scarlet monument that was 100 feet in size. It was engraved with mysterious runes and emitted an ancient aura. Under Tyrant's control, the God-trembling monument rushed forward and blocked in front of the devil ape. The devil ape, who had already rushed forward, revealed a trace of fear when he saw the scarlet monument. The monument seemed to suppress all evil in the world and was the nemesis of all evil. More importantly, there seemed to be an ancient deity in the depths of the monument, which made the soul of the devil ape tremble. The devil ape was evil in nature, so it was natural that he would be restrained and suppressed by the God-trembling monument. Humph! Trying to fight me with a broken monument. You're overestimating yourself. The devil ape snorted coldly and punched at the steel. He was in a frenzied state right now. He dared to attack anything that stood in his way. He wanted to destroy all obstacles. Although the steel made him feel uncomfortable and suppressed him, the devil ape's cultivation base was strong and he could still resist it. Clang! The devil ape's fist landed heavily on the steel, producing an earth-shattering sound. The void was directly torn apart. In the eyes of the crowd, the devil ape's fist was enough to shatter everything. A steel was about to be smashed into smithereens on the spot, but the reality wasn't like that. The huge steel was only sent flying a few dozen meters away. There wasn't even a single crack on it. What kind of monument is this? Why is it so hard? The devil ape looked at Tyrant in astonishment. He was feeling incomparably gloomy. Today, he had just walked out of the prison and was about to display his prowess. However, he had encountered two weirdos. Although their cultivation wasn't high, they had the means to restrain him. Putting aside Long San's Battle Saint Ape bloodline, this tyrant's monument could also suppress him. Ha! Good! Tyrant, you and I should be able to fight him together. Long San laughed heartily. He didn't expect Tyrant's monument to be so powerful. If the monument and his bloodline were to work together, they might be able to tangle with the devil ape. All right. Tyrant nodded. He didn't rush forward, but controlled the stone tablet to collide with the devil ape. The stone tablet radiated endless brilliance that filled the entire sky, forming a region. In this region, the devil ape felt that his origin was being suppressed. As a matter of fact, the monument was a true divine item. However, Tyrant's cultivation was still weak. Although he had gained control of the monument, he couldn't activate the powerful foundation contained in it. It was the same as Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower. Although it was a divine item, he couldn't display the true power of the Zulong Tower due to his cultivation. Chapter 1837. Once again, the people of Great Qian Empire saw a glimmer of hope. They didn't expect that the little monk would emerge at this critical moment and was also incomparably strong. Or perhaps it wasn't the little monk who was strong, but the mystical steel. Without the steel, the little monk was nothing in front of the devil ape. It was impossible for him to suppress a half-step sovereign great devil with Buddhism. As a matter of fact, Tyrant rarely took out the steel because he couldn't exert the full power of the steel. He was just relying on the pressure inside the steel to suppress the devil ape. From another point of view, it was the same as Long San's Saint Ape bloodline. Long Shersan's Battle Saint Ape bloodline could suppress the Devil Ape, reducing his combat strength to 10%. The appearance of the steel could further suppress the Devil Ape's combat strength. Under this double suppression, Tyrant and Long Shersan had the possibility of entangling with the Devil Ape. Hong Long Shersan. Long Shersan exerted the Battle Saint technique to the extreme. Terrifying golden chi waves were everywhere. The space created by the steel had completely enveloped the Devil Ape. Tyrant stood in the distance and kept chanting. The steel swayed back and forth in the sky, forming a circle. Long Shersan and the Devil Ape were fighting in the circle. Roar! Roar! The Devil Ape went berserk. He kept roaring furiously. Such a battle was too depressing. The steel had suppressed half of his combat strength and the Saint Ape bloodline had suppressed 1/10 of his strength. In other words, he could only exert 1/20 of his strength. This was the first battle after the Devil Ape broke out of the prison. It was supposed to be a massacre and a scene of dominating the world, but it turned out to be like this. Long Shersan wouldn't be a match for the Devil Ape even if he could only exert 1/20 of his strength. However, it wouldn't be easy for the Devil Ape to kill Long Shersan. After all, Long Shersan had mastered the life symbol art. It wouldn't be easy for him to be injured. Although he still had the upper hand, the battle made the Devil Ape feel extremely uncomfortable. It was like an adult fighting with the strength of a baby. In addition to the suppression of the stone tablet and bloodline on his soul, he couldn't unleash the power of his bloodline at all. If it were anyone else in his place, they would probably die of frustration. Good, very good. We've finally entangled this violent ape. I didn't expect this little monk to be so powerful. He has a special technique to restrain the demonic ape. I wonder what kind of divine item that steel is. Don't celebrate too early. The demonic ape is not that easy to deal with. Right now, they can only entangle it. The people of Great Qian Empire seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope, but it was only a glimmer of hope. Their mood hadn't completely relaxed yet, because even if Tyrant and Long Shersan joined forces, they could only entangle the Devil Ape for the time being. After all, the Devil Ape was a half-step sovereign with heaven-defying means. Unless the Devil Ape was truly eliminated, it would be a great disaster for Great Qian Empire. Old Emperor, what do you think we should do now? Asked Yang Yu. Long Shersan and the little monk are buying time for us. We must cherish it. Bring the people of Genius Prefecture and leave immediately, said the old emperor. No, as the emperor of Great Qian Empire, I absolutely can't be powerful at this time. It's better for the old emperor to be powerful. Yang Yu shook his head. Your Majesty, old emperor, we are determined to live and die with the empire. If we leave, the dignity of the empire will no longer exist. That's right. We won't leave. The dignity of Great Qian Empire must not be lost. Your Majesty, this old man has just divined with the heavenly secret. The fate of Great Qian Empire isn't over yet. I'm afraid that there will be more accidents today. None of the elders of Great Qian Empire was willing to leave. An elder in Daoist robe spoke with a solemn face. This elder was a late immortal venerable. His strength was almost the same as the old emperor. He had spent his entire life studying the art of divination. He was much more powerful than Tianji Zi. Of course, his divination index was still slightly inferior to Jiang Chen's great divination art, but he was still able to divine something. Just like this moment, he had divined that the fate of Great Qian Empire wasn't over yet. There was a possibility that a miracle would happen. Is that so? A hint of surprise flashed in the old emperor's eyes. He had absolute confidence in the divination of this elder. Moreover, the appearance of Long Shersan and the little monk at this critical moment had already represented a turning point. If it wasn't for their appearance, Genius Prefecture would have already been razed to the ground by the devil ape. Now that the elder had divined that the fate of Great Qian Empire wasn't over yet, this was absolutely great news. In the sky above, the battle between Long San and the heaven-devouring devil ape was getting more and more intense. The heaven-devouring devil ape had gradually fallen into a berserk state. Every move he made was a killing move. Even though Long San had mastered the life symbol art, he had still suffered serious injuries. This was a worrisome scene. Roar! Roar! The heaven-devouring devil ape roared incessantly. The black devil chi that had been suppressed on his body vaguely showed signs of rising. Two brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You two have completely infuriated me. You two will pay an extremely heavy price for this. The heaven-devouring devil ape had gone completely berserk. The hair on his body stood up like steel needles. Both of his eyes turned blood red. His body grew taller once more, reaching a height of 60 meters. The tyrannical chi that was unleashed from his body couldn't even be suppressed by the monolith. Not good. This bastard has gone completely berserk. Long San yelled. There was still a huge gap between him and a half-step sovereign. Hong Long San. Violent energy suddenly surged out of the heaven-devouring devil ape's body like an avalanche. Under the impact of this energy, Long San and Tyrant were like a small boat in the sea, being blown away. Arg! Arg! Both of them spurted out blood continuously. Both of them had suffered unprecedented injuries. This blow had almost made them lose their combat strength. Because of Tyrant's injury, the monolith had also stopped circulating and returned to Tyrant's body. At this point, the alliance between Long San and Tyrant had completely failed. The heaven-devouring devil ape had gone berserk. There was nothing that could stop him. Roar! Roar! The heaven-devouring devil ape roared again and again. The devil wave on his body surged again. After being suppressed for a long time, this time, he was afraid that the heaven-devouring devil ape would really go berserk. It's over. I can't suppress it anymore. Chapter 1838. The elder had already circulated his divination technique to the extreme, but he still couldn't find the problem. The old emperor and the others beside him were extremely anxious as they looked at the elder with expectant gazes. What's going on? The old emperor couldn't help but ask. No, this isn't right. Great Qian Empire's luck hasn't run out yet. There will definitely be a miracle. I have been studying divination all my life. Although I can't predict the past and the future, I won't make a mistake in such matters. Even at this moment, the elder still spoke with incomparable confidence. Just like what he said, he had been studying divination all his life and his cultivation base had already reached the terrifying late immortal venerable realm. No one would believe that such an expert didn't even have this little bit of divination ability. But where exactly was the miracle of Great Qian Empire? In the beginning, they thought that Long San was the miracle. Later on, they thought that Tyrant was the miracle. But now, both Long San and Tyrant were seriously injured by the devil ape. If both of them were killed, where was the miracle? Or perhaps, there was a problem with the divination art. Roar! Roar! In the sky above, the devil ape had gone completely berserk. Fortunately, the immortal venerables of Great Qian Empire had set up a layer of defense. Otherwise, the roars alone would have killed countless people. Even so, many disciples with low cultivation base had an unpleasant look on their faces. Their souls had been injured to a certain extent. I'm going to eat you all. I'm going to eat you all. The devil ape's eyes turned blood red. His huge mouth suddenly enlarged, devouring the boundless chi waves. This was the innate ability of the devil ape. The mighty devil ape could even devour the heavens and everything in the heavens and earth. Now that he was in a berserk state, he flew towards Long Sher-san and Tyrant. He opened his huge mouth and a powerful suction force fell on Tyrant. Tyrant's body flew uncontrollably towards the huge mouth of the devil ape. Upon seeing this, Long Sher-san hastily flew up and stood in front of Tyrant. At the sight of Long Sher-san, the heaven-devouring devil ape became irritable once again. However, he still had enough reason to stop devouring. He could eat anything in this world except for one kind of creature, and that was the sacred battle ape. The bloodline of the heaven-devouring devil ape could digest everything, except for the sacred battle ape. If he ate Long Sher-san, the final outcome would not be him eating Long Sher-san, but the bloodline of the sacred battle ape. By then, he would become Long Sher-san's consumable. Ha, demonic ape, eat me if you can. Long Sher-san laughed heartily. He knew that the devil ape wouldn't dare to eat him. In fact, he couldn't wait for the devil ape to eat him. In that case, the entire devil ape would be devoured by him and become his tonic. The devil ape wasn't a fool. He wouldn't eat Long Sher-san, but Long Sher-san wanted to eat the devil ape. If he could eat the devil ape, his cultivation base would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be impossible for him to advance to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to devour the heaven-devouring devil ape. After all, the difference in strength between them was too great. Unless the heaven-devouring devil ape lost his mind and devoured him, it would be impossible for him to do that. Therefore, unless there was a miracle, it would be hard for Long Sher-san to keep his life, let alone eating the devil ape. I won't eat you. I'll kill you. The devil ape roared, his terrifying sharp claws slashing at Long Sher-san. Bang! Long Sher-san couldn't resist it at all. Despite his quick reaction, the slap landed on his shoulder. Even his strong body couldn't withstand such an impact. One of Long Sher-san's arms was shattered, blood gushing out. Tyrant, who was behind Long Sher-san, was sent flying once more, almost fainting. His body wobbled unsteadily in the sky, almost falling from the sky. Brother Sher-san! Tyrant! Lon Lingji and the others exclaimed. The atmosphere became incomparably tense all of a sudden. The devil ape was just too powerful. Both Long Sher-san and Tyrant had suffered serious injuries. Given their current condition, they absolutely wouldn't be able to resist any attack from the devil ape. The next time the devil ape attacked, it would surely take Long Sher-san's life and eat Tyrant. Miracle, 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 the elder kept pinching his fingers. He refused to believe that his divination technique would make such a low-level mistake. This was related to the fate of the entire Great Qian Empire and the safety of Long Sher-san and Tyrant. If there was any mistake, he wouldn't be able to make up for it even if he took his life. Damn it, Battle Saint Ape. Go to hell now. The devil ape hated Long Sher-san to the bone. The suppression of his bloodline made him feel like dying. After killing Long Sher-san, there would no longer be anyone in this world who could suppress him in terms of bloodline. Dong! Heaven-devouring devil ape struck out his huge palm once again. The earth-shattering palm shrouded Sher-san. Swoosh! At this critical juncture, an ice arrow pierced through the air. Everywhere the ice arrow passed through, the void froze. The ice arrow emitted an ear-piercing hum, and the cold light it emitted made it hard for people to open their eyes. Hong Long! The ice arrow hit accurately on the devil ape's hand and pierced through it. Blood gushed out like crazy. The devil ape let out a roar and retreated more than 100 feet. Who's that? The devil ape roared at the sky. A miracle has happened. The elder who was still divining revealed a look of surprise. His eyes were brimming with tears. At this critical moment, a miracle had finally happened. He didn't know which expert had saved them, but he was sure that the expert must be related to Great Qian Empire. Countless people were excited. The feeling of turning from despair to hope was something that no one could understand unless they experienced it themselves. Draconic Shursan and Tyrant looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. They could feel the cold attribute of the attacker, but among the experts they knew, there wasn't anyone like that. Everyone inclined their heads and stared at the sky, only to see two silhouettes suddenly appearing. It was a man and a woman, both clad in snow-white robes, akin to immortals. The man was extraordinarily handsome, exuding a domineering aura, while the woman was cold and aloof, akin to the most beautiful celestial maiden in the world. Any woman in the world would feel inferior in front of this woman. This was a pair of peerless lovers, like a golden couple. Little Chinzi, little you. Chapter 1839. Jiang Qin, it's Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin is back. Ha! So this miracle is Jiang Qin. This guy always creates miracles. He's the one who came to save our empire at the critical moment. Great! Jiang Qin is back. We're all saved. The moment the people of Great Qian Empire saw Jiang Qin, their eyes were brimming with tears. All along, Jiang Qin had created countless miracles. Jiang Qin was the only one who didn't die after entering the forbidden area of Genius Prefecture. In their hearts, Jiang Qin was the embodiment of miracles. As long as Jiang Qin appeared, their hearts would be filled with confidence. This guy is always playing with people's hearts. Tyrant shook his head, but his spirit was completely relaxed. This was a kind of trust and confidence in Jiang Qin. In his heart, as long as Jiang Qin appeared, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. He could finally rest. Who's that girl? Long Shursan asked curiously. Although he had lost an arm, such an injury was nothing to him. With the life symbol art, regrowing an arm was as easy as flipping his hand. She's Yan Qinyu, the most important person in Little Chinzi's life. Little Chinzi has finally found little you. We should be happy for him, said Tyrant. He knew the relationship between Yan Qinyu and Jiang Qin the best. When Long Shursan and Jiang Qin met, Yan Qinyu had never appeared. So it was normal that he didn't know her. Tsk. This guy is really lucky with women. Long Shursan nodded and praised. At the same time, he returned to his original appearance. Kid, I let you escape last time. I didn't expect you to come back to die today. At the sight of Jiang Qin, the devil ape gritted his teeth. He would never forget what happened in the sealed space that day. At that time, he and the Huang dog almost became the food of the devil ape. If it wasn't for Xiao Wangqing, Jiang Qin would have died. Devil Heaven devouring ape, looks like you've finally broken out of the seal. Unfortunately, you've encountered me. You're still unlucky. Today, you've harmed my brother. You'll have to pay with your life. Jiang Qin said lightly. Ah, arrogant brat, with just you. The heaven-devouring devil ape burst into laughter. Me? I'm not the one fighting you today. Jiang Qin shook his head. With a sway of his body, he came to Tyrant and Long Shursan's side. He supported both of them up and channeled a large amount of wood's spiritual energy into their bodies. Little Chinzi, Xiao Yu looks very powerful now, but that devil ape is terrifying. Tyrant said worriedly. Yan Qinyu did look very powerful, and he knew that the ice arrow was shot by her. However, the devil ape was a powerful half-stepped sovereign with a powerful bloodline. Yan Qinyu wasn't a battle saint ape, so she didn't have the ability to restrain the devil ape. That's right. Don't worry. Just wait and see. Jiang Qin smiled. The devil ape was indeed powerful, but he wasn't on the same level as Empress Nine Yin. Even if Yan Qinyu was injured, she could still fight the devil ape. But with the immortal burying coffin in her hand, she could easily kill the devil ape. The devil ape raised his head to look at Yan Qinyu. His pupils constricted. Only now did he realize that the one who injured him wasn't Jiang Qin, but this woman. Who's this woman? Yeah, I've never seen her before. But she looks very powerful. She has a close relationship with Jiang Qin. She must be one of us. She has such terrifying strength at such a young age. I wonder if she's a match for the devil ape. Countless gazes from the great Qian Empire fell upon Yan Qinyu. They knew that the one who fought against the heaven-devouring devil ape today was not Jiang Qin, but this girl. Girl, are you the one who wants to fight me? The devil ape looked at Yan Qinyu and said arrogantly. Hong Long. Yan Qinyu didn't bother to reply. She struck out with her palm, the profound Yin palm. This was the strongest move of her 9 Yin physique. Back then, when she fought against the monarch heaven art of the northern and southern dynasties, they were evenly matched. Yan Qinyu had sensed the power of the devil ape, so she struck out with the profound Yin palm. The huge ice palm blotted out the sky and locked onto the devil ape's aura. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the devil ape. What? The heaven-devouring devil ape, who had been brimming with confidence a moment ago, had a drastic change in his expression when he sensed how frightening the dark Yin palm was. This palm strike had truly made him feel threatened. Roar! The devil ape roared crazily. He struck out with his sharp claws at the profound Yin palm. Rumble! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire void was shattered. The heaven-devouring devil ape let out a miserable howl. His mountain-like body was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Yan Qinyu's palm strike. His entire body was covered in blood, and his sturdy body was filled with cracks. So powerful. My God! How can this woman be so terrifying? The devil ape is a powerful half-step sovereign, but he was severely injured in the first exchange. Amazing! Amazing! If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. The whole scene was stirred up. The people of Great Qian Empire who had been suppressed all this while burst into cheers. Fuck! So powerful! Little Chinzi, hurry up and tell your wife not to kill the devil ape. I'll eat him later. Long Shersan's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was too shocking. Xiao Yu, be careful. Don't kill him. Jiang Qin whispered to Yan Qinyu. Looking at the injured devil ape, Yan Qinyu couldn't help but shake her head. Obviously, she wasn't satisfied with the result. If she wasn't injured, she wouldn't be able to exert her full strength. Otherwise, that palm would have taken the devil ape's life. Damn it! How can this woman be so powerful? Plus, I can sense the faint aura of a great sovereign from her. I'm no match for her. The devil ape gritted his teeth. As smart as he was, he could tell that even if he tried his best, he wouldn't be able to defeat this woman. Without saying a word, the devil ape turned around and left. As long as this woman was here, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. He might as well leave for now and come back when he had the chance. Want to leave? Yan Qinyu's ice-cold eyes shot out cold rays. With a sway of her body, she caught up with the devil ape. The immortal burying coffin emerged, crushing the void. However, Yan Qinyu had concealed the immortal burying coffin with countless rays of cold light. Therefore, the attack seemed to have come from Yan Qinyu herself. After all, the appearance of the immortal burying coffin was too shocking. It was better to keep it as a trump card. Chapter 1840. No, the heaven-devouring devil-ape let out a desperate roar. Others couldn't see the immortal burying coffin, but he could feel its existence. It was the chi of a great sovereign, an unparalleled pressure that made him feel a strong threat of death. It was an unprecedented feeling. Even his soul was trembling. He didn't feel such despair when he fought against Yang Junlong in the past. He could clearly see the immortal burying coffin, which was the reason why he was so desperate. Almost everyone knew about the immortal burying coffin that had shocked the entire immortal world. He, the heaven-devouring devil-ape, naturally knew about it. An ancient crystal coffin that was exuding incomparable great sovereign chi. What else could it be other than the immortal burying coffin? Who are you? How can you display the might of the immortal burying coffin? The heaven-devouring devil-ape cried out in grief. He was very unwilling. He had been imprisoned for so many years, and it wasn't easy for him to break out of the cage and become a powerful half-step sovereign. But now, he had encountered a peerless genius who could display the immortal burying coffin. He was about to die without a burial place. Ordinary people couldn't understand how he felt. Bang! Yan Qinyu remained expressionless and cold. She didn't care about the heaven-devouring devil-ape's roar at all. The immortal burying coffin ruthlessly slammed into the devil-ape's body. Arg! The moment the immortal burying coffin slammed into the devil-ape's body, he felt that his soul was about to be torn apart. He let out a painful shriek as his huge body was directly slammed into two halves. Strong, too strong. They're not on the same level at all. This woman's cultivation base isn't even that of a half-step sovereign, but she can unleash the strength to kill a half-step sovereign. I'm afraid her true strength is comparable to a great sovereign. She's a real monstrous genius. The heaven-devouring devil-ape is finished. The crisis of our great Qian Empire is finally over. Jiang Chen can always bring miracles. This time, he brought another powerful figure to kill the heaven-devouring devil-ape. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, I'm afraid our great Qian Empire would really face the danger of extinction. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. This is too shocking. Everyone was shocked. Everyone in Great Qian Empire was excited. Even if the devil-ape didn't die, he was done for. He didn't stand a chance in Yan Qinyu's hands at all. Although the heaven-devouring devil-ape was split into two halves, he was still alive. After all, it wasn't easy for a half-step sovereign to die. This was mainly because Yan Qinyu had shown mercy in the end. She had only shattered the body of the heaven-devouring devil-ape, leaving him with a trace of source energy. This was specially arranged by Jiang Qin. Otherwise, the heaven-devouring devil-ape would have turned into ashes under the attack of the immortal burying coffin. Monkey, it's your turn. Jiang Chen said to Long San. Shua. Without Jiang Chen's reminder, Long San had already rushed over. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. If he could devour a powerful heaven-devouring devil-ape, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. His severed arm would also grow back immediately. Roar! Long San rushed to the sky above the heaven-devouring devil-ape. He opened his mouth, which was like a black hole that could devour everything. He swallowed the heaven-devouring devil-ape in one gulp. No, the will of the heaven-devouring devil-ape let out a final despairing roar. He knew that he was going to die. He couldn't devour the Battle Saint Ape, but the Battle Saint Ape could easily devour him and digest everything about him. This was the difference between bloodlines. If the heaven-devouring devil-ape devoured Long San, his body would suffer the backlash of the powerful Battle Saint Ape bloodline. In the end, he would be the one who would be injured. However, if Long Shan devoured him, the situation would be completely different. Under the suppression of the Battle Saint Ape bloodline, his bloodline wouldn't be able to resist at all. In the end, he would vanish into thin air and disappear completely from this world. After the heaven-devouring devil ape was completely devoured by Long Shan, the energy in his body began to go berserk. Long Shan immediately came to Jiang Chen's side and said anxiously, "Little Chenzi, hurry up." 33rd floor. It was absolutely not an easy task to completely refine and absorb a powerful heaven-devouring devil ape. Even the Battle Saint Ape would need a certain amount of time. Tomorrow was the wedding day of Long Shan and Lan Lingji. It was impossible to completely refine and absorb the heaven-devouring devil ape in one day. However, it wouldn't be a problem at all if they entered the 33rd floor. It definitely wouldn't delay the wedding tomorrow. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He immediately opened the portal of the 33rd floor and let Long Shan in. Now, it was up to Long Shan himself. Yan Qinyu had regained her original cold and elegant demeanor. She stood beside Jiang Chen again. She was an absolute cold and elegant goddess who kept everyone at a distance. In her eyes, there was only Jiang Chen. Whoosh! Han Yan flew up from below and chuckled at Yan Qinyu. "Xiao Yu, you and little Chenzi are finally reunited. I didn't expect you to become so powerful. Congratulations." Han Yan knew that Yan Qinyu's background was not simple. Therefore, when Yan Qinyu suddenly became so strong, although Han Yan was shocked, he was not too surprised. Furthermore, to be able to see Yan Qinyu's growth, he and Tyrant were happy from the bottom of their hearts. "It's really great to see you all again." Yan Qinyu smiled again. Han Yan and Tyrant were truly on the same side. They had experienced life and death together, especially Han Yan. When they were in the Black Sect, he had almost lost his life in order to save her. Yan Qinyu didn't forget about it at all. "Alright, let's go down. The Great Qian Empire's crisis is finally over, but I guess these guys still haven't calmed down," Jiang Chen said. When they descended from the sky, the old emperor, Yang Yu, and the rest of the higher-ups didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately came over to welcome them. The old emperor took the lead and bowed deeply to Yan Qinyu and Jiang Chen. The others behind him also followed suit. This was a huge favor, and it wasn't something that could be repaid with just a simple greeting. "Old Emperor, there's no need to be so polite. You and I are on the same side, and I am a disciple of Genius Prefecture. Now that the Empire is in trouble, Jiang Chen naturally won't stand by and do nothing. Fortunately, I'm not too late. If not, Jiang Chen would regret it for the rest of his life." Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. These words almost brought tears to the eyes of the people present, especially Yang Yu. He felt that his vision was really too bright. He really didn't make the wrong choice. Good brother. Chapter 1841. Brother Jiang Chen, who is this expert? Yang Yu looked at Yan Qinyu and couldn't help but ask. Today, it was all thanks to this extraordinary girl who was able to kill the devil ape. In Yang Yu's eyes, she was indeed an expert. "This is my wife, Yan Qinyu. The reason why I left this place was to find my father. I didn't expect to find little you here. This is a great harvest." Jiang Chen embraced Yan Qinyu in his arms. In Jiang Chen's heart, Yan Qinyu was a treasure, the greatest treasure of his life. Everyone was enlightened. Although they had already guessed it, they were still shocked when it was confirmed by Jiang Chen. Aside from being shocked, they were also envious of Yan Qinyu. How many women under the heavens could there be? Not only was she beautiful, she also possessed incredible combat strength. If any man under the heavens could find a woman like her, he would have to thank the gods in his previous life. Brother Jiang Qin is really lucky. Yang Yu burst into laughter. A girl like Yan Qin Yu was a prideful woman. She wouldn't even look at an ordinary man. Under the heavens, perhaps only a man like Jiang Qin was worthy of Yan Qin Yu. Looking at this pair of golden boy and jade girl, everyone felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. Miss Yan, it's all thanks to your help today. You've saved the lives of everyone in the great Qian Empire. I really don't know how to repay this kindness. The old emperor walked forward and bowed to Yan Qinyu. Although Yan Qinyu was young, she was very powerful. Even the old emperor had to look up to her. Old emperor, you don't have to be so polite. You're brother Chen's friends, so you're my friends too. Yan Qinyu replied with a smile. Being able to help Jiang Qin with something and make him feel proud was the happiest thing in Yan Qinyu's mind. By the way, little Qinzi, you said that you're going to find uncle's whereabouts. How is it going? Only now did he know why Jiang Qin suddenly left the ethereal immortal domain. It turned out that he had found the whereabouts of Jiang Zhenhai. I found him. He's in the Fengqi immortal domain. However, my father is currently in a very safe place. He didn't come back with me. Everyone, don't worry. Jiang Qin said that the trip to the Fengqi immortal domain this time was really a great harvest. This is great. You and your son are finally reunited in the immortal world. Tyrant sighed. He and Han Yan were well aware of the relationship between Jiang Qin and Jiang Qin. Now that they could reunite in the immortal world, they were naturally happy for Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang, you must invite your father to the Qian Empire in the future. I want to properly host him. The old emperor said. Definitely. Jiang Qin said. All right. You and your brothers must have a lot to talk about after reuniting. We won't disturb you any longer. Now that the heaven-devouring devil ape has been eliminated, many disciples of Genius Prefecture have been greatly shaken and need to be comforted. Bufan, bring Brother Jiang and Miss Yan to a quiet place to sit, Yang Yu said to Yang Bufan. He was a very reasonable person. Now that the matter had been resolved, he naturally had to provide an opportunity for Jiang Qin and the others to reunite. In the residence of Jiang Qin of Genius Prefecture, in a quiet courtyard, everyone was gathered together. Regardless of the current situation in the ethereal immortal domain, this moment was worth celebrating. Miss Lan, why are you dressed so joyfully today? Jiang Qin looked at Lan Lingji and couldn't help but ask. Little Qinzi, you still don't know that tomorrow is the wedding day of Miss Lan and Monkey. Monkey was complaining that you didn't come back just now. Fortunately, you came back in time. Han Yan said with a smile. What? Monkey is going to get married. Ha! Good news, good news. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. This was indeed a matter worthy of celebration. Although Long Shisan and Lan Lingji didn't know each other for a long time, their relationship was very deep. They had experienced life and death together. Not long ago, Long Shisan had displayed his might in exquisite paradise and became the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. Therefore, it was only normal that Venerable Ling Long would host their wedding. Young Master Jiang, where is Brother Shisan now? Lan Lingji asked the question that she had always wanted to ask. Long Shisan had disappeared after devouring the heaven-devouring devil ape. Although she knew that it was done by Jiang Qin, she didn't know about the existence of the Zulong Tower. Don't worry, Miss Lan. Monkey has devoured the heaven-devouring devil ape and is now working hard to digest it. He will absolutely not delay your wedding tomorrow. Jiang Qin spoke. Given Long Shisan's strength, a day was more than enough for him to digest the heaven-devouring devil ape. When Long Shisan walked out of the Zulong Tower tomorrow, his cultivation base would certainly advance by leaps and bounds, reaching an even more terrifying level. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lan Lingji felt completely relieved. She had absolute trust in Jiang Chen's words. To be honest, she was really worried that Long Shi-san would delay the wedding tomorrow. To a woman, this was undoubtedly the most important day in her life. Little Chenzi, I can see that your cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds. You have already reached the late immortal emperor realm. It seems like you have obtained a lot of benefits in Fengqi Immortal Domain. Quickly tell us about what happened in Fengqi Immortal Domain, said Yang Bufan. All of them had seen the changes in Jiang Qin. When Jiang Qin left, he was only an early immortal emperor. It had only been a short period of time, but he had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. He must have obtained tremendous benefits. Jiang Qin didn't hide anything from these brothers. He then told them everything that had happened in Monarch Mountain, including the matters of the northern and southern dynasties and Yan Qinyu. My goodness! Xiao Yu is actually the reincarnation of Empress Nine Yin. No wonder she's so powerful. Han Yan was astonished. They really hadn't thought of this. I never thought that the northern and southern dynasties were really the reincarnations of powerful great sovereigns. In that case, I'm afraid that this bastard's current strength is on par with Xiao Yu. That's terrifying. That's right. That person from the northern and southern dynasties is extremely arrogant. No one knows when he will come out and wreak havoc in the world. Now that he has obtained the monarch sword and merged with the body of a monarch, he will be even more difficult to deal with. Tyrant and Yang Bufan knitted their brows. Such figures from the northern and southern dynasties were destined to be extraordinary. They would appear sooner or later. Fortunately, Yan Qinyu was also the reincarnation of Empress Nine Yin, which could restrain the power of the northern and southern dynasties. Her existence would more or less make the northern and southern dynasties wary. Oh, by the way, I've obtained a large amount of great sovereign essence in the Monarch Mountain. Ah Yan, I can see that your cultivation base has already reached the half-step immortal venerable realm. If you can get some of the great sovereign essence, it will be very easy for you to break through to the immortal venerable realm. Chapter 1842. Han Yan possessed the powerful bloodline of Gu Tianma. Even without any assistance, he would achieve great things sooner or later. As for Tyrant, he had the Buddha's relic in his body. Even the God-trembling monument had acknowledged him. He was a true monstrous genius of Buddha sect. Jiang Chen had a feeling that Tyrant's identity was not simple. He might be the reincarnation of a powerful Buddha. Of course, this was only Jiang Chen's guess. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Traces of great sovereign's chi essence appeared in front of the others like spiritual snakes. Feeling the purity of the great sovereign's chi essence, everyone's breathing became heavy. This was a real treasure. Even with their innate talent, they would benefit greatly from the chi essence. Sure enough, it's a powerful chi essence of great sovereign. It will be of great help to our cultivation. Great Master Howren said in surprise. That's right. Great sovereign is supreme. The chi essence of great sovereign comes from the essence of a great sovereign. It will bring unimaginable benefits to our cultivation and foundation. Mo Wuqing nodded his head as well. His eyes shone with brilliance. He couldn't believe that this was real. For them, the essence of a great sovereign was definitely a peerless treasure, especially since there was so much of it here. After refining it, their cultivation base would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Alright, you guys should start refining the chi essence of great sovereign. Try to improve your cultivation by the time of the monkey's wedding tomorrow. Jiang Chen said. Alright. Everyone nodded. Even without Jiang Chen's reminder, they couldn't wait any longer. They took their chi essence and found a quiet place to refine it in seclusion. Brother Qin, I think Yan Qingqing is missing from the list of important figures that you mentioned to me, right? Everyone was in seclusion, leaving only Jiang Chen and Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chen basically told her everything that had happened in the immortal world along the way. Yan Qingqing was also an important figure, so she was naturally included in the story. Although Jiang Chen was very reserved, a woman's sixth sense was very sharp and accurate. Yan Qingyu could feel that Yan Qingqing was deeply in love with Jiang Qin. Yeah, I don't know how to face her. Jiang Qin sighed. He didn't know how to deal with Yan Qingqing's feelings. However, Jiang Qin wouldn't hide his relationship with Yan Qingqing from Yan Qingyu. Some things couldn't be concealed. Let's go. Bring me to have a look. I also want to see if there's a third woman in this world who's worthy of you other than me and Sister Ning. Yan Qingyu smiled. Facing Yan Qingyu's understanding, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel distressed in his heart. Jiang Chen had never deliberately crossed the threshold of love, but there were some things that he had to face sooner or later. Yan Qingyu was like this, Wu Ningzhu was like this, and so was Yan Qingqing. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Qin nodded. He had always left Yan Qingqing in Qingfan Prefecture to cultivate. Jiang Chen had always felt a little guilty towards this strong woman. Tomorrow was Long Shisan's wedding. He could take this opportunity to see Yan Qingqing. Qingfan Prefecture wasn't far from Genius Prefecture. For Jiang Chen and Yan Qingyu, they could reach there in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen and Yan Qingyu didn't alarm anyone. They went straight to Yan Qingqing's residence, but what puzzled Jiang Chen was that there was no one here. There wasn't a trace of Yan Qingqing's qi. Brother Qin, she wouldn't have left, right? Yan Qingyu asked. She won't. Qingqing is wholeheartedly cultivating here. She will never leave this place easily. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. Yan Qingqing wasn't in Qingfan Prefecture. This made him very doubtful. Putting aside the fact that Yan Qingqing wouldn't leave, even if she was powerful, Qingfan would tell him about it. Creak. At this moment, the gate of the courtyard was pushed open. A white-bearded old man walked in. He was Old Man Bai Wang. Old Man Bai Wang was stunned at first when he saw Jiang Qin. Then, he hurriedly came forward and said, "Young Master Jiang, you are back." Seeing Jiang Qin again, Old Man Bai Wang seemed a little nervous. The current Jiang Qin was no longer the Jiang Qin of the past. He was a famous figure in the entire ethereal immortal domain. To Old Man Bai Wang, he was an existence that he could only look up to. Old Man Bai Wang, where's Qingqing? Jiang Qin asked. He remembered that Yan Qingqing was left in Qingfan Prefecture under the guidance of Old Man Bai Wang. I was just about to tell Qingfan about it. Young Master Jiang, you are here. Yan Qingqing has disappeared. Old Man Bai Wang said. What happened? Jiang Chen asked again. 2 nights ago, a rainbow light suddenly appeared here. When I saw the rainbow light and arrived here, Miss Qingqing had already disappeared. Oh right, she left this behind in the courtyard. Old Man Bai Wang flipped his palm and took out an item. It was a feather radiating rainbow light. The feather was very big, about 3 meters in size. It was comparable to the divine feather of Sunday. This old man's knowledge is shallow. I can't tell what this feather is. Old Man Bai Wang handed the rainbow feather to Jiang Qin. This is the divine feather of Phoenix. Yan Qingyu said. What? Divine feather of Phoenix. Jiang Chen and Old Man Bai Wang exclaimed at the same time. That's right. This is the feather of the divine bird Phoenix. There's no doubt about it. It has the aura of a divine beast. It seems like that rainbow light is related to the divine bird phoenix. Yan Qinyu said in an affirmative tone. Oh my God! The divine bird phoenix has disappeared since the ancient times. Could it be that the divine bird phoenix has returned to the human world? Old man Bai Wang was extremely shocked. He had been studying this feather for 2 days. He felt that it was very mysterious, but he couldn't believe that it had anything to do with the divine bird phoenix. It seems like Qingqing has been taken away by some unknown divine bird. To Qingqing, this is probably a great fortune. Jiang Chen said. Yan Qingqing's talent could only be considered as average. No matter how hard she worked, she would never be able to compete with them. She would never be able to follow in their footsteps. Now that the divine bird phoenix had arrived and taken Yan Qingqing away, it seemed like the divine bird phoenix had taken a fancy to her. To Yan Qingqing, this might be a great fortune. Jiang Chen used the great divination art to divine for a while. After confirming that this was Yan Qingqing's fortune, the stone in his heart was finally lifted. Looks like this Qingqing is also an extraordinary person. Only a girl like her is worthy of Big Brother Qin. Yan Qinyu said. Hearing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile bitterly. The people around him were all very mysterious. Yan Qinyu was the reincarnation of Empress Nai Yin, Wu Ningzhu had obtained all the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, and now, Yan Qingqing had been taken away by the divine bird phoenix. Jiang Qin suddenly felt that he was very honored. Chapter 1843. Divine beasts were the noblest existences in the heaven and earth. They had supreme bloodlines and were the symbol of auspiciousness. The arrival of a divine beast represented an auspicious omen. Unfortunately, divine beasts were too rare in the immortal world. Even if they existed, they only inherited the bloodline of divine beasts and their numbers were very few. The bloodline of divine beasts in the immortal world was unique. Long Shisan's battle saint ape, De Huang's mutated dragon horse bloodline, Qilin, white tiger, Qilin, and the mighty divine phoenix. It was conceivable that it was also unique. It was very difficult for a true divine beast to appear in the heavens and earth. It was an existence that was comparable to a divine being. Their bloodline had the potential to become a divine being. In other words, as long as they were given enough time to grow, they would become a divine being sooner or later. Jiang Chen felt that the divine beasts wouldn't go extinct, it was just that they didn't exist in the immortal world. Above the immortal world, there might be a supreme world. This was the feeling he got as he cultivated the dragon transformation skill. The dragon transformation skill was endless and boundless. The immortal world was about to reach its end, but Jiang Chen had yet to discover the true profundity and secret of the dragon transformation skill. Plus, he was still very far away from it. The road of dragon transformation skill was still very long. The Zulong Tower could explain everything. Back when he was in Saint Origin World, the Zulong Tower had 99 floors. Until now, it had only condensed to 50 floors. The Zulong Tower followed the heavenly Tao. The immortal world naturally had its own heavenly Tao. The level of energy absorbed indicated the number of floors of the Zulong Tower. The higher the level, the harder it would be to condense the Zulong Tower. Therefore, Jiang Chen felt that even if the Zulong Tower crazily absorbed the essence of peerless great sovereigns, it still wouldn't reach perfection. Perhaps, the top of the Zulong Tower was beyond the reach of great sovereigns. The path of cultivation is boundless and has no end. I can only take it one step at a time. Jiang Chen gazed into the distance. He liked challenges and the experience of this journey. He liked the feeling of climbing to the peak step by step. It was the same in Saint Origin World, and it was the same in the immortal world. He was afraid that the immortal world wasn't the end. Jiang Chen would never slack off or stagnate on his journey. Jiang Chen left with Yan Qingyu. He was looking forward to meeting Yan Qingqing again. All along, he didn't dare to face Yan Qingqing's feelings for him. But now that Yan Qingqing was taken away by the divine phoenix, Jiang Chen started to worry and miss her. Perhaps, he couldn't avoid this fated feeling. In the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower, Long San was sitting cross-legged on a huge praying mat. The impact of the bloodline of the heaven-devouring devil ape on Long San was undoubtedly tremendous. The law of time here was 30 times faster than normal. It was truly a paradise for Long San to digest the heaven-devouring devil ape. Under the circulation of the life symbol art, the severed arm began to grow back. It was as good as new. Long San didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. His cultivation base had also begun to increase. The bloodline of the devil-devouring ape was firmly suppressed by the bloodline of the battle saint ape. It was like a 10,000 years old beast king eating a lowly prey. The prey couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance. The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, waves of powerful qi rose from the sky of Genius Prefecture, illuminating the entire prefecture. What a powerful qi! Someone is about to advance to the immortal venerable realm. There's more than one. It seems to be the residence of senior brother Jiang Qin. So many people are advancing to the immortal venerable realm at the same time. This is too spectacular. It's King Fan and the others. Amazing. Truly amazing. Our great Qian Empire has gained so many immortal venerables, and they are all young geniuses. This is great news. Senior brother Jiang Qin is truly a blessing to our empire. Without senior brother Jiang Qin, there wouldn't be a bright future for our empire. That's right. Senior brother Jiang Qin is the great benefactor of our empire. This will never change. He must be recorded in the history of the empire for the future generations to revere. But these are the friends of King Fan, not the people of Great Qian Empire. What do you know? King Fan is on good terms with them. They will always come to our aid at the critical moment. Yesterday, when the devil-devouring ape broke the seal, they all came to our aid despite the danger. This is friendship. You don't understand. The sudden emergence of so many young immortal venerables naturally set off a storm in Genius Prefecture. As a matter of fact, it was normal for those who were in seclusion yesterday to break through to the immortal venerable realm at the same time. Some of them broke through one level, while some broke through 2 levels, like Mo Wuqing and Grandmaster Hao Ran. The qi essence of a great sovereign had a great impact on the human body. It would change one's temperament, not to mention that they had absorbed so much qi essence of a great sovereign. Their innate talent was superior, so it wasn't strange for them to advance. Looking at the soaring qi, Dong Fangyu and Yang Zanqing couldn't help but sigh. The two of them recalled the time when Jiang Qin first came to Genius Prefecture. They had never thought that there would be such a change today. Such a change was just too fast, catching them unprepared. It seems like our eyesight back then is very sharp. Dong Fangyu stroked his beard. But we have still underestimated Jiang Qin. In my opinion, it will take at least 10 years for such a situation to happen. It's simply a miracle. Yang Zanqing shook his head and sighed. For the first time, he felt old. A heaven-defying figure like Jiang Qin had completely exceeded his imagination. Hong Long. While everyone was still in shock, another wave of energy that was even more tyrannical rushed out. That wave of energy was golden and dazzling, shooting straight into the sky as if it was going to poke a huge hole in the sky. This was an extremely powerful momentum. As soon as this momentum appeared, it immediately suppressed the other momentum, causing them to become dim and dull. Ha! Master Monkey is out of seclusion. Wild laughter filled the sky above Genius Prefecture. Everyone saw Longshan, who was dressed like a bridegroom, hovering in the sky. His body was radiating unparalleled golden light, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Boundless chi waves spread out. His cultivation base had already reached the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Compared to the half-step immortal venerable realm, his combat strength was countless times stronger. It's Longshan. He's fine. His injuries have all healed. My God! He has eaten the heaven-devouring devil ape. His cultivation base has actually reached such a terrifying level. He has completely suppressed the chi of the others. Amazing! Amazing! This is a true heaven-defying existence. The legendary battle Saint Ape can fight against the heavens. Chapter 1844. Longshan's radiance had engulfed everyone and the entire Genius Prefecture. Even the old emperor wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful chi, let alone Emperor Yongyu. An intermediate immortal venerable like Longshan was already strong enough to fight against a peerless venerable. Any ordinary late immortal venerable would be killed instantly by Longshan. In other words, the current Longshan had risen completely. It was hard to find anyone in the entire East Xuanyu who could fight him. The benefits of devouring the heaven-devouring devil ape were just too great for Longshan. Countless people in Genius Prefecture were incomparably excited. They were grateful to Longshan. Yesterday, Longshan fought the heaven-devouring devil ape and bought time for Great Qian Empire. Otherwise, by the time Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu arrived, Great Qian Empire would have already been annihilated by the heaven-devouring devil ape. At that time, even if Yan Qinyu killed the devil ape, it would be useless. The loss of Great Qian Empire was irreparable. No one would forget Longshan's contribution to Great Qian Empire. No one would forget the scene of Longshan fighting the heaven-devouring devil ape despite his injuries. So, when they saw that Longshan had not only recovered from his injuries but also made great progress in his cultivation base, they felt happy for Longshan. Moreover, the stronger Longshan was, the greater the benefits to Great Qian Empire. This was for sure. Although Longshan wasn't a citizen of Great Qian Empire, due to his relationship with Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan, he could be considered as half a citizen of Great Qian Empire. Very quickly, everyone's chi was restrained. Once again, they gathered together and couldn't help but laugh when they saw each other's progress. Monkey, you are getting more and more awesome. You are now a celebrity in the entire ethereal immortal domain. Han Yen joked. Of course, Master Monkey's name is very famous. I heard that Qi Jin wants to challenge me. If he really dares to come, Master Monkey will definitely beat him into dog shit. Longshan had the right to be arrogant. Given his late immortal venerable cultivation base, even a late immortal venerable genius of the immortal court wouldn't be a match for Longshan. Jiang Qin smiled. Longshan's fame had almost surpassed his own, which was a good thing for Jiang Qin. Once he was done with the matters here, he would head to the immortal court of Fengqi immortal domain to help Nangong Wendian. Right, I forgot to tell you guys something. I have news about Nan. Jiang Chen looked at Han Yen and Tyrant. Others might not know what happened to Nangong Wendian, but they, who came from Saint Origin World, knew it very well. Furthermore, they were brothers who had gone through life and death together, and they had always been worried about each other. Is that so? Could it be that Nan is also in Fengqi immortal domain? Han Yen asked hastily. Both he and Tyrant looked rather excited after hearing the news about Nangong Wendian. That's right. That bastard has an incredible identity. He's the reincarnation of Heaven's sovereign, the sovereign lord of the immortal court. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. He wouldn't believe it if he didn't confirm it himself. What? The sovereign lord of the immortal court? That bastard is so powerful. Han Yan almost fainted. Tyrant was also incomparably surprised. If these words didn't come out from Jiang Chen's mouth, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, they felt very happy for Nangong Wendian. Amazing, little Chenzi. If Nan is the reincarnation of Heaven's sovereign and the sovereign lord, why should we be afraid of the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain? Tyrant said. Nan is indeed the reincarnation of Heaven's sovereign and he has already returned to the immortal court, but it's a pity that he isn't having a good time now. Someone has taken control of the immortal court and they don't want him to return alive. Therefore, I will have to return to Fengqi immortal domain a month later to find a way to enter the immortal court and help Nan. Jiang Chen said, and then told them how he met Han Feng in the inner space of Monarch Mountain and what happened to Nangong Wendian. Han Yan and Tyrant knitted their brows and began to worry. They weren't fools. They could naturally tell Nangong Wendian's current situation from Jiang Chen's words. What kind of existence was the immortal court? It was the supreme existence that stood at the peak of the immortal world. The more powerful a place was, the harder it was to survive. After the reincarnation of Heaven's sovereign, the immortal court had already changed its master. Now that Heaven's sovereign had returned to the immortal court, there would naturally be someone who didn't want him to have a good time. Even if Nangong Wendian was the reincarnation of Heaven's sovereign, he wouldn't be able to change the situation of the immortal court. That was why he needed help from Jiang Chen. It seems like Nan isn't having a good time, but if you enter the immortal court, you will surely be able to help Nan, said Han Yan. Jiang Chen was the person they admired the most in this world. All along, there was nothing that Jiang Chen couldn't do. Nangong Wendian also noticed this, which was why he asked Han Feng to look for Jiang Chen everywhere. The immortal world was just too vast. It wouldn't be easy for them to thrive like they did in Saint Origin World. Although they were very strong now, the opponents they would face would be much stronger. There was still a long way to go in the future. At this time, an old woman holding a walking stick suddenly descended from the sky and came to the courtyard where Jiang Chen was. As soon as she saw Long Shisan and Lan Lingji, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Saintess, what the hell are you and young Master Long doing? Today is your wedding day. Immortal Venerable has asked me to bring you back. Many guests have already arrived. The old woman spoke anxiously. Yeah. I forgot about this matter. Let's go, let's go. Jiang Chen patted his forehead. He had been feeling happy for the advancement of everyone's cultivation base and had forgotten that today was an incomparably important day. Exquisite Paradise had already prepared everything and was just waiting for this pair of newlyweds. However, the two of them were still having fun in Genius Prefecture. Many of the guests had already arrived. If they weren't here, what would Venerable Ling Long do? No one dared to delay any longer. Under the lead of the old woman, they flew rapidly towards Exquisite Paradise. Fortunately, their cultivation base was strong and their speed was extremely fast. Even though the distance between Great Qian Empire and Exquisite Paradise wasn't short, it was still a matter of seconds for them. Exquisite Paradise. A festive atmosphere could be felt from 1,000 miles away. All the buildings in the paradise were decorated with colorful ribbons. Many disciples and elders were bustling about. Today was the wedding of the saintess. Naturally, everyone in Exquisite Paradise had to show a festive atmosphere. Everyone was in high spirits. Chapter 1845. A tall platform was built on the largest martial arena of exquisite paradise. It was at least a few dozen miles in circumference. As the wedding venue of Long Shirsan and Lan Lingji, a wide platform was specially built. Just this platform alone was 300 meters in circumference. At this moment, the martial arena was filled with guests. The Valley Master of Celestial Flower Valley, Hua Gai, the Saintess Hua Shaoqian, and the higher-ups of Celestial Flower Valley. On the side of Great Qian Empire, the old emperor, Yang Yu, and many rogue cultivators whom Venerable Ling Long had befriended had come to congratulate them and bring valuable gifts. Today was a joyous day for exquisite paradise. Everyone knew that Venerable Ling Long had always treated Lan Lingji as her own daughter. Therefore, the importance of this wedding had surpassed everything else. On the tall platform, Venerable Ling Long was sitting on the throne with a face full of joy. Jiang Chen's group arrived very quickly. Long Shirsan and Lan Lingji flew directly to the tall platform. They had already put on their new clothes and were well prepared. Long Shirsan held Lan Lingji's hand and came to the front of Venerable Ling Long. At the same time, he bowed deeply to Venerable Ling Long. Venerable Ling Long revealed a bright smile on her face. She didn't blame them for being late. When Venerable Ling Long sensed the change in Long Shirsan's cultivation base, her facial expression changed a little, because she could feel a trace of pressure from Long Shirsan. In other words, Long Shirsan's current strength was very likely to have surpassed her. Good, good. Venerable Ling Long praised. Sure enough, she didn't choose the wrong person. A monstrous figure like Long Shirsan was destined to have limitless achievements in the future. After marrying Lan Lingji today, Long Shirsan would officially become a member of Exquisite Paradise. This was a fortunate thing for Exquisite Paradise. Alright, let the wedding begin. Venerable Ling Long waved her hand. Plop Lan Lingji, on the other hand, knelt on the ground with a puff. Tears streamed down her face. She kowtowed 3 times to Venerable Ling Long. Venerable Ling Long, you've treated me like your own daughter all these years. You've raised me up and even hosted my wedding today. I can't repay your kindness in this lifetime. Lan Lingji burst into tears when she talked about the emotional part. Child, why are you crying on your wedding day? Get up quickly. Venerable Ling Long's eyes inadvertently turned red. It could be seen that Venerable Ling Long was a sentimental person. Lan Lingji wiped her eyes and sorted out her emotions. She stood up from the ground and pulled Long Shirsan's hand, turning to face the crowd of distinguished guests. Ha, monkey, kiss me. Han Yen jeered. It's such a joyous occasion. I must give her a kiss. Yang Bufan followed suit. Hee, Long Shirsan grinned, then turned to the blushing Lan Lingji and said, Lingji, look, this is what everyone wants. We mustn't let our brothers down. Then, regardless of whether Lan Lingji agreed or not, he gave her a deep kiss on her lips and showed a satisfied look. The crowd burst into laughter. Alright, I now announce that the wedding begins. First bow to the heaven and earth. The old woman at the side shouted loudly. This old woman was also an immortal venerable expert. Her voice was loud and clear, allowing everyone to hear her clearly. Wait! Just at this moment, a shout sounded from afar. The scene that was filled with laughter turned silent in an instant. Many of them looked at the source of the voice angrily. It was very rude to disturb someone else's wedding at such an important moment. Under the gaze of innumerable eyes, an armored man walked out of the void. He seemed to be about 25 or 26 years old. His head was tied with a rope. His body was incomparably strong and heroic. The qi that was radiating from his body gave people a considerable amount of pressure. It's Qi Jin, the supreme genius of the immortal court. Previously, this bastard had declared that he would kill Longshan. I had never thought that he would be here on the day of the wedding. This bastard chose to appear at this moment. He must have done it on purpose. It seems like the wedding has to be suspended because of an uninvited guest. Many of them were infuriated by the arrival of Qi Jin, but at the same time, they began to worry. After all, Qi Jin's cultivation base was just too strong. Not even Venerable Ling Long was a match for him. This bastard really didn't come at the right time. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at Qi Jin with pitiful eyes. It wasn't just because of the wedding, but also because of the advancement of Longshan's cultivation base. If Qi Jin had appeared earlier, Longshan would certainly be no match for him. However, Qi Jin had already made up his mind to stir up trouble on the day of Longshan's wedding and kill Longshan to create a great deterrent. Unfortunately, Qi Jin had never thought that Longshan's cultivation base had already reached a level that he couldn't match in just a day. His appearance at this time would only infuriate Longshan, which was no different from courting death. Qi Jin, today is a joyous occasion for exquisite paradise. You didn't seem to be invited. Venerable Ling Long spoke Ling Lang. Venerable Ling Long, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I, Qi Jin, will go wherever I want. No one can stop me. It's your fortune that I came to exquisite paradise. Qi Jin was extremely arrogant. He didn't put Venerable Ling Long in his eyes at all. Of course, as a peerless genius of the immortal court and a late immortal venerable, he had the right to be arrogant. Qi Jin, how dare you disrespect Venerable Ling Long? This alone is enough for you to die 100 times. Longshan was infuriated. He would never allow Qi Jin to be disrespectful to Venerable Ling Long. Moreover, he and Lan Lingji were about to go through the wedding ceremony, but this bastard chose to appear at this time. Such behavior had already crossed the bottom line of Longshan. Longshan, cut the crap. Come up and face your death. Didn't you say that you will kill every genius of the immortal court that comes? I, Qi Jin, will challenge you now. Let's see what makes you say such arrogant words. Qi Jin looked over at Longshan and stated his intention. All right. Since you're courting death, Master Monkey will fulfill your wish. We'll get married after I kill you. Longshan's chi fluctuated. Brother Shan, be careful. Chapter 1846. As a matter of fact, many of them were already prepared for Qi Jin's arrival. Qi Jin had already announced that he would kill Longshan a few days ago. The reason why he didn't do it was because he had heard about Longshan's wedding. He wanted to kill Longshan on the day of the wedding. One should know that such a blow was much greater than killing Longshan. Not only would he get rid of a scourge, he would also turn Longshan into a laughingstock. Longshan's body flashed and appeared in the sky, standing opposite to Qi Jin. He was clad in a red bridegroom's attire that looked very festive, but judging from his appearance, Longshan's physique wasn't as strong as Qi Jin's. Qi Jin's physique was almost the size of two Longshans. Plus, Longshan's cultivation base wasn't as strong as Qi Jin's. In that case, Longshan certainly wouldn't be a match for Qi Jin. After all, the visual impact was too great. Unfortunately, strength didn't depend on one's physique. If Longshan reverted to his true form, he would be as big as a small mountain. No one looked down on Qi Jin. He was a peerless genius of the immortal court, a late immortal venerable whose combat strength was comparable to a peerless venerable, second only to a half-step sovereign. No matter how many old ancestors or sect masters were present, none of them was a match for Qi Jin. Similarly, no one looked down on Longshan either. He was a man who could come back from the dead and kill a dozen geniuses of the immortal court. Who would dare to look down on him? Not even Qi Jin himself would dare to look down on Longsha San. Qi Jin, choosing to challenge me at this time is the biggest mistake you have made in your life. Longsha San spoke flatly. In fact, it was true. If Qi Jin had challenged him a day earlier, he would certainly be no match for Qi Jin. Unfortunately, Qi Jin had chosen this time to strike a blow to him. Coincidentally, Longsha San had advanced 2 levels consecutively, which had widened the gap between them. Longsha San, it seems like your cultivation base has improved again, but don't be too arrogant. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. But it's good that your cultivation base has improved. Otherwise, I won't have any excitement when I kill you. It's been a long time since I last fought. What's the point of fighting if I trample my opponent to death like an ant? Qi Jin was incomparably arrogant. Even though he could sense the improvement of Longsha San's cultivation base, he still didn't put Longsha San in his eyes. As a supreme genius of the immortal court, he was overly confident in his own cultivation base. It was the kind of confidence that came from deep within his bones that made him arrogant and disregard everything. This Longsha San does look much stronger than before. In that case, given his Battle Saint 8 bloodline, he might really be able to fight Qi Jin. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Both of them are heaven-defying existences. Although Qi Jin's bloodline isn't comparable to Longsha San's, his cultivation base is higher than Longsha San's. It's really hard to tell how the battle will end. Many people began to discuss it. The originally joyous scene had now turned into a battlefield. No one dared to ignore the peerless geniuses of the immortal court. Be it their identity or status, they couldn't be compared to them. At this time, the ones who looked the most relaxed were probably Jiang Qin, Han Yan and Yang Bufan, because they were overly confident in Longsha San's strength. It was absolutely not a problem for him to kill a genius who was a level higher than him. They were just pitying Qi Jin for choosing the worst time to challenge Longsha San. In their point of view, Qi Jin wasn't here to challenge Longsha San, but to die. Even if he was a peerless genius of the immortal court, it still wasn't a reason for Longsha San not to kill him. Longsha San's attitude towards his enemies had always been the same as Jiang Chen's. He didn't care about the opponent's identity or who the opponent was. Anyone who wanted to kill him would be killed in the end. Longsha San, make your move. Let me see what ability you have to challenge all the geniuses of the immortal court. Qi Jin's chi fluctuated. A pillar of light soared into the sky. The powerful qi stirred the entire void, causing it to tremble violently. The incomparably powerful pressure made the souls of some of the weaker geniuses tremble. Hong! An extremely powerful qi was also released from Longsha San's body. It was the qi of the purest yang, forming an incomparably bright pillar of light. The emergence of this qi immediately suppressed Qi Jin's qi. What? Upon seeing this, Qi Jin couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't believe that this was true. He stared at the materialized qi of Longsha San in shock. Only then did he understand that Longsha San had already reached such a level. Qi Jin couldn't accept such an outcome. One should know that a peerless genius like Qi Jin was invincible among his peers. It was normal for him to challenge those who were at a higher level than him. However, Longsha San's cultivation base was lower than his, but his qi was firmly suppressed. This alone was an incomparably heavy blow to Qi Jin. Qi Jin, what do you have to be proud of in front of Master Monkey? You're just a weakling. How dare you challenge me? Longsha San's black and white hair fluttered in the wind, piercing the void like sharp thorns. Longsha San, don't be arrogant. My means aren't something you can imagine. Qi Jin was infuriated. He took the initiative to launch a punch at Long Shan. This punch shattered the void, surpassing the limit of space and arrived in front of Long Shan. The punch seemed to have become the only thing in the heavens and earth, locking all of Long Shan's qi, leaving Long Shan no choice but to face it head-on. Of course, Long Shan had no intention of evading it. As an intermediate immortal venerable, he was stronger than Qi Jin in every aspect. Long Shan wore an indifferent face. He threw out a punch with incredible speed, colliding with Qi Jin's fist. Bang! The powerful shockwave directly shattered the void, completely tearing it apart. Airwaves began to roll, erupting with unparalleled destructive energy. The punch completely shattered Qi Jin's fist. On the opposite side, Qi Jin's body couldn't help but tremble. Qi Jin's facial expression turned even more unsightly. He had fallen into a disadvantageous position in the first exchange. Such a situation wasn't something he had expected at the beginning. He didn't even dare to think about it. The peerless genius of the immortal court is only a so-so. Long Shan shook his head. Today, he must fight Qi Jin to boost his morale. Chapter 1847. Amazing. Isn't Long Shan's progress a little too fast? That's right. An intermediate immortal venerable can suppress a late immortal venerable like Qi Jin. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. He's a true monstrous genius, just like Jiang Qin. It's a great thing for exquisite paradise to have such a talented son-in-law. Not necessarily. It's very likely to be a disaster. You have to see who Long Shan has offended. It's the immortal court. Although Long Shan is talented and incomparably powerful, it's almost impossible for him to go against the immortal court. If the immortal court gets angry, do you think exquisite paradise will have an easy time? Yeah. Forget it. Let's not think about that for now. Let's see how the battle between Long Shan and Qi Jin is going. Although Long Shan has gained the upper hand in the battle, Qi Jin isn't that weak. As a peerless genius of the immortal court, he must have extraordinary means. Innumerable people were shocked by the speed of Long Shan's transformation. They still remembered that when Long Shan had just returned from Golden Horizon, he was killed by Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. It was a miracle that he had grown to such a heaven-defying level in such a short period of time. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they were afraid that few of them would believe it. In the sky, Long Shan's words had undoubtedly stimulated Qi Jin's self-esteem. All along, he had been saying such words to others. He had never thought that it would be his turn to say it. Furthermore, due to the fact that he was in a disadvantageous position, he couldn't refute Long Shan's words at all. Dragon Shan, don't be so arrogant. I admit that you're very strong now, but do you think that you can defeat me? You're underestimating me. Today, I'll show you what I can do. Qi Jin was infuriated and decided not to hold back anymore. Now, he had completely regarded Shan as a real opponent. He no longer looked down on Shan like before. Rumble, Qi Jin's hands continued to draw powerful hand seals. A huge hand seal that was dozens of feet in size appeared. It was densely packed with complicated runes. It looked extremely mystical. The moment the hand seal appeared, a thunderous sound burst out and a big hole appeared in the void. This was an ancient seal technique. It was extremely terrifying and its attacking power was unimaginable. The moment the seal appeared, the sky changed color. Long Shan, die. Qi Jin let out a roar, and a powerful hand seal, like a huge compass, rushed towards Long Shan with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. This was Qi Jin's most powerful attack, and it carried all of his energy attacks, aiming to kill Long Shan in one hit. Unfortunately, in the face of such a powerful magic seal attack, Long Shan's expression did not change, and he was as indifferent as ever. This seal technique was indeed incomparably powerful. If Qi Jin were to display it, it would be enough to dominate an area. Unfortunately, such a seal technique was still not on the same level as Long Shan's Battle Saint technique. Bang! Long Shan attacked with Battle Saint technique. The attack of the battle symbol art was far more powerful than Qi Jin's seal technique. The radiance generated by the battle symbol art lit up the entire sky, and countless dazzling rays of light covered the entire martial arena. What? Qi Jin exclaimed once again. Just by looking at Long Shan's attack, Qi Jin knew that he was defeated. Sometimes, there was no need for too many fancy moves in a battle between experts. Qi Jin was very clear about the power of his hand seal, which was also his most powerful move. But after seeing Long Shan's Battle Saint technique, he knew that his confidence was indeed a little too blind. Rumble. The collision between the Battle Saint technique and the powerful magic seal created endless sparks in the void. The void was completely smashed. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had opened up a new fighting space, the shockwaves of the battle would have caused severe damage to Exquisite Paradise. Even so, some of the weaker disciples felt their souls trembling, feeling the tremendous pressure. Such a battle scene is really shocking. The strength of these two is too powerful. Even if we old ancestor-level experts were to fight them, I'm afraid that we would die for sure. That's right. Compared to these peerless geniuses, we are not at the same level at all. This Long Shan is worthy of being in existence with a powerful Battle Saint 8 bloodline. His combat strength is heaven-defying. Some of the patriarchs from the major powers were extremely shocked right now. A battle like this was something they could never have imagined. Even if they were to go up themselves, they would definitely die if they were to go up against any one of these people. In the air, everything was chaotic. Destructive energy was rolling everywhere. Countless gazes looked over, only to see Qi Tian coughing up blood. His face was extremely pale, and his aura was in a mess. It was as though he had just experienced a life-and-death battle. If he continued to fight in his current state, he wouldn't even be able to unleash half of his combat strength. On the other hand, Long Shan was as powerful as before. The Battle Saint technique lingered around him, carrying a soaring domineering aura. The golden brilliance radiating from his body was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was obvious who would win and who would lose in this pinnacle battle. My God! I can't believe that the famous Qi Jin was defeated so thoroughly. He's no match for Long Shan. This is unbelievable. I think this is normal. If Qi Jin had come to kill Long Shan a few days ago, he might have succeeded. Long Shan's cultivation base has just advanced yesterday. He must have obtained a great opportunity that allowed his cultivation base to advance by 2 levels in such a short period of time. Back when Long Shan was in Golden Horizon, he was already able to kill geniuses who were a level higher than him. It's not surprising that he could defeat a late Immortal Venerable with his intermediate Immortal Venerable cultivation base. That's right. I've been to Golden Horizon and witnessed how powerful Long Shan is. Besides, Long Shan had also displayed his invincible might in the son-in-law selection. Killing geniuses who were a level higher than him isn't a problem for him. Many people were surprised by such an outcome, but some of them felt that it was normal. Those who had witnessed Long Shan's might felt that Long Shan's defeat was understandable. Qi Jin could only blame himself for choosing the wrong time to attack. Qi Jin had left the Immortal Court a few days ago to kill Long Shan. Unfortunately, he didn't attack directly, but chose to disrupt Long Shersan's wedding today, making Long Shersan's blood spill on the wedding site. Chapter 1848. Jiang Chen, Han Yan and the others wore a calm face. They weren't surprised at all, because such an outcome was within their expectations. There was no way Qi Jin would be a match for Dragon Shersan. In the sky, Qi Jin stared at Long Shersan, his eyes almost oozing blood. No, this is impossible. Qi Jin couldn't accept such an ending. He had never been defeated in his life. Even among the younger generation of the Immortal Court, he was an absolute elite. Not only was he respected by the people, but he was also appreciated by the higher-ups. His life had been glorious, but today, everything had changed. The existence of Long Shersan made Qi Jin finally understand the feeling of failure, especially for someone like him who had always been in a high position. This feeling was really unbearable. Swoosh! With a sway of his body, Long Shersan appeared in front of Qi Jin with a swoosh. An iron staff appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Qi Jin's head. Cold killing intent radiated from the iron staff. You want to kill me? Qi Jin could feel the killing intent of Long Shersan. The killing intent surprised him. In his opinion, even if he failed, Long Shersan wouldn't dare to kill him, because killing him meant that there would be no chance of reconciliation with the Immortal Court. Your question is pointless. I have killed the people of your Immortal Court more than once. How much nobler do you think you are compared to those who have died in my hands? Long Shersan laughed. There was a kind of self-confidence in this world called brainlessness. Long Shersan, do you think you can kill me? Even if I'm not a match for you, you won't be able to stop me if I want to leave. Qi Jin sneered, still very confident. I don't know where your confidence comes from. I'll give you a chance to run now. Let's see if you can run away. Long Shersan's tone was flat, but everyone could hear his determination to kill Qi Jin. Of course, it was normal for Long Shersan to have this kind of killing intent. After all, Qi Jin came here today to kill Long Shersan. In that case, why would Long Shersan be polite? He didn't need any reason to deal with someone who was determined to kill him. Moreover, just as Long Shersan had said, this wasn't the first time he had killed a member of the Immortal Court. The enmity between them had long been irreconcilable. This could be seen from the fact that Qi Jin wanted to kill Long Shersan. Everyone knew very well that if Qi Jin failed today, there would be an even more powerful expert appearing in the future to deal with Long Shersan. This was almost unquestionable. Therefore, whether Long Shersan killed Qi Jin or not, it would not change the outcome. Since that was the case, why did he leave Qi Jin alive, leaving behind a strong enemy for himself? Humph! Qi Jin harumphed coldly. With a sway of his body, he silently flashed into the spatial zone, attempting to escape. Unfortunately, at the same time, Long Shersan also moved. His powerful qi shook Qi Jin out of the spatial zone. How can you be so fast? Qi Jin's expression became even more unsightly. He suddenly felt that his escape today seemed to have become a luxury. Qi Jin, if you were at your peak, I might not be able to stop you if you wanted to escape from my hands. However, if I let you escape in your current state, what face do I have left? How am I supposed to face my friends in the future? The iron staff in Long Shersan's hand shone brightly. He wouldn't give Qi Jin the slightest chance to escape. Seeing Long Shersan's determination to kill him, Qi Jin finally felt a trace of fear, because he sensed the aura of death from the iron staff in front of him. It was something he had never felt before. He had never thought that death would be so close to him one day. Therefore, he began to feel afraid. No one wanted to die, especially when death was really near. The feeling would become very terrifying, causing one's nerves to tighten. Long Sher-san, if you dare kill me, the immortal court will never let you go. Qi Jin said, gritting his teeth. Even if I don't kill you, the immortal court won't let me go. Long Sher-san shook his head. Long Sher-san, as long as you don't kill me today, I, Qi Jin, will never find trouble with you in the future. Qi Jin's tone began to beg for mercy. He didn't want to die. It was his greatest pride to have today's status. He had the brilliance that ordinary people couldn't have. He still had a lot of good times ahead of him. Death was too strange and terrifying for him. From the moment you decided to step into exquisite paradise, you should have thought of such an ending. Killing you won't delay my wedding ceremony. Long Sher-san didn't waste any more words. He raised his iron staff and smashed it towards Qi Jin. This strike had locked on Qi Jin's qi, making it impossible for Qi Jin to escape. Even if Qi Jin exerted all his strength to resist, he wouldn't be able to. He would certainly be killed by Long Sher-san. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from afar. This shout contained an unparalleled amount of energy and pressure. Even though it was so far away, it still caused everyone's ears to ring. One could imagine just how powerful the expert who had come was. A silhouette appeared in the sky above exquisite paradise. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. He looked about 40 years old. His face was dignified, and his qi was incomparably powerful. He was actually a powerful half-step sovereign. Seeing the arrival of this black-robed middle-aged man, Qi Jin, who was in danger, suddenly felt like he had grasped a life-saving straw. He knew that he would be saved once this person arrived. Long Sher-san absolutely wouldn't dare to kill him in front of this person. Unfortunately, Sher-san was determined to kill Qi Jin. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Qi Jin. With a loud bang, the iron cudgel smashed on Qi Jin's head. Arg! Qi Jin issued a miserable shriek. His head was smashed by Long Sher-san's iron staff. Blood mist sprayed everywhere. He died on the spot. Hua! This scene caused a huge commotion among the crowd. No one had expected Sher-san to be so ferocious. Even when facing the obstruction of a half-step sovereign, he was able to completely ignore it and directly kill it. Boom! All of a sudden, a surge of fury rushed out of the half-step sovereign's body. His face was filled with endless wrath. Long Sher-san, how dare you kill a man of the immortal court in front of me? It seems like you are tired of living. Chapter 1849. Everyone in the martial arts arena, including Venerable Ling Long, stood up at the sight of Li Wangye. Their faces darkened to the extreme. Almost everyone knew about the famous Li Wangye. Back then, when Li Wangye wanted to take Jiang Qin away, it was Xiao Wangqing who stopped him. Now that Li Wangye had come to exquisite paradise, he must have a purpose. Moreover, Long Sher-san had killed Qi Jin in front of Li Wangye, which was equivalent to slapping Li Wangye's face and the immortal court's face. I'm afraid that exquisite paradise won't have an easy time now that Li Wangye has come. He can directly represent the immortal court. I'm afraid that Long Sher-san is finished. I've already said that it's not necessarily a good thing for exquisite paradise to collude with Long Sher-san and Jiang Qin. The immortal court isn't something that exquisite paradise can afford to offend. Many of them began to worry about exquisite paradise. As for Long Sher-san, he would surely die today. The faces of the people of exquisite paradise darkened to the extreme. Today was supposed to be a joyous day, but it seemed that it was basically impossible for the wedding to be carried out smoothly. Now that Li Wangye had come, no one could predict how things would develop, and no one dared to imagine it. It seems like Exquisite Paradise is going to be in big trouble today. That's right. Even a figure like Li Wangye has come. He represents the immortal court. If he oppresses us, how can we resist? Let's wait and see. After all, Li Wangye is a famous figure. Plus, the immortal court won't care about the matters below. Li Wangye's appearance is only for Long Shan and Jiang Qin. He won't make things difficult for us. The people of Exquisite Paradise were feeling very depressed. It seemed that the wedding couldn't continue. Li Wangye would never let Long Shan go after Qi Jin was killed. Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu exchanged a glance. Perhaps, only the two of them knew why Li Wangye suddenly came. They were afraid that Li Wangye's purpose wasn't for Qi Jin or Long Shan, but for themselves. Wang Xuanfeng's death had really infuriated Li Wangye. Long Shan looked at Li Wangye. Even though he was facing the pressure of a half-step sovereign, his face didn't reveal the slightest hint of nervousness. Do the people of Immortal Court like to crash other people's weddings? Don't you know that it's really annoying? Shan said coldly. If Li Wangye was infuriated, then Shan was even more infuriated. No matter what, today was his wedding day, the most important day of his life. He was about to bow to the heavens and earth. First, it was Qi Jin, and now, it was Li Wangye who wanted to ruin his wedding. No matter who it was, he or she wouldn't be able to stay calm in such a situation. It's useless to have a glib tongue. How dare you kill a genius of the immortal court in front of me? This alone is enough for you to die 100 times. I'm going to kill you now. Even if you die, you can rest in peace in the underworld. Killing intent burst out from Li Wangye's body in an instant. He was going to kill Long Shan for no reason. He wanted to let the world know that the immortal court was inviolable. Anyone who went against the immortal court would only have one end, death. Venerable Ling Long frowned when she saw that Li Wangye was going to kill Long Shan, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't even have the qualification to speak in front of Li Wangye. To Exquisite Paradise, let alone the entire immortal court, even Li Wangye wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Li Wangye, the reason why you are here today should be because of me, right? Just as Li Wangye was about to attack Long Shan, a hearty voice was heard. Then, two silhouettes appeared beside Long Shan. They were none other than Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu. Long Shan smiled. With Yan Qinyu here, Li Wangye wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. No matter how powerful Li Wangye was, he was still slightly weaker than the heaven-devouring devil ape. It's Jiang Qin. I didn't expect him to return after disappearing for so long. Why is that bastard here? Even if he has returned, he should be hiding. Isn't he courting death by coming out now while facing the powerful Li Wangye? That's right. I really can't figure it out. Given Jiang Chen's intelligence, he should be able to see the danger today. One should know that in Li Wangye's eyes, Jiang Chen is more dangerous than Long Shan. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, many people were shocked. Almost everyone in the ethereal immortal domain knew about Jiang Chen. He was a man who had stirred up a storm in the ethereal immortal domain. No matter when or where, he would always be the center of attention. Jiang Chen had been hiding in the crowd, and everyone's attention was on Long Shan. Therefore, it was normal that no one noticed Jiang Chen's existence. Seeing Jiang Chen, Li Wangye's pupils couldn't help but shrink. A rage that was even more intense than when he was facing Long Shan rose from his body. When he thought of Wang Xuanfeng's death, his killing intent couldn't be suppressed. Jiang Chen, you actually dared to show up here. I admire your courage, but today, you must give me an explanation. Li Wangye's target immediately shifted to Jiang Chen. What explanation should I give you? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Chen, don't play dumb. I'm here to ask you, did you kill Wang Xianfeng? Li Wangye asked straightforwardly. Wang Xianfeng was dead. When such news came out from Li Wangye's mouth, it immediately set off a storm in the crowd. What? Venerable Xianfeng is dead. It seems to be killed by Jiang Qin. How is this possible? No matter how powerful Jiang Qin is, he's just an immortal emperor, while Wang Xianfeng is a peerless venerable who is only a step away from the half-step sovereign realm. What ability does Jiang Qin have to kill Wang Xianfeng? This is absolutely impossible. I absolutely don't believe that Wang Xianfeng was killed by Jiang Qin. It's impossible for a man to be so heaven-defying. There must be something else behind this. Wang Xianfeng is dead. What a pity. He was a peerless venerable. No wonder Li Wangye was so angry. It seems like the reason why he came here today is because of Wang Xuanfeng's death, and not Long Shisan. Chapter 1850. Wang Xuanfeng's death was shocking, but no one believed that a figure like Wang Xianfeng would die in the hands of Jiang Qin. This had already gone beyond their range of acceptance. Now, it was time to see how Jiang Qin would answer. Li Wangye, you still have the nerve to ask me about this matter. Do you still remember that you promised Senior Shao that you wouldn't attack me in Genius Prefecture? As a result, you, a dignified half-step sovereign, violated the agreement and sent Wang Xianfeng to kill me. Since he wanted to kill me, I naturally have to kill you. Do you think you will just stand there and let someone kill you? The one who killed Wang Xianfeng should be you, Li Wangye. Jiang Qin spoke indifferently. He had admitted that he was the one who killed Wang Xianfeng. Moreover, he had downplayed the death of a peerless venerable as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. As soon as these words were out, the crowd became restless once more. No one believed that Jiang Qin killed Wang Xianfeng, because no one believed that Jiang Qin had the ability to kill Wang Xianfeng. However, now that Jiang Qin had admitted it, it must be true. Wang Xianfeng was an important figure of the immortal court. No one would be willing to bear the crime of killing a peerless venerable of the immortal court. Since Jiang Qin dared to admit it, it was enough to prove that Wang Xianfeng was killed by Jiang Qin. My God! It's actually true. But how is this possible? How did Jiang Qin kill Wang Xianfeng? Even if Shao Wangqing didn't take away his son Divine Feather, Jiang Qin wouldn't be a match for Wang Xianfeng. Unbelievable. This is too unbelievable. If Jiang Qin didn't admit it himself, I'm afraid that no one would believe it. I think that Jiang Qin must have gotten some sort of powerful backing, that's why he killed Wang Xianfeng. If he didn't have such a powerful backing, even if he killed Wang Xianfeng, he wouldn't dare to stand out and admit it. Jiang Qin is a powerful man and a smart man. He will never seek his own death. Since he dared to stand out, it means that he has a way to protect himself. At least, he can prevent Li Wangye from killing him. What reliance can he have? His greatest reliance is Shao Wangqing, but Shao Wangqing hasn't appeared yet. It's hard to say. Haven't you noticed that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has improved a lot compared to before? The crowd was agitated. The matter was getting more and more serious. Qi Jin was dead, Wang Xianfeng was dead, and Jiang Chen had admitted it himself. They were afraid that the immortal court wouldn't let this matter go. Even Shao Wangqing wouldn't be able to protect Jiang Qin. After all, no one had ever dared to challenge the dignity of the immortal court since the establishment of the immortal court. Jiang Qin, it's best that you admit it. You've killed Wang Xianfeng. This time, even if Shao Wangqing comes, he won't be able to protect you. However, I really want to know how you killed Wang Xianfeng. Li Wangye's killing intent was already very strong, but he still asked curiously. Not only did the others want to know the answer to this question, he also wanted to know the answer urgently. No one knew Wang Xuanfeng's strength better than him. Even if Jiang Qin had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, it was still impossible for him to kill Wang Xianfeng. I killed him. Yan Qinyu spoke plainly in a flat tone. Swoosh. This time, innumerable eyes fell upon Yan Qinyu. Due to the dazzling halo of Jiang Qin and Long San, plus the fact that Yan Qinyu had been concealing her qi, no one was able to see through her cultivation base. As a result, they had completely ignored Yan Qinyu and treated her as a woman beside Jiang Qin. But now, this woman had said that she was the one who killed Wang Xianfeng. This undoubtedly set off another wave of commotion. Who's this woman? She actually has the strength to kill Wang Xianfeng. I don't know. I've never seen her before. She should be Jiang Chen's woman, but how can Jiang Chen's woman be so powerful? From the looks of it, this woman is truly unfathomable. Even I can't see the depth of her cultivation. Yan Qinyu immediately became the focus of attention. She had never appeared in front of them before and she looked really extraordinary. Compared to Jiang Qin being able to kill Wang Xianfeng, they were more willing to believe that Wang Xianfeng was really killed by this woman. Who are you? Li Wangye looked at Yan Qinyu and asked with a frown. That was because, with his perception of a half-martial monarch, he was shocked to discover that this extremely beautiful young woman's cultivation base was actually second only to a half-martial monarch. This was truly unimaginable. He had actually never seen or even heard of such a genius before. You don't need to know. Today is the wedding day of Long San. You'd better leave this place and let the wedding proceed smoothly. Yan Qinyu's tone was very cold but firm. In this world, there weren't many people who dared to talk to Li Wangye like that. There were two kinds of people who would say that. One was someone who had a mental problem and wouldn't even know how they died. The other was someone who was extremely powerful and didn't care about Li Wangye at all. And Yan Qinyu didn't look like someone who had a mental problem. Humph. Little girl, I don't care who you are. You killed Wang Xianfeng, so you have to pay the price. Since I'm here today, I won't let you live anymore. I will kill the three of you myself and get rid of all the troubles in the future. Li Wangye harumphed coldly. His murderous aura had reached its peak. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan's potential made him feel very uneasy. Now, there was another young Zun Qi warrior. This was enough for Li Wangye to kill them without caring about his status. As long as he could kill these three people in front of him, even if he had to ruin his own reputation, it wouldn't matter. Die! Li Wangye made his move. He raised his hand and a gigantic palm that looked like a heavenly barrier came crashing down. This was the mighty aura of a half-step emperor. Countless people were terrified by it and their souls were trembling. However, Jiang Qin and the other two looked calm. The smile on their faces didn't even fade. Li Wangye was indeed very powerful, but compared to the heaven-devouring devil ape, there was still a huge gap. Moreover, the heaven-devouring devil ape couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yan Qinyu, let alone Li Wangye. Chen Gij, should we kill him? Yan Qinyu asked. Don't kill him. Jiang Qin shook his head. No matter what, today was Long Shisan's wedding day. He was still planning to let the wedding go on smoothly after everything was over. If he killed Li Wangye, the wedding might not be able to continue. Chapter 1851. Yan Qinyu nodded and asked for Jiang Chen's opinion. She already knew what to do. Li Wangye was arrogant, but he would never have thought that his fate was already in the hands of Jiang Qin. His life or death only needed a word from Jiang Qin. The huge palm had already appeared in the sky. Countless people became nervous. They wanted to see how this girl, whom they had never seen before, was going to deal with the attack of a half-step sovereign. Of course, there were also a group of people who looked calm and relaxed. The old emperor and Emperor Yang Yu of Great Qian Empire were the same. After personally experiencing the incident with the heaven-devouring devil ape and witnessing Yan Qinyu's power, they didn't need to worry at all. If they were worried, they would be worried about Li Wangye. It would be too easy for a person who could easily kill a heaven-devouring devil ape to kill Li Wangye. Yan Qinyu looked over with cold eyes. She casually raised her hand and an icy light was shot out, instantly penetrating the huge palm. The gigantic hand was like a fragile crystal. It shattered with a loud bang. The energy that was drifting in the void dissipated completely. The gigantic hand that was supposed to cause severe damage to the enemy had disintegrated just like that. It didn't even leave a scratch on the enemy's body. Jiang Chen and the other two didn't even budge an inch. What? Li Wangye's eyes widened. This was no small matter. Not only him, the entire martial arena was boiling with excitement. Who would have thought that a peerless beauty that they had never seen before could actually possess such heaven-defying strength? She could even neutralize Li Wangye's attack with ease. By now, no one had any doubts about Wang Xuanfeng's death. Although Wang Xianfeng was a powerful venerable, it wouldn't take him much effort to kill a peerless venerable who could fight against a half-step sovereign. Who the hell are you? Li Wangye was shocked. In his opinion, a young man with such heaven-defying strength was absolutely not an ordinary figure. He must have a great power or background. I've already said that you don't need to know. Yan Qinyu's tone was still cold. If you leave now, it's not too late. The mighty Empress Nine Yin's monarch prestige wouldn't allow anyone to violate her. Given her vision, how could a mere Li Wangye enter her eyes? In the past, Empress Nine Yin's father was the famous immortal execution king, who was doted on by great sovereign Zhang Xian. Her vision was so high that even the sovereign lords of the immortal court couldn't compare to her. Humph! How powerful can a peerless immortal venerable be? Since you're unwilling to tell me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Today, I'll let you know the true gap between a venerable and a half-sovereign. Li Wangye's aura soared. Since the other party had an expert, he would definitely be much stronger than before when he attacked again. This time, Li Wangye was prepared to use all his strength and kill his opponent with a single strike. Only by doing this would he be able to protect his face. He was a dignified half-step sovereign. If he hesitated to kill a junior for a long time, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the world and lose all his face? However, Li Wangye didn't know how ridiculous his words were. The gap between an immortal venerable and a half-step sovereign was indeed huge, but it didn't exist for Yan Qinyu. The former great sovereign couldn't even be compared to a half-step sovereign. The gap between a half-step sovereign and a great sovereign was far greater than that between an immortal venerable and a half-step sovereign. Li Wangye moved again. His palm was filled with pulsating flames. The reddish-golden flames condensed into a mighty fire seal. This was the life-seizing fire seal. Li Wangye's flames were incomparably terrifying. This fire seal was his ultimate killer move. This was also the origin of the name Prairie Burning Fire. Li Wangye had used this move to fight against Xiao Wangqing's unmoved sword in Genius Prefecture. Unfortunately, it was still slightly weaker than Xiao Wangqing. Flames were Li Wangye's strongest attack, but it was a pity that he had met his nemesis today. Could he still burn under the intense flames and the cold qi of Empress Nine Yin? Unless it was the supreme flame in Jiang Chen's hand, any other flames would automatically be extinguished when touched by Yan Qinyu's cold qi. Yan Qinyu didn't feel like talking nonsense with Li Wangye. She immediately struck out with her powerful profound yin palm. After all, she was still injured. She needed to exert all her strength to deal with a half-step sovereign. Rumble. A terrifying cold air spread out, directly freezing the space in the sky, completely freezing it. After Li Wangye's fire seal came into contact with Yan Qinyu's dark-green palm, it was immediately hit by the powerful cold air. The fire seal, which was originally burning with raging flames, was instantly extinguished. The remaining energy of the fire seal collided with the dark-green palm. Rumble. The entire battlefield was instantly filled with chaotic colors. A boundless pressure enveloped the hearts of the spectators. Everyone could see that Li Wangye, who was a half-step emperor, was still no match for Yan Qinyu's powerful profound yin palm. His entire body was sent flying, landing hundreds of meters away while coughing up blood. My God, this is unbelievable. Li Wangye couldn't even be defeated by this woman in one move. What's her background? This is too abnormal. Isn't this too abnormal? That's a mighty half-step sovereign expert. The people around this Jiang Qin are all heaven-defying experts. Half-step sovereigns have been famous for a long time. But in front of this woman, they are so weak that they can't even withstand a single blow. This is too shocking. This kind of ending was unacceptable to everyone. Before the real fight, no one had ever thought that things would turn out like this. Originally, everyone was still thinking about how Yan Qinyu was going to fight against Li Wangye. Who would have thought that Li Wangye would lose? Of course, the one who couldn't accept it the most was Li Wangye himself. He knew his strength all too well. Being defeated by an immortal venerable was probably the most painful thing he had ever experienced in his life. What shocked Li Wangye even more was the cold energy that was being emitted from Yan Qinyu's body. That was the coldest energy in the world, and it was the biggest nemesis of his flame. Under the impact of that cold energy, his flame couldn't even burn, let alone unleashing its formidable combat power. At this moment, Li Wangye's blood and qi were tumbling inside his body. He felt indescribably uncomfortable, but compared to the injuries on his body, the shock in his heart was the greatest. Who the hell are you? Li Wangye asked while gritting his teeth. Today, he came to exquisite paradise for Jiang Qin. He had never thought that he would encounter such a powerful figure. Leave this place immediately. Don't wait for me to change my mind. Yan Qinyu said in a condescending tone. She looked exactly like an empress. Chapter 1852. The entire scene was very quiet. No one spoke. The wedding of Long Shan was full of twists and turns. In the end, a girl that no one had seen before suddenly appeared and defeated Li Wangye with a single strike. This was beyond everyone's imagination. Most of the people present were already numb to it. They didn't even dare to think about what would happen next. Or perhaps, they wouldn't be too surprised no matter what happened today. Li Wangye's face darkened. Yan Qinyu's indifferent attitude had completely stimulated his self-esteem. He had asked her 3 times in a row, but she didn't answer him. It was a sign of disdain, or in other words, she didn't even think that he was qualified to know who she was. This was too much of a blow to a half-step sovereign. All along, Li Wangye had been standing high and mighty, representing the immortal court, a supreme existence. No one had ever dared to ignore him, no one dared to disrespect him. But now, Yan Qinyu's cold eyes made him feel insignificant. Yan Qinyu wanted him to leave right now, and the only thing she didn't do was to tell him to scram. Li Wangye had suffered an unprecedented mental blow, but as a defeated general, he had nothing to say. What a domineering girl. I never thought that there would be such a young figure in ethereal immortal domain. I'd like to meet her. At this moment, an old and deep voice suddenly rang out from within the void, followed by an overwhelming pressure. This pressure was much stronger than Li Wangye's from before. It was on a completely different level and could not be mentioned in the same breath. Swoosh. Countless people's facial expression changed completely. Two words emerged in their minds: Great Sovereign. That's right. The person hadn't appeared yet, but the voice that came from the depths of the void carried such a strong pressure that made everyone's soul tremble. Apart from a true great sovereign, who else could do that? Li Wangye was already a powerful half-step sovereign, but the pressure he exerted wasn't even 1/100th of the pressure this time. This alone proved that a true great sovereign was about to arrive. My God! Is this the arrival of a true great sovereign? I've lived for so long, but I've never seen the true face of a great emperor. Great sovereigns are high and mighty. They usually don't show up. I've never thought that a great sovereign would come to exquisite paradise today. It should be an honor for exquisite paradise, but it doesn't seem to be a joyous occasion now. First, it was Qi Jin, then it was the half-step sovereign Li Wangye, and now even the real great sovereign has appeared. This is the first time such a scene has happened in the entire ethereal immortal domain. Normally, a dignified great sovereign wouldn't show up. It seems like the immortal court is determined to kill Jiang Chen and Long San. Now that even a great sovereign has appeared, Jiang Chen and Long San have no one to rely on anymore. I'm afraid that even that woman is going to die. There was no one who wasn't shocked. A stormy sea was stirred up in the crowd. The shock this time was far greater than before. A supreme great sovereign was a legendary existence to most of the people present. No one had seen a great sovereign before, and no one could understand how powerful a great sovereign was. It was said that a great sovereign could control a deeper level of law and form a powerful great sovereign law in one's body. One could destroy the heavens and earth with just a lift of the hand. Without reaching that level, one would never know how terrifying that level was. The void flickered and an old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s walked out. The old man's silhouette was illusory. He stood there as though he didn't exist at all. He didn't have a strong physique, but the aura of a great emperor emanating from his body had already shown his status. This was a real great sovereign. Countless eyes fell on the old man, including Jiang Chen. This was the first time that Jiang Chen had seen a real great sovereign. Although Yan Qinyu and the northern and southern dynasties were reincarnations of great sovereigns, they weren't real great sovereigns yet. There was still a certain gap between them and a great sovereign. Jiang Chen looked at the elder. Even with Jiang Chen's eyesight, he still felt that the elder was unfathomable. It was a kind of supreme profoundness. The elder had reached the true sovereign realm. Every movement of his carried the domineering aura of the heavens and earth. That was a kind of realm. If one didn't touch that realm, one would never understand how terrifying it was. Is this the legendary great sovereign? Dragon Shirsan's tone turned solemn. Even with his pride, he had to admit that he was still far from a great emperor. They were not on the same level at all. There were many geniuses in this world, and it was common for them to kill people who were stronger than them. However, very few of them could do it. There was an insurmountable gap between a half-step sovereign and a great sovereign. This gap was much bigger than the gap between an immortal venerable and a half-step sovereign. Yan Qinyu was one of those who could do it. After all, she was different from ordinary immortal venerables. She was once the reincarnation of a great sovereign, and she was much stronger than this old man. Her body contained the foundation of a great sovereign, and her intent realm was much higher than the old man's. He's just a first-grade great sovereign. Don't worry, said Yan Qinyu indifferently, as if she didn't care about the old man. First-grade great sovereign. Upon hearing Yan Qinyu's words, Jiang Chen and Long San were dumbfounded. In their minds, they had always thought that a great sovereign was a great sovereign, and that a great sovereign was a supreme being. They had never thought that great sovereigns were divided into different levels. After listening to Yan Qinyu's words, they suddenly felt that they knew too little about the sovereign realm. It turned out that great sovereigns were also divided into different levels. Judging from Yan Qinyu's tone, it seemed like there were many levels of great sovereigns. Brother Qin, great sovereigns are also divided into different levels. The sovereign realm requires the support of laws, so there are 9 levels from 1st grade great sovereign to 9th grade great sovereign. A 1st grade great sovereign is nothing but an ant in front of a 9th grade great sovereign. I'll explain these things to you later. You will understand them when you reach that realm, Yan Qinyu said. She didn't explain in detail. They were currently facing a formidable enemy, and they didn't have much time. Moreover, it was useless to explain too much. Great Sovereign was different from other realms. Without reaching that realm, one wouldn't understand the terror of that realm. As long as one reached that realm, there was no need to explain anything. Chapter 1853. Jiang Qin didn't ask more about the great sovereign realm. Just like what Yan Qinyu said, it was useless to know more before reaching that realm. Once one reached that realm, even if one didn't want to know, one would still know everything clearly. Furthermore, now wasn't the time to chat. A great sovereign had just arrived. The situation had become tense. Today's matter must come to an end. The power and influence of a great sovereign was undoubtedly great, but with Yan Qinyue here, a 1st grade great sovereign wouldn't be able to do anything. Jiang Qin knew Yan Qinyue's means very well. After fusing with Empress Nine Yin's body and obtaining the Nine Yin profound heart, her combat strength was enough to kill a half-step sovereign and fight a 1st grade great sovereign. It wouldn't matter even if she was injured. With the powerful immortal burying coffin in hand, fighting a 1st grade great sovereign would be a piece of cake. Elder Yuan, I didn't expect that you would be here too. Li Wangye hastily approached the old man and bowed deeply. Although he was a half-step sovereign and had a certain status in the immortal court, it was still far from being comparable to a great sovereign. He didn't dare to act rashly in front of a true great sovereign. And I happened to be passing by. The old man nodded as a greeting to Li Wangye. He didn't blame Li Wangye for losing to a woman. Sometimes, winning or losing was out of one's control. No one wanted to lose, not to mention a famous person like Li Wangye. His name is Yuan Xiaolei. I have seen him with old ancestor Yang Junlong. At that time, he wasn't a great sovereign yet. Even if he had advanced to the great sovereign realm, he should have just advanced to the great sovereign realm not long ago. The old emperor of the great Qian Empire said. He had met Yuan Xiaolei once before, so he recognized him at first glance. However, even if Yuan Xiaolei had just become a great sovereign, he was still a great sovereign. Once a powerful great sovereign stepped into the emperor realm, it would be a supreme rank. Every great sovereign couldn't be underestimated. Elder Yuan, I have brought shame to the immortal court. Li Wangye hung his head dejectedly. He was in a bad mood. He was a famous figure, but he was defeated by a junior. It was the greatest humiliation of his life. Victory and defeat are common for soldiers. Let this emperor see what's so special about this girl. Yuan Xiaolei waved his hand, signaling Li Wangye to step back. He then took 2 steps forward and stood not far away from Yan Qinyue and Jiang Qin. He squinted his eyes, constantly sizing up Yan Qinyue. The more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. What a strange girl. She's only a late immortal venerable, but her body contains a trace of great sovereign's foundation. The great sovereign origin in her body is even denser than mine. No wonder Li Wangye isn't a match for her. It seems like she isn't simple. Yuan Xiaolei was surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. Although Yan Qinyu looked mystical, her cultivation base was only at the late immortal venerable realm after all. It was very difficult to make up for the gap in cultivation base. Therefore, Yuan Xiaolei wasn't worried. He had the strength of a first-grade great sovereign. He wouldn't put anyone below the great sovereign realm in his eyes. The immortal court is really shameless. Even a great sovereign has appeared. It seems like there's no one left in the immortal court. Jiang Chen said with a sarcastic tone. It's more than shameless. It's said that great sovereigns have dignity, but it seems like it's just a so-so. It's our honor that a great sovereign has come down from the immortal court to argue with us. Long Shisan spoke. The two of them echoed each other, making Yuan Xiaolei feel a little embarrassed. Although Jiang Chen and Long Shisan's words were unpleasant to the ear, they were the truth. Given Yuan Xiaolei's identity as a great sovereign, it was really shameful for him to personally deal with them. The people on the martial stage couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. After all, in everyone's eyes, great emperors were supreme existences, like gods. They would absolutely not come down to meddle in the affairs of the immortal domain. This was also the reason why many people had never seen a great emperor in their lives, because great emperors had their own dignity. Generally, they wouldn't act easily. It was the first time Yuan Xiaolei came out to deal with a few juniors. Yuan Xiaolei's face suddenly turned incomparably unsightly. He still needed the face of a great sovereign. It was true that he happened to pass by here and saw Li Wangye being defeated by Yan Qinyu. Now that Qi Jin had been killed, Li Wangye had failed, and Yuan Xiaolei himself had come out, the immortal court would lose even more face if he just let this matter go. Therefore, since he had come, he had to do something even if he didn't want his face. It was impossible for him to leave just like that. You are the famous Jiang Chen of Golden Horizon, aren't you? A very good young man, but it's a pity that you have chosen the path of death. Choosing to go against the immortal court is the biggest mistake you have made in your life. You could have had a bright future, but you have ruined your own future. What a pity. Jiang Chen, by the way, and Long Shisan as well. I've also bullied you too, but since I've come out personally today, I won't return empty-handed. As long as the two of you obediently follow me to the immortal court to receive your punishment, you might still have a chance of survival, said Yuan Xiaolei. What he was doing now was to defend the dignity of the immortal court. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan were indeed monstrous geniuses of the young generation, but no matter how monstrous they were, they hadn't reached the level where they could threaten the immortal court. However, the two of them had slaughtered the geniuses of the immortal court, which had severely violated the dignity of the immortal court. No one had ever dared to ignore the dignity of the immortal court since the establishment of the immortal court. This was absolutely an act of courting death. Therefore, no matter what, the immortal court had to bring the two of them back for punishment. Only in this way could the immortal court continue to rule the entire ethereal immortal domain. Ha! Old man, are you making sarcastic remarks? Don't treat me, Jiang Chen, as a fool. The grudge between me and the immortal court is irreconcilable. Your immortal court will never let me go. If I go with you, I won't be able to keep my life. You are a dignified great sovereign, but you are interfering with someone's marriage. Don't you think you are a little too shameless? If I were you, I would have left long ago to prevent others from gossiping about me. Jiang Chen laughed. Even if the opponent was a mighty great sovereign, as long as the opponent was his enemy, as long as the opponent wanted his life, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to the opponent, let alone say anything nice. Hong. Chapter 1854. There was no way that Yuan Xiaolei wouldn't be angry. How could a dignified great sovereign be called an old man and shameless? This was a kind of humiliation to him. How could Yuan Xiaolei bear it? Brat, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you know the consequences of your words? Yuan Xiaolei spoke Ling Lang. In his point of view, Jiang Chen was courting death. I don't know the consequences. I only know that you are delaying someone else's wedding, which is very immoral. Jiang Chen continued to speak indifferently. He had always had his own way of doing things. Once they were enemies, there was nothing more to say. Even if the other party was a mighty great sovereign, he still wouldn't be able to make Jiang Chen give in. Good. It's good for a young man to have such courage, but it's a pity that you have used it on the wrong thing. Since you aren't willing to surrender, don't blame me for being impolite. I will personally take you all to the immortal court. Yuan Xiaolei suppressed his anger. He could already tell that there was nothing he could do with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's attitude was firm, and it seemed that Jiang Chen wouldn't leave with him. In that case, he might as well take Jiang Chen and Long Shersan away. If this continued, he would only lose face. Powerful great sovereign aura spread out from Yuan Xiaolei's body, suppressing everyone in the martial field. Many of them had already prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling violently. You'd better not take action. Yan Qinyu spoke Ling Lang. Given the mentality of Empress Nine, she wouldn't put a first-grade great sovereign in her eyes. Even if he was only a peak immortal venerable, he could still fight a first-grade great sovereign. Perhaps his injuries weren't enough to fight a first-grade great sovereign, but if he used the immortal burying coffin, he would be able to fight a first-grade great sovereign head-on. Humph. Girl, you are too arrogant. Do you think you can fight me just because you defeated Li Wangye? How childish. This emperor is going to capture Jiang Chen and Long Shersan right now. This emperor wants to see what abilities a girl like you has to stop me. Yuan Xiaolei snorted coldly and gently stretched out his dry palm. The void was instantly torn apart. The solid space was like a piece of paper that couldn't withstand the slightest vibration. A powerful force gushed out of Yuan Xiaolei's palm, directly imprisoning a large area of space. Jiang Chen and Long Shersan's countenance changed slightly. The power of a great emperor was really beyond their imagination. Under the imprisonment of Yuan Xiaolei, they felt that it was extremely difficult to move their bodies. They couldn't even cast the Great Void technique. Jiang Chen couldn't help sighing. This was the absolute gap between them. They weren't on the same level at all. Still, no one would understand how terrifying that realm was until they reached the Great Sovereign Realm. However, the two of them weren't nervous at all because Yan Qinyu was here to protect them. She was their biggest reliance. For a man, hiding behind a woman's back wasn't something to be proud of. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, being able to hide behind Yan Qinyu and be protected was a very happy thing. This kind of happiness wasn't something that others could understand. Moreover, Jiang Chen knew that this situation was also the happiest thing for Yan Qinyu. Hong Long. Yan Qinyu moved. Her attack was very decisive. She immediately threw out a powerful dark yin palm. A terrifying icy light froze the entire space. The terrifying dark yin ice palm collided with Yuan Xiaolei's palm, instantly shattering a large area of space. The space that had already been sealed by Yuan Xiaolei loosened up once again under the impact of the dark yin palm. Oh! Yuan Xiaolei couldn't help but be surprised. His gaze once again fell on Yan Qinyu's body. If he didn't put Yan Qinyu in his eyes in the beginning, then it was completely different now. Yan Qinyu's attack had given him a great shock. What a good girl. You're just a mere late immortal venerable, but you have such powerful combat strength that you can tear apart my imprisonment space. Who the hell are you? Yuan Xiaolei looked at Yan Qinyu and asked the question that Li Wangye had been asking all along. In his opinion, such a miraculous genius couldn't be a nobody. He began to guess Yan Qinyu's origin. With such a cold body and such a heaven-defying aptitude, it should be easy to guess. However, even after thinking about it for a long time, Yuan Xiaolei still couldn't figure out Yan Qinyu's identity. It doesn't matter who I am. I hope that your immortal court won't find trouble with Brother Qin in the future. Yan Qinyu spoke. In her heart, Jiang Chen's position was unshakable. Anyone who wanted to hurt Jiang Qin would be regarded as her enemy. Since you won't tell me, don't blame me for being impolite. Yuan Xiaolei moved once more. He wanted to kill Yan Qinyu, but it was better to leave some leeway for a figure like Yan Qinyu without confirming her identity. He wanted to defeat Yan Qinyu and take away Jiang Qin and Long San to establish the dignity of himself and the immortal court. Terrifying great sovereign qi rushed out of Yuan Xiaolei's body like a tidal wave, sealing the entire void, turning it into a new battlefield. He didn't want his great sovereign qi to hurt the people below. The immortal court rarely interfered in the affairs of the immortal domain. Generally, they wouldn't interfere in the battles between the major powers. Therefore, even Yuan Xiaolei had to be cautious when he attacked. If exquisite paradise suffered a great loss because of him, it would damage the dignity of the immortal court, which wasn't what Yuan Xiaolei wanted to see. As the qi of the great emperor pervaded the air, Yuan Xiaolei's old body suddenly became incomparably tall and straight. In front of him, a vortex-like airwave was formed. The airwave rotated at a high speed, and it was unknown how much energy it carried inside. In the center of the vortex, there seemed to be a dragon hovering, which made people not dare to look directly at it. That was the powerful great Emperor Law. Hong Long. Yuan Xiaolei made his move. The huge energy whirlpool was like an energy ball, crashing towards Yan Qinyu. In Yuan Xiaolei's view, this attack was enough to repel Yan Qinyu without hurting her. Then, he would capture Jiang Qin and Long San and leave. Sensing the power of Yuan Xiaolei's attack, Yan Qinyu knitted her brows. The next moment, the immortal burying coffin appeared in front of her. The instant the coffin appeared, it crushed the space. The terrifying sovereign weapon of great sovereign Zhang Xian was far superior to ordinary sovereign weapons. The power it exuded was earth-shattering. Under Yan Qinyu's control, the coffin crashed into the huge energy whirlpool. Chapter 1855. What? Yuan Xiaolei couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the immortal burying coffin. As a powerful great emperor, it was impossible for him not to recognize the immortal burying coffin. Even if he hadn't seen it before, he had definitely heard of its reputation. In the past, when great sovereign Zhang Xian roamed the heavens and earth, it was unknown how many experts had died by relying on this coffin. Moreover, how many people in the world had used a coffin as a weapon? The ancient coffin in front of him was filled with the divine might of a great sovereign. What else could it be other than the immortal burying coffin? Hong Long. The immortal burying coffin slammed into the energy vortex. The vortex that contained powerful energy instantly exploded, shattering the void. If Yuan Xiaolei and Yan Qinyu hadn't separated the battlefield, the shock waves from the collision alone would have been enough to flatten exquisite paradise. Even so, exquisite paradise was still shaking violently, as though the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. What a powerful vibration! Who is that woman? She can actually fight against a great sovereign. My God! Why are there so many monsters around Jiang Qin? He defeated Li Wangye before, and now he can even fight against a great sovereign. It's too terrifying. I have never experienced such a powerful battle before. Even with my immortal venerable cultivation base, my ears are ringing. I can't bear such an impact at all. Everyone was shocked. Such a battle that transcended the heavens and earth wasn't something they could imagine. They had never experienced such a battle before. It could only be described as shocking. Yuan Xiaolei's body swayed. Looking at the immortal burying coffin hovering in front of Yan Qinyu, his eyes were about to bleed. The immortal burying coffin. That's the natal weapon of great sovereign Zhang Xian. How can it be in your hands? How can you display the might of the immortal burying coffin? Who are you? Yuan Xiaolei was too shocked. The immortal burying coffin that had disappeared for a long time had become a legend in the immortal world. Today, he actually saw the reappearance of the immortal burying coffin. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it at all. What? The immortal burying coffin. This woman actually possesses the powerful immortal burying coffin. My God! The famous immortal burying coffin has reappeared in the world. This is something left behind by the great sovereign Zhang Xian. Who is this woman? How can she control the immortal burying coffin? You should know that a peerless sovereign weapon like the immortal burying coffin has its own spirituality. Even if an ordinary person obtains it, they won't be able to control it, let alone unleash its formidable might. That's great sovereign Zhang Xian's natal monarch weapon. This woman's identity is definitely not ordinary. I've already said that she must have a strong foundation. Even the immortal burying coffin is willing to let her control it. The reappearance of the immortal burying coffin would definitely cause a huge commotion. Initially, Yan Qinyu didn't intend to expose the immortal burying coffin to the public, but now that a great sovereign had appeared in the immortal court, she had no choice but to expose it. She had to exert a strong deterrent force to prevent the immortal court from taking action against Jiang Qin. Who am I? Can't you guess? Yan Qinyu said coldly. The cold qi around her body was getting denser and denser. Yuan Xiaolei was even more shocked by the fact that she called herself Empress. He knew that this woman was indeed extraordinary. He knitted his brows tightly. The immortal burying coffin was emitting such a dense supreme cold qi. Suddenly, a divine light flashed in his mind as he thought of a terrifying figure. Empress Nine Yin. You're the Empress Nine Yin. Yuan Xiaolei exclaimed. The Empress Nine Yin was also a famous figure in the immortal world. Although she wasn't as famous as the immortal execution king and the immortal burying coffin, she was still a heaven-defying existence. Moreover, she was the daughter of the immortal execution king. Just this point alone was enough to make her extraordinary. No, the Empress Nine Yin and great sovereign Badian both fell in the battle in the past. You're the reincarnation of the Empress Nine Yin. Great, I never thought that the Empress Nine Yin would return again. No wonder you're so powerful. The immortal execution king is your father and the great sovereign Zhang Xian doted on you the most in the past. No wonder you can control the immortal burying coffin. Yuan Xiaolei finally understood everything. All his doubts were cleared. If there was a woman in this world who could control the immortal burying coffin, then it must be the Empress Nine Yin. However, everyone knew about the fall of the Empress Nine Yin. Therefore, the only explanation was that the woman in front of him was the reincarnation of the Empress Nine Yin. My God! She's actually the reincarnation of the Empress Nine Yin, the daughter of the immortal execution king and Jiang Chen's woman. She actually has such a great background. No wonder she's so terrifying and can fight against a great sovereign. I really didn't expect that the Empress Nine Yin would appear in this world again. It seems like she has just returned not long ago. Otherwise, her cultivation base wouldn't be just at the immortal venerable realm. Amazing. I'm afraid the immortal court is in trouble now. Even the immortal court wouldn't dare to provoke the Empress Nine Yin easily. After all, she has the immortal execution king behind her. That's not necessarily true. The immortal execution king and great sovereign Zhang Xian have disappeared for a long time. They are very ancient figures and have disappeared from the immortal world long ago. Perhaps they have both fallen. There are also rumors that they have left the immortal world for a higher world. In short, the immortal execution king and great sovereign Zhang Xian are no longer in this world. Empress Nine Yin hasn't fully recovered her cultivation base. Everyone was shocked. Today's matter was full of ups and downs. Even the ancient Empress Nine Yin had appeared with the iconic immortal burying coffin and fought against a half-step sovereign. With the immortal burying coffin in hand, Yuan Xiaolei was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Yan Qinyu. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Yuan Xiaolei to snatch away Jiang Qin and Long Shisan from Yan Qinyu. Li Wangye, who was standing at the back, broke out in cold sweat. At first, he felt that today was the biggest humiliation of his life, but now, it seemed that being defeated by the Empress Nine Yin wasn't shameful at all. Since you have already guessed my identity, you can leave now. Don't bother Big Brother Qin in the future. Yan Qinyu said. Yuan Xiaolei's face turned extremely ugly. He glanced at Jiang Qin and Long Shisan and suddenly felt that these two were very big threats. If they weren't eliminated as soon as possible, they would definitely be a threat to the immortal court in the future. Chapter 1856. After all, the other party was Empress Nine Yin, a name that could scare people to death. No one in the immortal world would dare to disrespect her. But just as Yuan Xiaolei had said, the immortal world today was no longer the same as before. The era of immortal execution king and great sovereign Zhang Xian was gone forever. It had been a long time, and too many things had happened. The immortal world had also gone through many changes. Empress Nine Yin had returned, but unfortunately, she was no longer the same Empress Nine Yin. If Yan Qinyu was at her peak in her previous life, even the immortal court would have to submit to her. However, the current Empress Nine Yin hadn't fully recovered her cultivation base. Her greatest reliance was the immortal burying coffin. Moreover, given Yan Qinyu's current cultivation base, she couldn't exert the full power of the coffin. Therefore, after some consideration, Yuan Xiaolei felt that the reincarnation of Empress Nine Yin wouldn't be able to pose a great threat to the immortal court. Is that so? Then why don't you try? I'd like to see if you can stop the immortal burying coffin. A bone-piercing chill shot out from Yan Qinyu's body. She wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Jiang Qin today. Humph. Empress Nine Yin, don't go too far. It won't do you any good if we fight to the death. If we really fight here, exquisite paradise will suffer. Plus, given your current cultivation base, you won't be able to exert the full power of the immortal burying coffin. You may not be able to kill me, but the shock waves from our battle can kill a lot of people. Besides, if this empress is determined to take down Jiang Qin, it won't be difficult for me to take him away during the battle. Yuan Xiaolei coldly snorted. It seemed that he would not give up until he achieved his objective. He indeed did not want to provoke Empress Nine Yin. After all, a person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. However, if Empress Nine Yin insisted on stopping him, he would definitely make a move. Even if she didn't want to admit it, what Yuan Xiaolei said was the truth. After all, Yuan Xiaolei was a first-grade great sovereign, a true great sovereign. If they had a real battle, Yan Qinyu wouldn't be afraid at all. With the immortal burying coffin, she was invincible. However, if Yuan Xiaolei's attention was on Jiang Qin, it wouldn't be difficult for him to bypass her defense and take away Jiang Qin and Long Shisan. After all, Yuan Xiaolei was a true immortal sovereign who had mastered the great sovereign law. As for Yan Qinyu, she still needed the immortal burying coffin to fight against a great sovereign. More importantly, if the two great sovereigns were to fight here, the damage to exquisite paradise would be immeasurable. Even if Yuan Xiaolei didn't say it, Yan Qinyu was well aware of it. The atmosphere became incomparably tense all of a sudden. It seemed like they were about to fall out. The situation of Jiang Qin and Long Shisan had become incomparably dangerous. Jiang Qin knitted his brows. He didn't expect that Yuan Xiaolei would be so determined to capture him. Even the deterrence of Empress Nine Yin wasn't enough. However, no matter what, Jiang Qin and Long Shisan couldn't follow Yuan Xiaolei to the Immortal Court. Once they entered the Immortal Court, they would surely die. If worse comes to worst, they could only escape. But now that they had attracted the attention of a great sovereign, where could they escape to in this vast world? Hong! A surge of tyrannical cold qi rushed out of Yan Qinyu's body once more. Her attitude became even more resolute. Brother Chen is the most important person to me. I won't allow anyone to hurt him. I will protect Brother Qin even if I have to destroy the heaven and earth. Yan Qinyu's words were cold and resolute, as though they came from the depths of the Nine Nether. It made people's soul tremble, but the impulse to disregard everything for the person she loved was also touching. At this moment, everyone began to feel envious of Jiang Qin. Being able to have a woman who was willing to risk everything for him in this lifetime was a very fortunate thing. Empress Nine Yin, don't be stubborn. I've already said that your deterrence isn't enough unless you recover to your peak state. Yuan Xiaolei also raised his powerful qi. It seemed like a battle between great sovereigns was inevitable. The people below began to panic. If this battle were to break out in the sky above exquisite paradise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if both sides were to start an extraterritorial battlefield, the loss to exquisite paradise would be immeasurable. Hong Long. Just as the battle was on the verge of breaking out, a loud vibration reverberated from the distant sky. The sound was incomparably loud, like a thunderclap from the nine heavens. The void began to heat up. Everyone saw a sea of fire suddenly appearing in the sky above exquisite paradise. At the center of the sea of flames was the image of an enormous golden crow flapping its wings, and it seemed extraordinarily mighty. After that, the golden crow's body shook, and it transformed into a peerlessly beautiful woman. The woman wore a fiery red dress, and she had a profound figure as she flew over on a fiery cloud. An overwhelming qi spread out. The beauty of the woman was comparable to Yan Qinyu. Both of them had different kinds of beauty. One was as cold as a snow lotus, while the other was as enchanting and charming as a ball of fire. Although she looked indifferent, there was a kind of womanly charm in her bones that made people unable to extricate themselves. Sister Ning. Many people exclaimed when they saw the newcomer. The eyes of Jiang Qin, Yan Qinyu, Long Shisan, Han Yan, Tyrant, and Yang Bufan lit up. They couldn't restrain the excitement in their hearts. Back in Golden Horizon, Wu Ningzhu had obtained the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao and disappeared. They had never thought that she would appear here today. Judging from her qi, they were afraid that she had already reached the half-step sovereign realm. It seemed like she had completely integrated the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao and become the true successor of the Golden Clan. This was truly a joyous occasion. Yuan Xiaolei, who was about to attack, had a slight change in his expression when he saw the newcomer. There were too many changes today. Mysterious figures appeared one after another. First was Empress Nine Yin, who controlled the immortal burying coffin, and now, a young half-step sovereign. Although he was only a half-step sovereign, his strength didn't seem to be weaker than Yuan Xiaolei. Empress Nine Yin's deterrent force isn't enough. I wonder if the deterrent force of me, the successor of Empress Xiao Yao, will be enough. If that's not enough, what about the deterrent force of the Golden Clan? Chapter 1857. After a series of twists and turns, the sudden appearance of Wu Ningzhu had pushed the situation to another level. The atmosphere became even tenser. It's Wu Ningzhu. She's the one who obtained all the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao in the Golden Horizon. I never thought that she would become a mighty half-step sovereign in such a short time. It seems like the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao is very powerful. Isn't that obvious? Empress Xiao Yao is a supreme expert of the Golden Clan, a true peerless great sovereign with illustrious reputation. The person chosen by her naturally won't be ordinary. If I remember correctly, this Wu Ningzhu is also Jiang Chen's woman. This guy is really enviable. He has 2 women by his side. One is the reincarnation of Empress Nine Yin, and the other is the inheritor of Empress Xiao Yao. This is going to make all the men in the world jealous. Countless people began to sigh. Apart from marveling at the strength of Wu Ningzhu, they were even more envious of Jiang Qin. It was worth it for a man to live to the extent of Jiang Qin. Yuan Xiaolei looked at Wu Ningzhu and asked, "Who are you? Do you know what this thing is?" Wu Ningzhu didn't say anything else. With a flip of her palm, the Xiao Yao Qin emerged. No one knew how long it had existed. It was a peerless sovereign weapon from the same era as the immortal burying coffin. The surface of the Qin was exuding strong great sovereign law. The fire of sun spread across the surface of the Qin, making it look very mystical. Yuan Xiaolei's pupils shrank. Just like how he recognized the immortal burying coffin, he could recognize the Xiao Yao Qin at a glance even if he had never seen it before. Both the immortal burying coffin and the Xiao Yao Qin represented an era. Even though countless years had passed, it was still unforgettable. Successor of Empress Xiao Yao, are you going to interfere in the affairs of our immortal court? Yuan Xiaolei's expression turned a little unsightly. He didn't care about Empress Nine Yin, but he couldn't ignore Empress Xiao Yao. Empress Xiao Yao was the great sovereign of the Golden Clan. No one could forget the contribution that the Golden Clan had made to the immortal world. If this woman only appeared as the successor of Empress Xiao Yao, he might still be able to act arbitrarily, but if she represented the Golden Clan, even he, Yuan Xiaolei, would have to think twice before acting. But in Yuan Xiaolei's view, the Golden Clan had long ceased to exist. I don't care if your immortal court wants to deal with others. But if you want to deal with my man, I won't allow it. Wu Ningzhu was very domineering. With a sway of his body, he arrived beside Jiang Qin. Together with Yan Qinyu, he stood on both sides of Jiang Qin, protecting him firmly. Jiang Qin grinned at Long San and sighed, the feeling of being protected by a woman is truly blissful. Bah! Shameless! Long San retorted snappily. Today was supposed to be his wedding day, but before he could complete the ceremony, it had already become the venue for Jiang Qin to flaunt his love. Jiang Qin is also your man. Yuan Xiaolei's eyes widened. He was about to faint and spurt out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was enemies with Jiang Qin, he couldn't help but give Jiang Qin a thumbs up. What an expert! Putting aside the fact that the 2 women in front of him had powerful cultivation base, extraordinary status, and distinguished identity, just their appearance alone was enough to make countless women die of depression. Damn it! Damn it! How can there be a man as lucky as Jiang Qin in this world? Getting either one of these girls would be the happiest thing in my life, but this guy actually has both of them at the same time. Furthermore, both of them appeared at the same time to protect him. Damn it, I can't live with this anymore. What do you know? You can only blame your own incompetence. Which woman in this world doesn't want to marry a man like Jiang Qin? Even if they have to sleep with him once, it would be a great gain. That's right, I see that there aren't many women around Jiangqin. We still have a chance, hee. All the women in Exquisite Paradise were infatuated. This scene made those men who were on the verge of collapse look up to the sky and shout that they couldn't live anymore. It seemed that as long as Jiangqin needed it, all the women in the world would take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. However, after a careful comparison, they also discovered the real gap between them and Jiangqin. It seemed that those female disciples were right. For an outstanding man like Jiangqin, only Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu were worthy of him. Elder Yuan, what should we do now? Li Wangya asked in a low voice. Jiangqin must be eliminated, even if the inheritor of Empress Xiao Yaoqin is here. After all, she's just an inheritor, not the real Empress Xiao Yao. A trace of ruthlessness was revealed in Yuan Xiaolei's eyes. It seemed that Jiangqin was also a powerful figure who would do anything to achieve his goal. You too, I advise you to leave now. Jiangqin has offended the immortal court. He will die sooner or later. What's the use of following him? Today, I must take Jiangqin away. Yuan Xiaolei said to Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu. Old man, you're just a first-grade great sovereign, but you sure have guts. Even if Empress Nine Yin and I can't deter you, do you dare to violate the dignity of the Golden Clan? Even if the sovereign lord of your immortal court comes, I'm afraid that he won't dare to touch the people of the Golden Clan. Wu Ningzhu said Lang. The Golden Clan has been completely annihilated since the ancient war. You're lucky to be able to obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao and inherit the bloodline of the Golden Clan. I respect the people of the Golden Clan, so I naturally won't touch you, but you're still lacking if you want to deter me with your identity. Yuan Xiaolei burst into laughter. He had made it very clear that he wouldn't harm Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu out of respect for Empress Nine Yin and Empress Xiao Yao, but that didn't stop him from capturing Jiangqin. What a joke! On what basis do you say that the Golden Clan has been completely annihilated? The means of Golden Sovereign isn't something that you can imagine. I might as well tell you that the immortal world is going to face another catastrophe soon. My Golden Clan will reappear in the world. Jiangqin is our benefactor. Whoever touches him will be the enemy of the Golden Clan. When the Golden Clan investigates the matter, can a first-grade great sovereign like you bear the consequences? Wu Ningzhu's qi in tone became very sharp. Today, she and Yan Qinyu were standing here. They wouldn't agree to touch Jiangqin. What? Chapter 1858. Impossible. This Wu Ningzhu must be bluffing. She wants to use the reputation of the Golden Clan to scare away the great sovereigns of the immortal court. It's hard to say. The Golden Clan is really too terrifying. It's said that when the immortal world was struck by a catastrophe, countless great emperors fell. If it weren't for the Golden Clan, the immortal world would have probably ceased to exist. The Golden Clan saved the entire immortal world. The Golden Great Emperor's means are even more unimaginable. He's a figure from the same era as the immortal Slayer King. He might have left behind a path for the immortal world. What exactly was the catastrophe of the ancient times? I have long heard that many great sovereigns fell during that catastrophe. The Golden Clan became the greatest contributor of the immortal world, but it seems that not many people know what kind of catastrophe it was. Yeah, it was too long ago. We don't know anything about it. Moreover, that catastrophe seemed to have been deliberately sealed off by someone. Not many people know about it. Listening to Wu Ningzhu's tone, it seems that a new catastrophe is coming. Could it be that the immortal world is going to undergo a great change? If the Golden Clan comes back again, the immortal world will definitely be in chaos again. The strength of the Golden Clan is unfathomable. Even if Yuan Xiaolei doesn't give face to Wu Ningzhu and Empress Nine Yin, he wouldn't dare to not give face to the Golden Clan. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The Golden Clan was involved in the ancient catastrophe of the immortal world. No one knew if Wu Ningzhu was bluffing, but it was very likely that the Golden Clan would come back again. After all, that clan was too strong. With the ability of the Golden Great Sovereign, he wouldn't let the Golden Clan be completely destroyed. Don't bluff. This isn't a joke. Yuan Xiaolei looked at Wu Ningzhu with a solemn face. Whether it's a joke or not, you can judge it yourself. My Golden Clan will come back again. Do you think you can fight against the Golden Clan or the Immortal Court? Jiang Chen is the person that the Golden Clan wants to protect. Since you have touched him, be prepared to accept the punishment of the Golden Clan. Wu Ningzhu said in a heavy tone. She didn't seem to be joking at all. Moreover, she was the inheritor of Empress Xiaoyao. She wouldn't lie. Yuan Xiaolei's eyes were extremely bright as he constantly sized up Wu Ningzhu's face. He wanted to see if she was lying, but unfortunately, he was disappointed in the end. Wu Ningzhu's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He couldn't see anything. Yuan Xiaolei couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the Xiaoyao Zither Empress thought highly of him. His temperament was far beyond that of an ordinary young man. Elder Yuan, in my opinion, it's better to believe in this matter than to not believe in it. Li Wangye said in a low voice. You're right. The Golden Sovereign's means are heaven-defying. He might have really left a way out for the Golden Clan. If the Golden Clan really appears and we insist on taking them away in front of so many people, it won't be good if the Golden Clan comes looking for trouble. Yuan Xiaolei nodded. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let Jiang Qin continue to grow? Li Wangye said unwillingly. That's impossible. He has killed so many people of our immortal court. Today, he has made us lose face. Moreover, this person has great potential and must be eliminated. However, we can't do it today. Let's find another opportunity to kill Jiang Chen in the future. We can't leave any evidence behind, Yuan Xiaolei said. He was a very shrewd person and knew how powerful the Golden Clan was. If they provoked the Golden Clan because of Jiang Qin, the losses would outweigh the gains. However, they still had to kill Jiang Qin. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Jiang Qin in the future. Although Jiang Chen's growth was very fast, he was still very weak compared to the Immortal Court. Therefore, Jiang Qin wouldn't be a big threat to the Immortal Court in the near future. Let's go. Yuan Xiaolei didn't continue to stay here. Since he had made up his mind, there was no point in staying here any longer. He immediately left with Li Wangye. It could be seen that Yuan Xiaolei was also full of helplessness when he left. The dual deterrence of Empress Nine Yin and Empress Xiaoyao didn't affect his determination to capture Jiang Qin, but the deterrence of the Golden Clan was enough. Even though he was unwilling, he didn't dare to take the risk. Seeing Yuan Xiaolei and Li Wangye leaving, everyone in Exquisite Paradise heaved a sigh of relief. Monkey, it seems like the wedding ceremony can continue. Jiang Chen patted Monkey's shoulder. Master Monkey can't wait any longer. Seeing the three of you showing off your affection in front of me, I'm holding myself back from slapping you. Long Shisan's body flickered and flew towards the high platform where the wedding ceremony took place. In the sky, Wu Ningzhu kept her Xiaoyao Qin and her qi. Sister Ning, you finally came out. I almost laughed myself to death. Quick, let me give you a hug. After saying that, Jiang Chen extended both of his arms and tried to hug Wu Ningzhu, but Yan Qinyu grabbed his ear and pulled him back. I say, Brother Qin, are you treating me as if I don't exist? Yan Qinyu tightened her grip once more. Ouch! Xiao Yu, let go of my hand. I won't do it again. Jiang Qin begged for mercy. Sister Xiao Yu, this guy has found another Yan Qingqing behind our backs. Today, we sisters will teach him a lesson. Anyway, our cultivation base is stronger than his. He won't be able to resist. Wu Ningzhu said, then grabbed Jiang Chen's other ear. Fuck. Jiang Chen felt his ears buzzing. His whole body felt unwell. His eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. What happened to the public display of affection? We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Shouldn't we show some affection? What kind of logic is this? You even said that my cultivation base is weaker than yours, so I can beat you up. Oh my, even if my cultivation base is stronger than yours, I don't think I'd dare to fight back. Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu grabbed Jiang Chen's ears, and disappeared from everyone's sight amidst Jiang Chen's painful wails and continuous begging. Miserable, so miserable. It seems that having too many wives isn't a good thing. Amitabha, this kind of scene is really harmful to a monk. Han Yan and Yang Bufan were gloating as they watched Jiang Qin being taught a lesson. They couldn't help in this kind of couple's domestic affairs. Moreover, they didn't want to help at all. It was already a great pity that they didn't record the scene of Jiang Qin being beaten. Kaka, did you see that? This is called showing affection. You die quickly. Brother, take care. Long San laughed and waved his hand at Jiang Chen's back. He was gloating. Slap. Unexpectedly, as soon as his voice faded, he felt a pain in his ear. A powerful hand had grabbed his ear. Why don't you tell me what showing affection means? You're delaying this old lady's wedding ceremony. How dare you still smile here? Lan Lingji said with a fierce face. She didn't relax her grip at all. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.